One Piece Blades of Fire Chapter 281-300. Chapter 281 Publicity at every step. If I'm not wrong, that black flame must be Amaterasu, and the person who killed this guard must be Jongyang. Sasuke, who was secretly looking at Jongyang, suddenly found that the laughter around him stopped abruptly, which made him have to pay attention to the situation around him, so he immediately stood up and looked around. You bastards! Have you had enough trouble? Come back with the wounded. Sasuke noticed that everyone was staring at the slug that could talk among everyone. Sasuke knew that this was Tsunade's psychic beast, but he wondered. This voice is... Sasuke, are you fighting and being stupid? Come back to me quickly, and I will punish you. Sakura on the side reminded Sasuke. Sasuke, don't you remember? That's Tsunade-sama's voice. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Shikamaru felt that Sasuke didn't understand, so he explained impatiently. This is the clone of the slug. It should be used when healing Jiraiya and Naruto, and Granny Tsunade used this clone of the slug to send us a message. Do you understand? In fact, Sasuke has understood it long ago, but he is still in the shadow of Jongyang, because he killed Jongyang in pain, but Jongyang protected Xiaoying with virtue and resentment, and felt very sorry in his heart. Yo, how can you be like a bitch? Get up and go quickly, don't be awkward. Jongyang looked at Sasuke, who was reluctant to go back with everyone, and already guessed what he was thinking in his heart, but he had seen the hypocritical appearance of this guy, so he thought of an aggressive way to say to Sasuke on the ground. Sasuke glared angrily, seeing that Jongyang was about to do something again, and Sakura shouted at this time. Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke slowly got up and walked in the direction of going back. Jongyang smiled and looked at Sasuke in front of him. He didn't expect this trick to be really effective, and Sakura also apologized to Jongyang. Jongyang-jun, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect him to suddenly become like this. I'm here to apologize for him, and thank you for saving me, I really appreciate it. Seeing Sakura looking at him so sincerely and bowing to apologize, Jongyang hurriedly grabbed Sakura who was about to bend over and said hurriedly. Don't worry about such a trivial matter, but we have to go back quickly. Then, without waiting for Xiaoying to say anything, Jongyang had already stepped away, and Xiaoying looked at Jongyang's back gratefully, and also followed. Sasuke who was walking in the front looked back at Jongyang with gritted teeth from time to time, because he was unintentional just now. When he turned his head to look at Jongyang, Jongyang replied. Are you itchy? If you don't let you pretend, hurry up, Urzuzi. Although he didn't understand much, Sasuke was sure that Jongyang's words must be scolding him, and after that, he turned his head to look at Jongyang angrily from time to time, and Jongyang didn't care about Sasuke's eyes, instead he hummed a little song and looked at him. He looked very relaxed and happy, but Sasuke on the side exploded his lungs with anger, and Jongyang couldn't help thinking when he looked at him like that. Ha ha ha, I can't beat me, I can't be scolded, and I'm slapped in the face when I pretend to be the best at it. It's self-evidently refreshing. Jongyang, who was in charge of carrying Naruto, grabbed Jiraiya, and Xiao Li, who was going to carry Jiraiya on his back, asked inexplicably. Jongyang-jun, what are you doing? This is the weight of 2 people. Ha ha, I've been injured, let me do it, and this is also a kind of exercise. When everyone heard Jongyang's words, they instantly cast admiring glances, but Jongyang deliberately looked at Sasuke with a dark face on one side, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and Sasuke even gritted his teeth and wanted to swallow Jongyang alive. So it is. Jongyang-jun, you are really great. This is a nobler quality than everyone in Konoha and a spirit more passionate than me. I have decided that Sasuke will no longer be my challenge target in the future. Now the challenge target is you besides Naruto. Ahaha, okay. Jongyang watched Sasuke's reaction to Xiao Li's sentence, intentionally or unintentionally, but he didn't expect Sasuke to roar. I'm leaving by myself. Then he left the crowd and ran away, and everyone didn't know what was going on, except for Jongyang, who didn't mean to make Sasuke angry at this time, because his pretentious character was fine in the animation he was watching. If it is a world that he is involved in, Jang Young can't guarantee that Sasuke will really be killed by those people. If you kill him, you won't know what to do with the next plot, and everything has to follow the script. Because Jang Young has already realized the consequences of taking a wrong step, he is so angry to polish Sasuke's mind, but Jang Young is half just for fun. Jang Young greeted everyone to set off quickly. Everyone began to accept Jang Young and followed Jang Young together, and when everyone was on the way, they were worried that Jang Young would not be able to carry the two on their backs, but this also made them think wrong, and even surprised them. Everyone only saw Jang Young jumping easily between the branches at a faster speed than everyone else, as if the two people on his back were cotton, and Xiaoli burst into flames for some reason. Zhang Yangjun, I want to surpass you. Haha, try it if you can. Xiaoli instantly accelerated and jumped in front of the crowd, racing at the same speed as Jang Young, and everyone was speechless for a while. Seeing that the speed of the two is getting faster and faster, Xiaoli has always been much behind Jang Young, and Xiaoli and Jang Young gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. These two were really energetic. Neji complained while running, but no one spoke, and walked all the way to the front of the cave in silence. Sasuke, I understand your feelings, but Jang Young is a new member of Konoha after all, you should accept him instead of attacking him. As soon as everyone came, they saw Jang Young and Sasuke in front of Tsunade. Looking at Jang Yang's smile and Sasuke's bitter face, Xiao Sakura realized that Sasuke didn't seem to be so calm. Seeing his cute side, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the other side, Hinata saw Sakura smiling. Just as she was about to ask, Sakura made a shush look at Hinata with a finger in the middle, and then pointed at Sasuke with a bitter face. Hinata couldn't help laughing when she looked over there. I didn't expect Sasuke-san's expression to be so cute right now, ha ha ha. Yeah, you think so too, hee hee. Sasuke, who was preached, looked at Jang Young with a bitter face, but he didn't expect to see the girl behind him smiling and pointing at him, which made him instantly blame Jang Young on his head and shouted at Jang Young. You wait for me, I will surpass you and beat you. And Jang Young also knew that Sasuke was serious, but he still said jokingly. Oh tilde if you can do it, try it. Sasuke held back his anger and turned his head away, and Sakura also found that she laughed too much, and hurriedly stepped forward to chase Sasuke. Chapter 282 Everyone. The scarred people supported each other and returned to Konoha village, but Tsunade saw that everyone's faces were not very happy, so he stood in front of the crowd and shouted, and heard a powerful voice, the injured shinobi and Jang Young, etc. He looked back at Tsunade, who was standing at the front of the line. Everyone, although we narrowly won this battle, it's still no different from defeat. Although we saved Konoha, if Jang Young defeated Danzo and Orochimaru and others in one fell swoop, I'm afraid we would not have our homeland. After hearing this, everyone looked at Jang Young. Some were grateful, and some were guessing Jang Yang's intentions. Only Sasuke cast hatred towards Jang Young. The eyes of some people still made Jang Young feel embarrassed, and at this time he secretly excitedly said in his heart. Okay, let's stop here. I'm very stressed when I look at me like this. I don't need too much money, you can just do whatever you want. But we can't let Jang Young protect us, we should become stronger to protect others. What do you think? Even if Jang Yang's YY was interrupted by Tsunade, everyone's eyes shifted to Tsunade instantly. Only Sasuke's resentful appearance was still in front of Jang Yang's eyes. Jang Yang smiled maliciously towards Sasuke and thought, look at me again. I'm even more powerful than you, as long as I'm here, you won't be able to succeed in pretending to be 13 Dafa. Sasuke looked at Jang Yang's malicious smile, and his face became even more ugly. At this time, Sakura next to him pulled his clothes before Sasuke slowly turned his head. We will start rebuilding the destroyed places after a day's rest. When the village is repaired, we will prepare to hold the Chunin exam, but it will take a long time, and the specific time will be announced. Tsunade said to everyone very haughty, and she herself was not rigid or pretentious. This point Zhang Yang saw the shadow of that person in the world of pirates, and couldn't help but be pleased with Isho, and Naiko next to him watched Zhang Yang carry Naruto on his back. He smirked with worry on his face. Zhang Yang, is it too heavy? Ha ha ha, ah, no, hee, just remembering something. Naiko looked at Zhang Yang's disguised and weird smile, and couldn't help but smile. Tsunade-sama, has that Yamato captain returned yet? But I received a letter from him yesterday, and I'll be back in a few days. Tsunade replied to a younger child in the crowd, and when Zhang Yang heard about Yamato, he couldn't help thinking to himself. If he hasn't died, it means that Yakushido hasn't appeared yet, but Orochimaru and Danzo have appeared so early. There must be some reason for this, or, have I changed the course of Hokage's history again? What are you talking about? What history or what is in the group? I don't understand it at all. Naiko looked at Zhang Yang in front of her, thinking unnaturally and talking to herself in a low voice. She couldn't help worrying, but Zhang Yang, who was interrupted, was taken aback and smiled helplessly. Ahahaha, it's nothing, I'm just a little tired, I'll just take a rest for a while. Tsunade heard Zhang Yang and Naiko's words, and felt that Zhang Yang was really hard to carry the two from there, so he ordered. Sakura, Ino, please help Naruto and Jiraiya on Zhang Yang's body and send them to the hospital for treatment. Yes, Tsunade-sama. After hearing the order, the two walked towards Zhang Yang with an uncomfortable expression. After reaching Zhang Yang's side and taking them off, he didn't look relieved, but just stretched a little, which surprised Sakura and Ino, so the two asked. Road. Don't you feel very tired? Ah, me. Haha, no, I'm just a little tired, just take a rest. Although the two felt that Zhang Yang was strange everywhere, but now was not the time to ask, they sent Naruto and Jiraiya to the hospital accompanied by several others, and Tsunade also dismissed everyone to go back to rest. She herself and the secretary and others still had to comfort the victims, and everyone didn't say much, knowing that Tsunade's character was like this, so they could only go back for a day's rest, and then everyone scattered around Konoha. Zhang Yang, how long would it take for Kakashi-senpai to come out? According to Fran's description, it will probably be in a few days. Don't worry, Kakashi will come out. Zhang Yang took Naizi on the way to the meeting, and Naizi opened the chatterbox when he saw that Zhang Yang was bored along the way. Naiko, can I ask you a question? Zhang Yang also remembered something, turned his head to Naizi while walking, and Naizi was also happy to speak to him, so he replied. Well, what can I share with you? Zhang Yang saw Naizi's innocent face, and the haze and darkness in his heart were instantly swept away. Why do other people wonder about my identity, and you trust me like this and never question or ask about my identity? After listening, Naizi stopped, and seeing Naizi stop, Zhang Yang also stopped and looked at Naizi who seemed to be thinking about it, and Zhang Yang thought Naizi was angry, and hurriedly comforted him. I didn't mean that, I didn't. Well, I know, Zhang Yang, you don't have to blame yourself, it's just that I'm a little happy. Happy what? Zhang Yang looked at the girl who was hesitating in front of him with more doubts, while the sunset slowly fell, and the afterglow of the setting sun just shone on the mirror opposite Zhang Yang. A sudden reflection of light directly hit Zhang Yang's face. Zhang Yang couldn't adapt to it for a while and snorted, but after he got used to it slowly, he wanted to rub his eyes, but found that there was something warm in his arms. Fuck, this is it. Zhang Yang couldn't help shouting on the side, but Naiko, who was holding him in his arms, rubbed his head and said with a happy face. When everyone doesn't believe you doubt you, you have to believe that it is enough for me to believe in you in the world, and I am very happy to be able to occupy your trust like this. Looking at the sincere Naiko in front of him, Zhang Yang didn't know what to say, so he hugged him tightly, and Naizi also hugged Zhang Yang. Under the infinite sunset, the two embraced each other in the picture. Made a bad sound. Hey, although it's not good to say this in the current situation, but if you have enough hugs, let's celebrate for me. Hearing the sudden voice, the two were so frightened that they quickly separated, and Naiko was so frightened that Hwarong turned pale, hurriedly pushed Zhang Yang away, lowered his head and was at a loss, but Zhang Yang was careless just now, and it was only now that he sensed someone behind him, so he jumped directly. Kai turned to protect Naiko, and then looked at the person in front of him. Chapter 283 Resolving the Misunderstanding. Yo, I don't know me so soon. Haha, I heard that dragon. I'm also sorry for hurting you. I'm sober now, so Before the words were finished, Kakashi hugged Zhang Yang first, and Zhang Yang loved to be flattered. Naiko looked at Kakashi angrily after seeing Kakashi hugging Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang complained in the confusion. Road. What's the matter with you TM, is Shuai 100% present? Although I don't understand what you're talking about, you still worked so hard to save me. I have to thank you very much. Seeing this full of love, Naiko could no longer sit idly by, and directly stepped forward to interrupt Zhang Yang and Kakashi's hug. Well, Kakashi-senpai, just come out. We should report your news to Tsunade-sama first. Zhang Yang saw Naiko pulling Kakashi away with a malicious look and enormous strength, and Zhang Yang's face was full of black lines. At this moment, he thought, what kind of strength is this? How could I not know that she has such strength? And Kakashi watched Naiko break apart Zhang Yang's tightly hugged body with a shocked expression, and instantly understood that Zhang Yang was Naiko's bottom line, and quickly backed away with a smile. Well, Tsunade probably waits for me to wait, I'll go first, ha ha ha. Before Zhang Yang could say anything, Kakashi slipped away all the way. Naiko stood in front of Zhang Yang like a winner, as if she had protected herself just now. Zhang thought that Naiko had actually fallen, and Zhang Yang quickly stepped forward to catch Naiko who was about to fall and asked with concern. Naiko, are you alright? I saw Naiko supporting Zhang Yang's body with a pretentious face, the other hand drooping on the forehead, pretending to be pitiful and whispering. My hand hurt just now. I'm so dizzy now. You carry me. Zhang Yang was stunned. I'm going. People in the ninja world are so good at playing. According to this development, should I open a harem? Zhang Yang looked at Nizi in his arms without speaking for a long time while thinking wildly. Nizi thought that Zhang Yang was fascinated by him, so he repeated his old tricks. Oops I fell come and help me . Naiko slipped out of Zhang Yang's hand on purpose, and then pretended to be tender. Because Naiko believed that Zhang Yang would hold her hand at a speed that was unheard of, when Zhang Yang pulled her up, he could kiss her righteously. I was proud of myself for this kind of thinking inside, and I couldn't help laughing out of my mouth. It hurts. Pain. Make you public. Zhang Yang didn't grab her hand in time as Naiko imagined, but looked at herself in a daze. When she realized that she was about to hit, Zhang Yang suddenly woke up. I didn't do it on purpose. I was in a daze just now. I'm sorry, hee. Pull me up. Hearing this, Zhang Yang hurriedly took Naizi's hand and helped her up. Suddenly Naizi stumbled forward without standing still, but Zhang Yang directly supported her. It hurts. Naizi covered her buttocks and said, and Zhang Yang also knew that Naizi knew that she couldn't walk at first glance, so she had to smile and turned around. Come on, I'll carry you with me. Seeing that Zhang Yang was so self-conscious, Naiko was a little suspicious of whether this was true, and stood there for a while watching Zhang Yang being fascinated, and Zhang Yang helplessly pretended to get up and said. If you don't want me, then I'll go . No. Immediately, Naizi rushed towards Zhang Yang's back, and he firmly caught Naiko's entire body. After a soft mass invaded, Zhang Yang couldn't stand a bit. Naiko questioned. What's wrong? Is it because I'm too heavy, or I'll come down? Hearing Naiko saying this on purpose, Zhang Yang quickly suppressed the power of the flood in his body and paused. Haha, it's not in the way, I just didn't stand firm, let's go. The excited Zhang Yang slowly got up and walked towards the front with Naiko on his back, while in a corner behind, a black figure was looking at the backs of the two and muttered to himself. Yoa, it's good to be young. Alas, it's time to report to Tsunade. Then the shadow disappeared in the corner, the afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded, and the alternation of night was slowly suppressed. The many destroyed Konoha looks like a ruined ghost village at this time. Only the light from the scattered houses makes this place look less scary, and the highest one in Konoha is uninhabited. The house is the Hokage Council. The lights here are bright, and there are many figures swaying in the lights. You mean, isn't Jong-young a spy from another village? I don't think he is, but why are you so sure that he is not? Tsunade looked at Kakashi in front of everyone with a questioning face, while Kakashi put away his personal emotions and said with a serious face. I don't dare to make a rash conclusion whether he is a ninja from another village, but Jong-young has already been with the princess of the Land of Sand, and their relationship is gradually deepening. Which spy ninja will blatantly let everyone have feelings? Do you know he exists? After hearing this, Tsunade slowly sat down to think about Jong-young's various deeds, and Nara, who was invited to the meeting, also stood up and said in a hurry. I see that this kid Jong-young doesn't look like a spy or ninja from another country. There are 3 reasons for this. Everyone watched Nara want to say the next words, and they all pricked up their ears to listen. Tsunade saw that there was something in his words, and motioned him to continue, only to see him pause and blinked. First, he doesn't have any marks or signs about intelligence or any other country. I believe Kakashi has already checked this when he rescued Jong-young, right? After looking at Kakashi's exposed eye, Kakashi nodded irrefutably. Well, when I rescued him, I personally changed his clothes and checked various things on his body, but there was nothing suspicious. Well, Kakashi came from Anbu. This is a common thing for Anbu staff, and Kakashi will never do anything wrong as a captain. Nara also followed Kakashi's words and said seriously, and everyone's eyes sank, feeling that this matter was true, and then looked at Nara waiting for him to say the second, and Nara also walked forward. One step, Kakashi and the others didn't know what he was going to do, so he slowly walked towards Tsunade, and Tsunade looked at Nara's weird appearance and couldn't help asking. Chapter 284 Nara, you are, Nara, stop. I saw that Nara quietly transplanted the shadow imitation technique on Tsunade, and at this time Tsunade was learning how to stretch the knife in his hand to his neck. Although Tsunade was strong, he couldn't resist this kind of insubstantial strength. Seeing that the knife was getting closer and closer, everyone was messing around in the back, and Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Nara, stop playing, click until it's over. Well, I have my own way, don't worry. Tsunade's shadow slowly leaked out and disappeared instantly on Nara's body, while Tsunade put down the knife and looked at Nara suspiciously, as if he already knew his intentions, while the others around him wailed. Take Nara, I didn't expect him to be a threat to Konoha. At this time, a guard-like person in the crowd commanded the ninja guards behind to shout loudly, and Tsunade already understood the matter, and immediately gave Kakashi a look, and then said. Nara didn't do it on purpose, you all step back. When the guard saw Tsunade say this, he waved his hand and was about to retreat, but Tsunade stopped him in time. By the way, you stay, I have something for you to do. I appreciate your actions just now. Come here, I will tell you this task, and if you succeed, you will be promoted to Shingen. As soon as these words came out, all the elders around were not calm, and it was a good opportunity to be promoted to Shingen with one mission, an elderly man muttered to himself. Being able to become a Jonin with a single mission was something that we didn't dare to think about in our era, including being an A-level character. It takes several people to barely enter the Jonin. This is also one of the fastest ways to not require an exam. Yes, young people have to grasp it. If I could become a Jonin so young before, I am afraid that I am also a legendary person now. Listening to the bewitching and envious eyes of everyone, the guard wearing a ninja mask was not as happy as he imagined, but instead looked a little embarrassed. He saw his eyes flashed and said to Tsunade. Thank you Tsunade-sama for your kindness, but I don't need this right now. I still want to work hard. It won't be too late to take on your task when I have the strength. Tsunade and Kakashi had already seen where this person came from. Tsunade gestured to Kakashi with a look, and Kakashi nodded to indicate that he received it, while Nara still kept the posture just now and looked at Tsunade. Only however, the shadow under the body has slowly bypassed the crowd and approached the guard. Do you dare to disobey Hokage's orders? Tsunade pretended to be angry and clapped his hands on the table, but the guard still looked at Tsunade calmly, as if he didn't care at all, but everyone was terrified and hurriedly called the guard to come over and apologize. Look, you don't want such a good task. You have to make someone angry, but it's also a violent woman like Tsunade. Immediately, Tsunade cast a murderous look at the man, and the man also closed his mouth wisely, while the other Jongyang was calling out to the guard. This is Hokage's order, and you dare to refuse. Toast, eat and drink fine, I think you are tired of living. The guard slowly raised his head and looked at the elder in the eyes of everyone. You are the one who is tired of living. Ah, what, you actually. Before he finished speaking, the 3 shurikens in the guard's hands flew straight out, and the next second, several shurikens were inserted deep into the body of the elder. Kakashi. I saw that Kakashi didn't speak, and directly attacked the guard, and the guard saw that Kakashi was coming, so he wanted to run away immediately. Want to run? No way. Nara's shadow manipulation directly connected to the shadow of the guard, and Kakashi shouted loudly as if the moment the guard rushed out of the door was frozen. Rachel. A flash of lightning flashed, and the guard slowly fell down. Only then did everyone recover from their awakening, and the heads of the other people who were supporting the elder were also frozen in place. It was not Nara who controlled them, but they were stunned by this sudden change. Kakashi, take off his mask. Tsunade shouted resolutely over there, and Kakashi had this intention, turning over the guard who was stunned on the ground, and when he was about to reach out to pick it up, the guard's bang turned into a chakra fog. Out of instinct, Kakashi immediately retreated out of the fog. Bastard, is it actually a clone? Nara retracted the manipulation technique and cursed to herself, while Tsunade sat down slowly, as if she already knew that things were not that simple, and Kakashi looked at the dissipating mist meaningfully. Everyone, just now Nara discovered the spy and cooperated with me for a good show. Now that the danger has been cleared, you can rest assured. Tsunade regained his strength toward those who were still stunned, and everyone slowly recovered, stood up, and looked at the elder who was hit by the shuriken on the ground. Tsunade arranged. You guys, send this elder to the infirmary for treatment, make no mistake. Yes. Immediately, a few people teamed up to help the elder out, and everyone sat down in confusion, and Tsunade didn't care, and continued to ask. You did this just now to tell me the second rule. Well, the second point, you've already told me about Jongyang's strength. According to your description, he beat Orochimaru and Danzo by himself, and it took a lot of effort. It seems that his strength should be higher than yours. In other words, if you show your full strength, you can compete with several countries. Kakashi looked at Nara without hesitation. He nodded to confirm that what Nara said was correct, and Tsunade did not object. When everyone saw the expressions of the 3 of them, they immediately exploded, and one of them refused to accept it. Said. Don't call an outsider so godlike. After all, we ninjas are all mortal bodies, and no matter how powerful we are, we can't compete with several countries, let alone him. Even our Konoha may not have this kind of ability to compete with several countries. Character. Some people in the whispers at this time immediately disobeyed after hearing this. Although what you said may be a bit exaggerated, Tsunade-sama, because after all, we have never seen this person, but I think there is still a problem with what he said just now. There are people who compete with several countries, but you don't know it, but I still don't believe that a child can have such ancient powers. Tsunade looked at the elders who were arguing even more, gritted their teeth and endured their spittle, but unfortunately they still didn't notice Tsunade's expression, while Kakashi and Nara, who were beside them, were obedient. Retreat to the side, the 2 of them looked at each other with a wry smile. A storm was coming, but how could the scolding people see the flames around them? Chapter 285 The Restoration of Konoha Village. You guys, get me out of the way. This is the council chamber. Not on the street. Tsunade's volcano finally erupted, and even took the table and overturned it directly in front of both sides of the quarrel. When he saw the table flying, he came over, and those who were excited hurriedly pushed them away and shut up immediately, while those who were not excited were still chattering. I saw a fist fell from the sky, and the chattering people felt a strong murderous aura from the sky, but the moment they raised their heads was too late. Only the expressions of sadness and regret were accompanied by a loud bang, and there were several large human-shaped holes in the roof of the council hall, and those who shut up were shivering beside them, thanking that they did not continue to speak. The red light that flashed in Tsunade's eyes looming in the mist made everyone including Kakashi and Nara carry out an idea, that is, don't mess with women. Okay, let's take it easy today, and I'll report tomorrow. Jongyang can join us, Kakashi is in charge for the time being, and Neko's words are up to her personal wishes, and she can be a ninja if she wants to. That's all. Everyone, please step back. Except for Kakashi and Nara, the rest of the people walked away tremblingly. When the two saw Tsunade, they also left. They looked at the big human-shaped hole above their heads helplessly. They could only go back and make plans tomorrow. The quiet village at night slowly extinguished the light, leaving only the bright geckos scattered everywhere. With the passage of time, the time of night gradually passed. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door rang in Jongyang's ear. Looking at Nizi who was waking up with a frown beside him, Jongyang had to force himself to get up, and the knock on the door grew louder as Jongyang approached. Don't knock, it's coming soon. Jongyang rubbed his eyes lazily, and opened the door with a sluggish pace, followed by a figure mixed with enthusiasm and a biting cold wind in the morning. Publicity. Let our youth burn. After hearing about your deeds, I think you are a rare good material, or come with me. Don't. Jongyang looked at Kai, who had a big white-toothed smile in front of him, and immediately replied coldly, and Kai was also hit, and wanted to continue to keep him, but Jongyang looked at Kai, who was still wrapped in bandages, and couldn't help but said helplessly. Brother, let me go, why do you torture me when you're hurt? You and Kakashi are colluding, one doesn't let me show affection, the other doesn't let me sleep well. Is there another one that doesn't let me sleep? I have a good meal. Kai looked at some incomprehensible words spit out by Jongyang with a puzzled face, his head suddenly crashed, and after thinking for a while, he said firmly. Do you mean to let Kakashi and I exercise you while you eat? Jongyang was speechless for a while. Where did he mean this? So he wanted to explain. No, Student Jongyang, needless to say, you can encourage yourself so much and put in so much effort when others are eating. I'm optimistic about you, see you at dinner later. Hey, that's not what I mean. Jongyang, who was interrupted, was about to explain, but Kai took a leap and disappeared directly in front of Jongyang's eyes, and Jongyang's words were suddenly blocked, and then slowly squeezed out. Yes, these two brothers are tossing me, and now I'm going to be tossed even when I eat. The black-bellied Kakashi is even more happy to do this. It's annoying now. After Jongyang muttered to himself, he closed the door and went back to his room to continue sleeping with his head covered, thinking that he would come anyway, so he would have to go along with it. Noba Whirlwind. Kai used the Konoha Whirlwind on Jongyang, who was eating, and saw a strong leg strike with a leg wind hitting Jongyang, and Jongyang is someone who has experienced many battles, to this extent. Jongyang didn't even look at it, and dodged it, but he had seen Hokage himself and knew that Kai's Konoha Whirlwind was more than just a front sweep. The body is also prepared, but the face is still as calm as always and he eats quietly. As expected, Kai immediately turned around and swept his tail, and Jongyang, who had been prepared, jumped up immediately, dodging Kai's blow, but Kai's face did not show the frustration of missing, which made Jongyang strange. Is there an ambush? Ninja Shadow Clone Technique. Jongyang felt the threat coming from above his head. He flew in the air, and then landed and jumped with a big step, and Kakashi's clone followed. 1,000 birds were about to hit Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang suddenly stepped back and turned, letting the to hit Zhang Yang's clone of Kakashi. He lost his target, and let Zhang Yang kick back the chakra fog directly from the side. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 3 shurikens with chakras flew towards Zhang Yang at high speed. Zhang Yang smiled recently, one ducked his head and ducked the other, and then the other turned around and clamped the other with the chopsticks in his hands, while Kai couldn't help. Meaning of time. Ha ha ha, the third one depends on how you hide. Hide, do you still need to hide? Kai was stunned, and Kakashi had an expected expression, watching Zhang Yang throw the shuriken in his hand with chopsticks and directly hit the oncoming shuriken. At the moment of the collision, Kakashi's smile confirmed his guess even more, while Kai couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You are really strong. The 3 were chatting on one side, but they didn't realize that on the other side, Sasuke was secretly looking at this man who was as big as himself but much more powerful than himself, and the fist in his hand couldn't help but squeeze tighter and tighter. I will surpass you and beat you. Zhang Yang and Kakashi didn't know that Sasuke was watching over there, but the 2 of them were tacit, just chatting casually on the spot, looking at it from time to time. In the blink of an eye, it was noon, and everyone was helping to rebuild the village, and now is the busiest time. Almost all the men are helping to rebuild, while the women are handing water to cook. Notice to participate in reconstruction. Only Kakashi took Zhang Yang to the outskirts of the village, while Zhang Yang watched others rebuilding, but walked outside the village himself, which made him doubtful, so he said. Kakashi, who are you? Kakashi, who had already walked to the periphery with Zhang Yang, looked around, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to face Zhang Yang. You must be very puzzled. Why did I bring you out and prevent you from doing those things? You must have guessed a lot. Well, you probably meant to let me guard the village, didn't you? Chapter 286 Illusion. Kakashi looked at Zhang Yang with a teachable expression and nodded, then pointed to the front. You just need to patrol the surroundings, because now the village is either in the hospital or repairing, so this task is handed over to you, no problem. Zhang Yang was a little confused and didn't say anything, but Kakashi was still aware of this fleeting look. Kakashi asked. What's wrong? Is the task too difficult or is there something to hide? Well, not at all. I was thinking, why do you keep wondering why I still entrust such an important job to me? After listening to Kakashi, he also felt that Zhang Yang had indeed received too many questions and difficulties. Kakashi felt that he also had a great responsibility, but this task was also arranged by Tsunade, and everyone agreed unanimously, including the few yesterday. The elders who were sent flying immediately told Zhang Yang about the situation. Oh, so that's the case, you have unanimously passed it, that is to say, have you trusted me? Well, that's exactly what it is. How about it, you can accept this task now. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded, looking at Konoha village behind him and the sheep intestines trail surrounded by tall trees in front of him. He easily followed the route, and Kakashi on the side also nodded, because he was relieved the strength of publicity and the psychological quality that remains unchanged in the face of danger. Do not look back. Someone will come to replace you after sunset tonight, please work hard before you do it again. When Zhang Yang looked back again, Kakashi's shadow had disappeared, and he couldn't help but look back and smiled. This old boy always likes to pit me. According to Kakashi's description, he had to patrol the entire village, and he was only 1/5 of it, which made Zhang Yang sigh. No wonder he said 1 lap of patrol was enough, because it was almost dark after 1 lap. Zhang Yang, who was walking on the road, looked at the unknown flowers and bird calls that appeared from time to time. He couldn't help but feel bored in his heart. He suddenly remembered that there was Fo Lang, and then he talked to Fo Lang while walking. Call Fo Lang, please answer when you receive it. Zhang Yang spoke in his body with his thoughts while walking, but there was no reaction in his body. Zhang Yang thought about it. This TM is too high and cold. Eat my house and live with me, and TM is so arrogant. Zhang Yang, who was so angry, was going to call Fo Lang again. If he didn't reply, he would go in and teach him a lesson, and then he said with a smile on his face. Call. Fran, call. Before Zhang Yang had finished reciting, the inside Fu Lang reacted and said in a thunderstorm-like voice. Everyone knows that if I don't reply to you again, you'll be mad. Zhang Yang didn't care too much, he said as he walked. Hey, just come out. The so-called person who knows the current affairs is Junji. Come out to give me face. If you give me face, you will have benefits. If you have benefits, you will be able to get freedom earlier. With freedom. Stop, don't say it, I don't want any freedom, because once I live alone, the smell will attract all kinds of powerful people to attack me, and it will also attract my nemesis. When Zhang Yang heard him say these things, he was invigorated, so he asked. You still have a nemesis, ha ha ha, tell me, who is it? You don't have to know who it is, and... Hearing his awkward words, Zhang Yang immediately complained uncomfortably. I'll go, and what kind of tone do you add to these two words? He. Human, you are still too young after all. If you listen to what I have said, you may not fall into illusion. After hearing this, Zhang Yang woke up and looked around, and found that he was still in the place just now, but he hadn't stepped out of the way. Zhang Yang noticed that the sky had changed, so he looked up and suddenly found the sky is also red. And Zhang Yang jumped back, and the surrounding scenery also turned red. At this time, he realized that he was now in a red space, and the caster did not know where he gave him such a big gift. Yo, I want to see who is making trouble in the dark, and get out of the way for the labor and management. Zhang Yangxin wanted to trap himself in it if the person didn't come out. If the village was attacked later, then he would have a great responsibility. At that time, he would not be a thief but also a thief. Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, that person did not appear, but some strange clay-like things rose from the ground, and Zhang Yang also knew that these strange things were definitely not for him to pass the time, so he immediately shouted loudly. If I don't come out, I'll burn down here. But apart from those things rising slowly, there was no echo from the others, and Zhang Yang couldn't care about that much, so he shouted directly without the knot. Fire escape, how fireball technique. A huge flame erupted from Zhang Yang's mouth instantly, and wherever he went, those things that rose up were instantly smashed, leaving no residue, and Fu Lang in his body was not secretly admiring Zhang Yang's genius. It is impossible for anyone to do ninjutsu without using the knots of the heart directly. It was only then that he realized why Zhang Yang had to pretend with his hands when he went to support those people that day. It was the fear of being found out. Zhang Yang rotates 360 degrees and burns the strange clay around him. After a while, Zhang Yang gradually stops, and the surrounding is an unremarkable scene. Fu Lang can't help but refresh his understanding of human beings for Zhang Yang again. The fireball technique is a kind of ninjutsu that consumes a lot of chakra. Like burning artillery shells with money, it is a very extravagant chakra ninjutsu. I didn't expect Zhang Yang to feel a little tired after spraying it for dozens of minutes. This can't help but make Fu Lang wonder what level of chakra's publicity has reached, and he can achieve this level without his own help. Fu Lang has only seen 3 people, which makes him fall into the past again. Haha, as expected of the person who saved Konohamiku, I wanted to kill you, but I didn't expect you to live up to your reputation, so I had to show up. After Zhang Yang listened to the sound coming from all directions, a successful smile at the corner of his mouth stayed for a second and then did not appear again, so he resumed his normal look and looked around. At this time, a man who looked as old as Kakashi appeared in front of him. This man had a straight face, but there was a shrewd taste on his face. Wearing yellow clothes did not make Zhang Yang look down on him. Because this person has the smell of an ancient knife. Chapter 287 _ Yo, who are you? I saw that man took a few steps towards Zhang Yang, then stopped in place with a hint of ridicule and looked at Zhang Yang who was asking the question, as if he was confirming something, and Zhang Yang was also very uncomfortable being looked at like this, so he said. I'm asking you about it. The man still didn't speak. He was still observing Zhang Yang's appearance and dress. Zhang Yang couldn't help but get angry. Whether it was hallucinations or not, he went up to fight and said, "Looking at how you look like a capable person, with slender hands and feet, and no strong willpower, let alone outstanding combat skills and powerful weapons, except for the fire you just held on to burn out, you still have a look. It's just that I'm afraid no one can come up with a burning method like yours, so it must be used for some wicked way." Zhang Yang, who was just about to run forward, was stopped by these words. After saying this, the man looked at Zhang Yang with more contempt, and the smile in his eyes became very playful. Fu Lang couldn't help but secretly roared. This person just can't be looked down upon by others. Only he bullies and contempts others. Even I have to give him 3 points. This kid in front of him really doesn't know how high the sky is, and he dares to say such a thing. It's a good show to watch. Zhang Yang also laughed dumbly, looking at the person who trapped him in front of him. He knew in his heart that if he hadn't noticed the smell of the taiku knife, he would have destroyed this illusion long ago, and by the way, he would have killed this person. But Zhang Yang was not impulsive. In order to find out the whereabouts of his knife, Zhang Yang looked at the man. "Hey, do you still have a knife on your body? Take it out and show it to me, or you will die miserably." "Hee hee, you can't kill a chicken with a bull's knife. I can beat you without that knife." The corners of Zhang Yang's mouth rose helplessly and sighed. "The duck has a hard mouth." The man did not respond, but directly launched the battle and rushed towards Zhang Yang. The red in the sky was instantly dyed black by more than half, and the broken jade on the ground gradually began to be repaired. The change is faster than that. A wave of air behind the person, and the air wave is constantly gathering, as if it is merging something. Zhang Yang suddenly flashed to the right, and saw a faint red thorn coming out of nowhere that was dodged by Zhang Yang, and then flew towards the person, but at the moment of passing by Zhang Yang, the thorn evaporated in an instant. Zhang Yang took all this in his eyes, stabilized his body and looked at the red air wave in front of him and the place that had been restored to an ancient warrior. His face suddenly realized. Buying time. Ha ha, what a pity. Hearing what Zhang Yang said, he felt that he was not afraid or surprised, but that he had offended something that made him laugh, as if he was the one who was being toyed with. "How can you be so arrogant in my illusion? You know, I used this illusion to kill Konoha Baya." Zhang Yang's face instantly showed a look of surprise, and after seeing the expression on Zhang Yang's face, the man also smiled proudly and continued to show off. "His mission failed that time, and then I used this loophole to make him unknowingly kill himself because of the mission failure, but no one will know that I am the one who killed the horse. Ha ha ha, are you afraid? Already?" After listening to this, Zhang Yang understood. Emotions use the emotions of others to kill others. But at that time, this person should be as old as Kakashi, although Kakashi's father failed in his mission. Very slow, but still has a certain ability to respond to an illusion. I didn't expect that such an old age could allow him to die silently by himself. This man is indeed a genius. Afraid. When have I ever been afraid? But if you are willing to return the knife and hang out with your brother, I will keep you all right, and there will be more surprises waiting for you. After speaking, Zhang Yang felt as stupid as those advertisements of page games, but he just didn't know where the retract button was. Then see if you have the strength. When Zhang Yang was still thinking about how to save face, Kurama Koda's back flew out the same red spikes as before, but the number had become densely packed. If it was in a specific area, I'm afraid no one could escape this blow. Quotai raised his hands, and the thorns behind him were also ready to go. I saw him say frantically with a more smug voice and a beaten expression. This is an attack that can pierce the soul. If you go on so much, I'm afraid you will be half-lived if you don't die, ha ha ha. Zhang Yang is not afraid of these attacks. For Zhang Yang, a little minion is used for leveling up. Although this guy's strength is generally good, he has found the wrong opponent. The protagonist, and there is also the invincible protagonist aura plus the Amaterasu flame that can be released at any time. Whichever one of these is said is an existence that is casually crushed. In his heart, Jong Young is naturally not afraid of any of his attacks, and he confronts him with an expression that is more beating than Mrs. Kuo. Look how long you can put it on. Come on. Seeing Jong Yang's arrogant appearance, Mrs. Kuo suddenly got up and started to fight. The raised hand closed instantly, and the dense thorns disappeared behind Mrs. Kuo in an instant. Jong Young was already prepared. A huge amount of chakra, and after seeing the spikes disappear, Jong Young spit it out all at once. Fire escape is really a fireball technique. The flames in Jong Yang's mouth erupted directly, just like a volcano erupting violently after being backlogged for hundreds of years. What is this? How can there be such a fierce fire escape? No, it should be his chakra. But why does he still have so many chakras? Quotai's eyes widened as he watched the flames in front of him directly block the flying spikes, but the fire still did not stop. Instead it sprayed directly at Quotai, and Quotai's expression at this time changed from shock to slow. Slow and steady. After seeing the flame coming, it turned into a sinister expression. Jong Young saw Quotai's expression, and instantly realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to withdraw the flame, he was already stabbed in the back by hundreds of spikes. Quotai saw that his conspiracy had succeeded, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it. Those needles in front are just to attract your attention, and this is my space, so my needles can be freely changed to the back of you. Anyone who is hit with these dimensional needles will gradually be time and space are devoured, and every part of the body is completely taken to a place where it does not exist, so that you can't live or die. Chapter 288 Recapture the Taiku Sword. Jong Young said with a hard and weak face. You are so mean. Hearing Jong Young say these words, Quotai laughed even more happily, then he reached into a space where he didn't know what to do. As if he was searching for something, Jong Young watched him do this, and couldn't help but wonder. What are you going to do? Jong Young weakly shouted at the opposite Quotai, and when Quotai saw Jong Young like this, the smug look on his face became even more unbridled. The corners of his mouth almost ran up to his eyes, only to see that he seemed to have found the target, and pulled out of the seemingly simple long knife, then put the knife on Jong Yang's neck and said, "That's the knife you're talking about. Ah, this is." Fu Leng and Jong Young couldn't help laughing out loud. He sighed in his heart that if Jong Yang's acting skills didn't become an actor, it would be a loss to the world. Seeing that he was still pretending, Fu Leng also watched the changes. Familiar. Haha, I didn't expect you to know this sword too. Last time, after a few ninjas were caught by the Anbu staff I led, I found this sword, and at that time I could see that this sword has a powerful force. The power of, so I killed all those people to get this artifact. After speaking, he licked the knife with his tongue, but Jong Young was very disgusted. With a direct thought, the Taiku knife shot out a flame and burned Quotai's eyebrows and hair, and Quotai also subconsciously lost it. Putting down the Taiku knife, he hurriedly slapped the flames on his face with his hands. After he put out the flames, Jong Yang's voice came along with a cool ying thing around his neck not far away. It's really not easy to find this knife. Thank you for coming to give me the knife, and as a gift, I also put on a good show for you to watch. We're even, now it's time for my personal revenge now. Quotai, who moved his hands away, saw that Jong Young was now holding the sharp blade on his neck, and Jong Young didn't have the pain just now. Quotai looked at Jong Young as if he was constipated, and then forced out a few words. Road. You got my attack. Why? It's easy, let me tell you. Mrs. Kuo didn't know what Jong Young was going to do, and looked at Jong Young, who was getting closer and closer, with a horrified expression. He had given up his resistance, and only heard Jong Young say something that made the hair stand upside down in his ear. Because of me, I have already died once. Quotai couldn't help but take a few steps back, and shouted loudly from the inside. He was in a mess now. He didn't know that the current illusion was his space, and when he saw Quotai who had gone mad, Jong Young couldn't help sighing. You will end up hurting yourself. Your current fate is the person you killed before. I accept your ability, then you can go to Konoha village to atone for your sins. Zhang Yang walked slowly to the already crazy Kuo Tai. A neat hand knife stunned Kuo Tai directly, and then asked Fu Lang in his body. Can you help him erase the memory of fighting with me? Including the Taiku knife. This is easy, but everyone already knows your strength, why hide it? Zhang Yang saw that the path in front of him had faded and turned into the original path. After sensing the atmosphere around him, he felt relieved. He carried Mrs. Kuo to the village. Zhang Yang looked at the ancient sword, and simply fused the ancient sword into his body. Fran inside protested loudly. Why do you put everything in it? This knife seems to have a lot of background. Zhang Yang smiled without saying a word, because this knife can only be driven by himself, and other people can't use the power in this knife at all, and this knife still accompanies his two worlds, the blood stains and breath. Let this knife, the knife is even more incomparable. By the way, is there any way you can go faster? Zhang Yang noticed a huge explosion coming from Konoha village. Zhang Yang was naturally anxious. He only walked 1/5 of the time he wasted. If he walked at this speed, he might really. It can only be dark, and I am afraid that earth-shaking changes have taken place inside. Oh this, it's not that there is no way, it's just. Zhang Yang heard that Fu Lang had a solution, but after speaking, he felt that there was something in his words, so he continued to ask. Why, what conditions do you want to make? Zhang Yang naturally knew what Fu Lang wanted, and after seeing Zhang Yang asking himself, Fu Lang said happily. It's just that you will put your knife in it in the future. I will use this knife to practice. There is something on it that is very beneficial to me. In exchange, I will send you to Konoha, and I feel it, around Konoha. There are no other enemies, but now the attack of the enemy inside Konoha is about to hit Naiko. How, this deal is a good deal. Hearing that Nizi was about to be attacked, Zhang Yang immediately looked over and said anxiously. Okay, I promise you, hurry up and send me there. Fu Lang just laughed, as if he was lamenting Zhang Yang's infatuation and human stupidity, but Zhang Yang didn't care about Fu Lang's ridicule. Naiko was right in front of him. Publicity. Naiko's originally terrified expression turned into surprise and tears after seeing Zhang Yang, and hugged Zhang Yang directly, while the people around saw Zhang Yang and a golden light flew directly over, and she was also surprised. Only Kakashi knew what was going on. But seeing the berserk Naruto who was going to attack Naiko behind Zhang Yang, he was about to pounce, and Kakashi shouted. Publicity. Dangerous. Zhang Yang was still immersed in the warmth of the hero saving the beauty. After hearing Kakashi's shout, he couldn't help but feel a chill behind him. He immediately looked back and saw that the nine-tailed Naruto was wrapped in red chakra, and he was walking away from him. I took a picture not far away. I'm going. When did this guy suddenly transform? And there is no task reminder. Zhang Yang hurriedly pulled away Naiko's arms and hurriedly turned around to prepare to fight, but the nine-tailed Naruto suddenly increased his speed. The attack that was originally there came directly to Zhang Yang's eyes in the next second, and Zhang Yang's heart was secretly screaming bad. It's not that Zhang Yang can't take this blow, but that Naiko in his arms may be hurt because of this, and everyone can't help but sweat. Boom. Accompanied by a burst of explosions, the hand of the nine-tailed Naruto hit Zhang Yang, and then a cloud of dust was stirred up. Everyone was shocked by the power of the blow, and a guard who came to participate in the battle said. I'm afraid it's already divided into several paragraphs after this hit. It's so scary. Chapter 289 _ But after Tsunade on the side glared at him, the guard realized that he had said the wrong thing, closed his mouth and looked at Naruto with his hands still in the dust mist. Kakashi frowned, clenching his teeth and thinking in his heart road. If I had been hit just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand up now, not to mention Naiko. If Zhang Yang protects Naiko, I'm afraid the situation will be worse. But some careful people found a problem. Naruto's face was not right, the hostility just now decreased a lot, and the hand hadn't been pulled out. In the words just now, he had already started to destroy Wanton. Just before everyone watching anxiously, when Kakashi and Tsunade exchanged glances and were about to rush up, a dazzling golden light emitted from the dust mist. There was a rare look of fear and submission on Naruto's face. Before everyone could move, a golden light exploded in the smoke, and the dazzling light made everyone unable to open their eyes for a moment. Kyuubi couldn't help but close his eyes. Kakashi and Naiko knew that this was a good thing that the dragon did, and Kakashi couldn't help but blurt out his debut. "Nice job." But a reproachful voice was only heard by Jong Young. "Human beings are human beings. For the sake of love, I would rather not take my own life. If this old man hadn't helped you block a blow just now, I'm afraid you would have been smashed into pieces. I'll talk about the thank you later." After all, a pair of golden dragon claws stretched out from Jong Yang's body that was holding the hand of the nine-tailed Wanaru instantly exerted force, and the golden light suddenly flourished. Those who had finally adapted a little and wanted to look here did not expect that. The light intensified again, and those people couldn't help but turn their backs and rub their eyes. And the nine-tailed control of Naruto was also shattered directly. The red chakra was instantly shattered by the golden light and dragon claws. Losing the power of the nine-tailed, Naruto collapsed directly to the ground, and the dragon claws also disappeared instantly. Everyone who felt the light disappearing carefully turned around and slowly opened their eyes. Although the objects they saw were spinning around, they could only wait for their eyes to recover slowly, but they still saw Jong Young helping Naruto up. Tsunade was overjoyed. Has Naruto's transformation expired? Jong Young was looking at Naiko, and after hearing Tsunade's words, Jong Young smiled at Tsunade. "Well, it's alright. The moment he hit me, he disappeared. Fortunately, he escaped." Kakashi naturally knew. How could Jong Young be hurt by this kind of attack? He couldn't help thinking that he was thinking too much, and looked at Jong Young with relief. Swallows gradually flew over Konoha, and the people below had returned to normal, and they all gathered around Jong Young and praised him for his calmness in the face of danger, and those who had good things asked, "How did you come here just now? Why did you appear in front of us in an instant? How did you do it?" After listening, another person retorted, "Don't you know that? This is the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage. Legend has it that the Flying Thunder God technique can reach where you want to go in an instant, and..." Before the words were finished, another person looked at the humane like an idiot. Flying Thunder God Jutsu doesn't even know many Joninjutsu, and it has been lost for a long time. Where did Jong Young come from to have so many powerful ninjutsu? You say so. After all, the man looked at Jong Young, hoping that Jong Young would confirm his answer. Jong Young looked at the disputing people and smiled wryly, not knowing which side to help. He was in a dilemma, and Kakashi shouted from behind, "Jong Young, did you bring this person back?" Jong Young ran over with a sense of relief, and Naiko ran behind like a follower. Everyone saw that Jong Young was going to leave and wanted to keep it. Who knows that Tsunade, who came to rectify the work later, saw everyone gathered, and immediately questioned loudly, "What are you doing?" After a group of people heard this voice, they ran around immediately. What should they do? Tsunade also sighed and asked Mute next to him, "Am I really that scary?" Mute looked at them and then at Tsunade. Vivi Isho said softly, "That's why they respect you." Tsunade looked at Mute suspiciously, and felt that she didn't seem to be lying, so he figured it out and walked towards Jong Young and Kakashi. "Jong Young, I have seen this person before. He is a member of the Pommel Horse family. Today, when he is outside the village, how could he be knocked unconscious and then carried back by you?" Kakashi was asking Jong Young, and Jong Young was about to tell Kakashi that a voice he thought of later made Jong Young have to make up another reason immediately. "Yo, Kakashi, Jong Young, where are you here? Who is this on the ground?" "Master Tsunade, this is Kota Kurama, who was brought back by Jong Young. For some reason, he was knocked unconscious, and now he was brought back by Jong Young." When Kakashi saw it was Tsunade, he told her what happened without thinking. Jong Young couldn't help but cursed in his heart, "Team Pig." "Well, it's confirmed to be stunned, but who did it? Do you know Jong Young?" Jong Young had no choice but to cut down and tell them what happened. After Jong Young finished telling the story with a grieved face, Kakashi and Tsunade fell into silence, and Kakashi naturally believed in Jongyang. There was an undetectable murderous aura in his eyes. Jongyang couldn't help but wonder if he had said too much, while Tsunade said with a serious face, "Tie him up first, then gather the elders to examine him tomorrow." Seeing Kakashi recalling the past again, Tsunade patted Kakashi on the back and said in a commanding tone, "Kakashi Junin, please restrain your emotions. There is no result yet. If everything Jongyang said is true, then Konoha is in danger." "Well, I'm fine, I just remembered the past. Well, it's okay. In short, I must protect Konoha." After seeing Kakashi rationally awake, Jongyang also breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Kakashi encouragingly, and Kakashi also patted Jongyang on the back and said, "After we lock up Kurama Koda, let's go visit Naruto and Jiraiya." Jongyang nodded, and then found a rope of suitable thickness nearby to tie the unconscious Kurama Koda. The three bid farewell to Tsunade and disappeared into the sight of Tsunade and Mute. "Hey, tell me, how did Jongyang come here just now, and how did that golden light with an unknown attribute of chakra come from here?" "I don't know about that, and Tsunade-sama doesn't have to guess. As Nara said, if Jongyang wants to harm you, no, if he wants to pay back the whole Konoha, with his strength that day, it is enough to destroy the entire Konoha. Since he has confirmed himself now, we don't care about these details." Chapter 290 The Gift of Visiting. Tsunade nodded in agreement, but Mute's bright eyes still caught a trace of Tsunade's doubts, and Mute also guessed. Could it be that Tsunade-sama is just as I guessed, that Ninetales showed a scared expression at the thing in the golden light? The sun in Konoha village is no longer so warm, but a gentle setting sun. Jongyang and Kakashi are standing under the hospital building. Neither of them move. A fly flew to Kakashi's face on. A sneeze broke the silence of the two. Jongyang looked at Kakashi who rubbed his nose. I didn't bring a present, what about you?" Kakashi also smiled heartily. "Well, haha, I didn't bring it either." The two looked at each other for a while and smiled bitterly. Kakashi touched his body and found that there was an unused notebook and a piece of candy. The proud look on his face immediately showed, looking at Jongyang who was searching for him, and Jongyang saw look at this, and unconvincingly took out a space-time fragment. "This is..." Jongyang couldn't find anything to send on his body. During the search, he suddenly remembered that there was still a space-time shard in his body that was punched into the body. As long as the soul does not die, this shard will not disappear. Now it seems that this has helped Jongyang a lot. Although I can't take it out myself, it's an easy thing to get rid of from. "Why, isn't it expensive?" "No, this contains a very powerful energy. If it is used correctly, I am afraid it will get an incredible power. How can you be willing to take out such a good thing?" After hearing Kakashi say this, Jongyang took a closer look and found that there was indeed a huge power inside, so he asked about Folang in his body. "Farang, do you know what the energy in here is?" After a long while, Folang replied lazily. "There is the energy of time and space, that is, a rare type of chakra. If it is used correctly by a person, with some ninjutsu, I am afraid it will play an unexpected role." After listening to Fu Lang's explanation, Jongyang regretted why he didn't pierce a few more times at that time, but then he thought about it and laughed angrily at his own second-hand thoughts. Seeing Jongyang staring at the space-time fragments in a daze, he asked, "Then how can you send two people when you only have one?" Only then did Jongyang wake up from the conversation, looked at Kakashi embarrassedly, and said with the back of his head, "Oh, I still have a stone on my body to give, let me find it." Kakashi couldn't help but wonder. Stone? What kind of stone? Only a child can give a stone to someone. Fuck you, wait for me to find. Why can't I find it? Jongyang slowly recalled that after he put the chakra stone in his pocket that day, he never took it out. The only time he took it out was. "Naiko, did you see that black stone? It's the one I took out from my sleep last night." Jongyang turned to Nizi and said, expecting Nizi to give him an affirmative answer. Seeing Jongyang like this, Nizi took out a stone from her arms and said with a smile. Haha, I knew you would lose everything, so you can take it away for you, promise, take it. Jongyang took the stone gratefully, and couldn't help touching Nizi's head. Why are you so cute? Kakashi couldn't stand it any longer and walked forward and turned back. The show is on again. Naiko and Jongyang looked at Isho, said nothing, and followed Kakashi into the hospital. Yo, Jiraiya-senpai, we're here to see you. Kakashira gate of opening saw Jiraiya lying on the bed reading a book, and greeted with a smile, and Jiraiya also heard someone, hurriedly hid the book, looked at the few people who came with a smile, and then greeted. Oh, come, haha, come, sit. Then he pointed to the chair next to him and motioned the three to come and sit down and talk. Kakashi nodded, and took Jongyang and the two to sit in front of Jiraiya. And just as Jongyang sat down, Jiraiya asked shamelessly. Where's my condolence gift? Kakashi said helplessly. Senior Jiraiya, Jongyang has just come to Konoha after all. I'm afraid it's not good for you to be direct like this. Oh, that's what I said, hee, then yours will be exempted, I will only need Kakashi's. Jongyang also laughed. Seeing that Jiraiya's smile was so contagious, the three of them laughed involuntarily, and Kakashi took out a brand new book after condolences, and Jiraiya was also satisfied. Smiled. Haha, Kakashi, you still know me, I just need a notebook to record, you really helped a lot. Haha. Jongyang saw that Kakashi sent it, so naturally he was not idle, and immediately took out the chakra stone. As for why he wanted to send this, Jongyang had already thought about it, because according to the direction of the plot, Jiraiya will definitely be in the end. He died, and a large part of the reason for his death was the lack of chakra supply. If he had this stone, Jiraiya would have come back alive. Oh, this stone is filled with a huge amount of chakra. Jongyang, did you get this in the trial ground? Well, this stone is of no use to me anyway, so I'll give it to you for a speedy recovery. Your gift is so much better than Kakashi's. Jiraiya also took the stone and played with it like a baby. His eyes were haunted, and Kakashi naturally complained with a face of resentment. Hey, gifts are not meant to be used for comparison. Jongyang said to Kakashi with a smile. Forget it, anyway, this stone will definitely save his life, so don't hold grudges. The atmosphere in the air instantly solidified. Jiraiya stopped playing with the stones, and Kakashi looked at Jongyang. How do you know that the stone will save his life? And as far as I know, this stone only has chakra and has no other effect. After listening to Kakashi, Jiraiya also looked at Jongyang with more doubts, and Jongyang felt a chill in his heart, wondering why his mouth owed so much, and said everything that should be said and should not be said. Jongyang, I haven't asked you yet, did you really not know us before again? Jiraiya's suspicious eyes got closer and closer, and Kakashi also asked. You, what do you know? Seeing the two aggressive postings, Jongyang didn't know how to make it up, and Jiraiya wanted to say something. Naiko suddenly took out a book from behind Jiraiya and turned it over, and Yu Guang saw that Naiko was reading holding a book that he was familiar with. He couldn't help but jumped up and said. Don't look. Chapter 291 Chaos Chi. The frozen atmosphere was instantly shattered. 1 second before Jiraiya took back the book, Naiko had already understood the contents and screamed with a blushing face. Ah, pervert. While talking, he threw the book to Jiraiya, and Jiraiya flew to catch the book, but his body couldn't control it in midair and rushed towards Naiko, and when Naiko saw Jiraiya also pounced, immediately stunned. Jongyang was willing to let others touch Naiko, his eyes widened, and he was ready to step back to Zilai. But at this moment, a vision suddenly occurred. The door of the room was suddenly opened, and Jiraiya, who was about to pounce on Naiko, was kicked back by a person at the door. Kakashi and Jongyang looked at it and realized that it was Tsunade, who came to visit. Let her see this scene, and it would definitely make her Jiraiya want to do something wrong again, and he would start a fight when he rushed up. Master Tsunade, be merciful, he didn't mean it just now. Naiko only reacted and looked at the pitiful Jiraiya who was about to be beaten by Tsunade, but Tsunade was still a little angry, and Kakashi also said good things. Yeah, look, he's injured now. If you fight again, he might have some sequelae. Tsunade then let go of the hand holding Jiraiya's collar, stood up and walked towards Naiko to ask. Are you all right? Well, I'm fine. Seeing that Naiko was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although this old pervert is a bit lustful, he won't have any bad ideas. Don't worry, if he dares to do anything, remember to tell me, and I will take care of him. After saying that, I saw it from Jiraiya's side, and waved the fist on his hand. Jiraiya swallowed his saliva and crawled back to bed obediently, while Kakashi and Jongyang also swallowed their saliva, the thoughts in their hearts. It goes without saying. By the way, we still have to go to see Naruto. Time is running out. Senior Jiraiya, let's go first. After finishing speaking, Kakashi and Jongyang walked out without considering Jiraiya's retention. At the moment when the door was closed, Jongyang seemed to hear the voice of heartbreak, but Jongyang also Kakashina said about this kind of domestic violence. Z also had no right to speak, and walked directly to Naruto's ward. After some twists and turns, everyone found the place where Naruto was, and before they got in, they heard someone screaming inside. Don't. A girl's voice rang in the ears of the three, and Kakashi took the lead in hitting gate of opening and asked loudly. What happened? Hinata, who was screaming in front of her eyes, looked at Naruto with tears in her eyes, looking aggrieved, while Toa and Shino, who were talking in Hinata's ear, seemed to have succeeded in their conspiracy, when they saw Kakashi suddenly fight. Gate of opening shouted, startling both of them, and Akamaru on the ground let out a strange cry, and when he saw Kakashi, he went up to smell it. Hey, what happened? Kakashi saw that there was nothing serious, except for Hinata. The two looked very happy just now, and they knew in their hearts that they were making fun of Hinata. This, Shino, you said. After hesitating for a while, Ya looked at Shino rode beside him, and Shino was doing his best in a serious manner. We told Hinata Naruto was dying, we didn't expect her to be so sad. Kakashi looked at the two of them and didn't know what to say, so he comforted Hinata Road. Hinata, don't believe what they say. Naruto is fine, he just passed out with too much force, don't worry too much. Hinata wiped her tears and looked at Kakashi, then nodded, and Naiko also stepped forward to sit next to Hinata, and the two stepped aside and stood up. Wong wong wong. Akamaru looked at Jongyang in fear, and screamed at Jongyang, showing a look of fear. Tooth was also confused by Akamaru, and stepped forward to comfort him. Hey, Akamaru, calm down, what's going on, calm down. But Akamaru kept yelling at Jongyang, causing everyone to not know what was going on. Strange, Akamaru is very docile, what's the matter today? Hinata also felt that something was wrong when he saw Akamaru making a fuss, so he asked Jongyang with his teeth. Is there anything strange about you, or poison or something? Hey, who would bring that kind of thing? Jongyang couldn't help complaining, he didn't need to learn the plot from Snow White if he wanted to kill someone, and then said. Everyone, wait for me for a while. Everyone watched Jongyang slowly back out and close the door, and they didn't know what Jongyang was going to do. At this time, Akamaru on the ground was back to normal and didn't scream anymore. Naiko thought that Jongyang was hurt and asked Kakashi, but Kakashi said. Haha, why is he so fragile? He went to eliminate the smell. Remove the smell. Kakashi nodded and didn't say anything, but Shino at this time saw Naruto's eyes slowly opening. Shino was surprised and didn't have time to inform everyone, and Naruto groaned. Ah, this is. Hearing Naruto's voice, Hinata was the most excited, and Hinata hurriedly stepped forward to look at Naruto. Naruto-kun. Great, you finally woke up. At this time, the atmosphere was cheerful again, and when he heard the sound from inside, Jongyang at the door also guessed that Naruto had woken up, so he took the time to dive into the sea of consciousness. Don't go to the Three Treasures Hall. Why are you here again? Zhang Yang looked at his sea of consciousness. A large fog shrouded the surroundings, and the only thing that could tell the direction was Fu Lang's lantern-sized eyes shining in the fog. How did it become as smoky as the New Year's fireworks? Zhang Yang asked while fanning the gathered gas, while Fu Lang enjoyed the mist very much, took a breath and said lazily. You humans don't understand, this is the chi of chaos, that is, the gas that gave birth to me in the ancient times. I am very comfortable in it, like returning home. Looking at the behemoth that was intoxicated in front of him, Zhang Yang couldn't help scolding. You made me smoky in here, you are comfortable, but now the dog smells the smell and won't let me in. You want to go against me, right? Tell me where these eyes come from. Seeing that Zhang Yang was a little unhappy, Fu Lang snorted proudly, opened his mouth and sucked in all the gas. Only then did Zhang Yang comfort a lot, and thought to himself. It seems that this dragon still listens to me, and thought he was going to fight him again. Fu Lang looked at Zhang Yangdao extremely unhappily. Tell me, what else do you have to do with me? Zhang Yang looked at Fu Lang, who would not let him smoke marijuana, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and then said slowly. Well, let the gas out at night, but be honest with me during the day. Hee, I didn't expect you to be quite reasonable. Chapter 292 Misunderstanding. Zhang Yang is very happy to know that it is neither cold nor indifferent, and Zhang Yang is also puzzled. I seem to have smelled my knife in this mist just now. Where is my knife? Fu Lang twisted his body and slowly extended in front of Zhang Yang, and then spit out the taiku knife from his mouth. Zhang Yang seemed to understand something, and Fu Lang also said to himself. You should thank me, your knife has become sharper and more flexible under my tempering. Of course, there are many functions, wait for you to discover it yourself. Zhang Yang ignored Fu Lang's self-argument and jumped out of the sea of consciousness after exhorting a few words. A nurse walking in front of him was looking at Zhang Yang with a blank face and wanted to go forward to check, but Zhang Yang also woke up at this time. When I came over, I saw a person in front of me so close to me, and suddenly screamed strangely. Oh, I'm a motherfucker. The nurse saw that Zhang Yang suddenly moved, and was so frightened that he stepped back again and again. One fell to the ground without standing still, and Zhang Yang slipped his feet and jumped up without paying attention. What's the matter? What happened? The people inside were happy for the awakened Naruto, but they didn't want to hear the screams from outside, and everyone hurried out to see, Naiko said anxiously. I said it was a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Zhang Yang was lying on the ground pressing the nurse, and seeing the eyes of everyone, Zhang Yang turned his head to look at everyone embarrassed, while Naiko looked incredible, and Kakashi fanned the flames. Yo, are you looking for a new one so soon? It's good to be young, ha ha ha. Zhang Yang was at a loss for words. Seeing that Kakashi not only did not help him, but fanned the flames, he couldn't help but glared at Zhang Yang. Kakashi also shrugged and spread his hands. Looking at Zhang Yang was also messed up for a while, and he felt that this pot should be the back of Fu Lang. Are you going to keep pressing me like this? Only then did Zhang Yang notice the nurse underneath, and his face was close to prepare to apologize. Unexpectedly, the nurse thought he was about to get up, so he raised his head first. The moment Zhang Yang turned his head, the atmosphere instantly froze, and Zhang Yang felt the soft lips. And also vaguely felt that a woman full of anger beside her was on the verge of breaking out. Well, Naruto seems to say he's hungry, I'll go in and have a look. The rest of the people also swallowed. Then I suddenly remembered that my bugs haven't been fed yet, so let's say goodbye first. After all, the insects on Shino covered him and then slowly dispersed with the insects. This guy, Shino, is so despicable, he actually runs so fast. After seeing Kakashi and Shino leaving first, Ya looked at Naiko next to him and said in a low voice, and Akamaru beside him seemed to feel some kind of threat. They also ran out together. Now there are only angry Naiko and Zhang Yang in the corridor, and the nurse also ran away shyly. What is this? Zhang Yang looked at the nurse's back and muttered to himself. Nizi saw Zhang Yang's back looking at the nurse walking away, and became even more angry. Zhangyang didn't even know it, but Fulang in his body had already sensed Naizi's momentum, kindly hinted. Hey, Zhangyang, Nico seems to be a little dangerous. Look back, anyway, good luck. After leaving this sentence, Zhangyang entered reality from shock, and Zhangyang slowly turned his head and thought. It has to be made clear anyway, it's better to settle the matter now. After giving himself a cardio tonic, Zhangyang turned his head sharply, and Nico had already run far away, and Zhangyang, who was about to explain it, was out of action in an instant. What else are you looking at? Hurry up and chase it. Kakashi suddenly appeared and preached to Zhangyang, and Hinata and the injured Naruto also came out to cast a positive look at Zhangyang. Looking at the sudden appearance of several people, they couldn't help but complain. So you've been eavesdropping over there? No, what's the matter? It just feels weird that you guys didn't say anything, just come out and take a look. Zhangyang thought. The weird thing is how many of you. Hinata raised her voice at this time. Look, Nico ran out of the village. Zhangyang didn't bother to complain anymore. He looked out the window and found that Naizi was running into the field alone with tears in his eyes. Zhangyang screamed in his heart, because this hospital is just a line away from the village. Although there are people guarding it, some people go out. No one will ask any more questions. No, I have to go after her right away, or it will be bad when it gets dark. Well, hurry up and go. After Zhangyang finished speaking, a group of people hurriedly urged. Zhangyang didn't say anything and immediately ran over. Looking at Zhangyang's back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi looked at Zhangyang's back with schadenfreude at this time. Aiya, this child really will come this far. It really is the hero who is saddened by the beauty, haha. But the appearance of the two next to them was not very good, Naruto asked. Well, Kakashi-sensei, it's so late now, is there any danger? Yes, Kakashi-senpai, will Zhangyang encounter anything if he goes after him alone? Kakashi waved his hand with a relaxed smile, interrupting Hinata's guess. Haha, I may still worry about others, and I've followed up long ago, but if you're public, don't worry. The two looked puzzled, and were about to ask, when the bugs on one side suddenly gathered into the shape of a person, which shocked Hinata, and the person inside the bug opened the mouth before they could fully come out. I also want to know why, and I have to listen too. Kakashi naturally knew who it was, and did not panic, but complained slowly. Shino, don't hide in the corner next time and get out, or you'll scare the girls. That's right, you're too rash. Naruto comforted Hinata on the side and joined Kakashita by the way. Shino on the ground had already faded away the bugs and showed his original appearance during the conversation between the two, and looked at Hinata in embarrassment and apologized. Well, I'm sorry to scare you, Hinata, forgive me, my worm escape technique is always silent, I will tell you in advance next time. Well, it's alright, I was just taken aback. Kakashi looked at the three children helplessly. It was hard to imagine what they would be like in the future. But at this time, with the arrival of a dog bark, Ya also ran to the three of them and panted. Akamaru dragged me away so far, I don't know whether to thank him or punish him. Chapter 293 Zhangyang's Secret. Seeing Ya running over like this, Kakashi naturally guessed it, and immediately told everyone. Aren't you all here to hear the secret? I'm a little curious why you believe so much that he can arrive safely with Neko alone. My thoughts are the same as. Shino. Kakashi stopped him from speaking and motioned for him to finish breathing before speaking, while Naruto on the side suddenly cried out in pain. It hurts. Hinata on the side looked at Naruto distress-edly, and said anxiously on his face. Naruto-kun, are you alright, where does it hurt? After standing outside for a long time, my whole body started to hurt, and now my feet don't obey me. Okay, I'll take you in right away. Kakashi had already seen Hinata's feelings for Naruto, and he didn't step forward to intervene, so he let Hinata help Naruto in, and Kakashi watched everyone go in. Then just close the door. Aha tilde, it's much more comfortable. The look of pain on Naruto's face, who was placed on the bed, also subsided a lot. Hinata patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Naruto was quiet and puzzled. Hey, I remember what Kakashi-sensei was going to say just now. Shino and Toga thought hard on the side, as if there was something important to say just now, but Hinata said it without thinking. Senior Kakashi is going to say why he is at ease and chasing after him alone. Except for Kakashi, the three of them suddenly realized when they heard this. Their mouths opened in front of the two, and Kakashi slowly walked to the window and said, "Haha, it's actually nothing." At this time, Naruto began to rush from the hospital bed. How could it be nothing? Kakashi-sensei, hurry up and say it. The irritable Naruto twisted his neck all of a sudden, and instantly lay down, covering his neck and shouting that it hurt, and Hinata also gently went over to rub Naruto a few times, and told him not to move. You tilde haha, don't be so impatient, just listen to me finish. A few people ended up saying nothing after the episode just now, and me and Chimuru was ready to listen to Kakashi. The sunset by the window was getting redder and redder, and Kakashi's back was shrouded in red. He couldn't help sighing by the window. Such a red sunset means that the moon is coming out soon. Kakashi continued after a pause. Can you face a genin who uses illusion alone? Facing Kakashi's sudden rhetorical question, everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you, and they all shook their heads and said, how is it possible? Even if we become Chunin, it will be very difficult to defeat a single-handed illusionist. A smile on the corner of Kakashi's mouth was seen by everyone, and Fang asked, Kakashi-senpai, what are you laughing at? Kakashi turned his head at this time. Zhang Yang can face the Chunin who knows high-level illusions by himself and retreat, and he can even fight with Shangnin. What? Facing the shock of everyone, Kakashi also guessed that this was a natural expression, just like when he saw Zhang Yang, he also had the same expression, so he continued. And his strength is still hidden. You said, does a person with strength above the entire Konoha still need our protection? When Naruto heard that Zhang Yang was so strong, he suddenly remembered his father, gritted his teeth at the corners of his mouth, and couldn't help roaring unwillingly. I will definitely be a better person than him. Kakashi couldn't turn his head to attack Naruto. Although it was out of reach, Kakashi decided to praise Naruto's spiritual path. Well, I'm optimistic about you, come on. Naruto. Hearing Kakashi's encouragement and everyone's eyes, Naruto became more confident, and instantly raised his hand to look full of energy. He didn't think his hand was pulled, and he rolled Naruto on the bed in pain. Back and forth, Hinata also worried and comforted. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Ah, of course. Kakashi went directly to tap Naruto's neck. Naruto instantly quieted down, and Ya looked at Kakashi suspiciously. That, Kakashi-senpai, are you? This kid is too worry-free. If he is allowed to go crazy like this, it is estimated that he will have to be bandaged again. After listening to Kakashi's explanation, Hinata looked at Naruto who had fallen asleep with peace and pity, and murmured. Sir Naruto. The room was quiet for a while, and Shino asked Kakashi again with the spirit of asking a little master. That's right, Senior Kakashi, but Zhang Yang is always looking for someone outside alone. No matter how powerful he is, he will have mistakes. After listening to this, the tooth on the side also nodded and then echoed. Yes, Zhang Yang is still as ignorant of the outside world as we are, and he also lacks combat experience. Kakashi turned his back and seemed to be thinking about something. Kakashi thought that Kakashi didn't take this into consideration. Speaking, the two said anxiously. We want to go out and find Zhang Yang and Naiko together. Kakashi turned his head slowly. I just picked my nose just now. Why are you so worried about Zhang Yang? The three people, including Hinata, had black lines on their faces, while Shino was facing Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, let's go. Yes. Look. Enough. Before Kakashi could finish speaking, Kakashi sternly interrupted the two of them to ask for a conversation, then slowly got up, put his hands behind his back, took a few steps forward, and then turned his whole body around, one eye shining brightly. Looking at the three people. Who told you that Jongyang belongs to one person? After listening to these words, the three of them looked at each other, and Kakashi made a toad look at this time, and everyone instantly understood and said in unison. Jongyang has a psychic beast. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction, and the expressions of the three on the side were even more incredible. On the other side, Jongyang went to the depths of the forest with Naiko, shouting as he walked. Naiko, I was wrong. Come out quickly. But shouting all the way like this, Jongyang's voice was almost hoarse. Jongyang was too tired to take it anymore. He directly supported the nearest tree and stood up, thinking secretly in his heart. I saw her coming this way just now. How could she disappear in a blink of an eye? According to my speed, her speed is really slow. As long as you see the back, you should be able to catch up, but I don't know why. He always slips away at that moment like a ghost. The god of death. This is a very beautiful island. The sky is blue, the sea boundary merges with the skyline, the seagulls fly over and neigh, the waves kiss the sand, and some peasant women on the shoal are picking up oysters left by the tide. The children ran after each other, barefooted on the beach, giggling. The men fishing left the fishing boat early, leaving behind the women and children. The hard work of fishing was only in exchange for the joy of their wives and children. Hey, Asan, do you see someone here? A 7 or 8-year-old child was helping her to pick up oysters, but she saw a person fainted not far away, so she called a friend and asked happily road. Senpai Dian ran over to take a look, touched the man's sturdy arm again, and finally showed his little deciduous teeth. He wanted to take a bite, but was grabbed by the woman who was chasing after him. Damn son, bite everything. Looking at the man on the ground, he raised his eyebrows. Oh, why is this man so handsome? Asan's mother knelt down and probed the man's breath, and then heaved a sigh of relief. After all, it would be too unreasonable to die at her hands. A few aunts came along, and when they saw the person's appearance, their legs were too weak to move their feet. Asam's aunt was not strong enough by herself, so she had to drag these aunts to help her get the person back. Aunt must be happy to eat tofu openly. The aunts discussed at length. This is definitely an outsider. How can there be such a handsome boy in our village? This remark made Asan's mother a blank eye. She is the only one here who has read books and is a little literate. She curled her lips and said, it's not clear that it's left on the beach, and even a fool can see that it's from outside. The key is that where are the people from? If you don't have a background, you can say it, but if you have a background, it will be hard. She knows how vast the outside world is. If this person is a powerful person, she might wake up and think that they have harmed him, and then it will be miserable. Asaniang, just tell the truth, this person is not saved or not. A woman in sackcloth listened impatiently. A few aunts glanced at Asan's mother and hesitated. Although they were all from the countryside, they knew something about these things. They were not ignorant people. Save, why don't you save? It's also a life. Although the man's clothes were torn, he looked good, and he knew at a glance that he was a rich family, but he didn't know how to get here, and he didn't see any wounds on his body. But fell into a coma. It is estimated that he was dizzy after being soaked in seawater for a long time. It is normal for children to do this. Take him back, go back and cook some ginger soup for him. It is estimated that this person will wake up. Asaniang took a look in her heart and decided to ask these aunties to help her carry this person back. Saniang's house is not very big, but it is clean and tidy. This is due to Asaniang's diligence and conscientiousness, as well as some cultural upbringing. As Saniang followed several aunts to pick up the man at sea and put it in her master bedroom, she went out to make soup for him. Ginger has the effect of dispelling yin and dampness. Many people at the beach have reserves, so Asaniang took some old ginger and started to make soup. Inside the room, Zhang Yang, who fainted, opened his eyes. Yourself. Still alive. He stretched out his hand, swayed left and right, stretched his 5 fingers, and the familiar feeling of dominating his body made Zhang Yang's eyes light up. The last picture in his consciousness, he remembered clearly that he and the old man perished together. Why is he still alive now? Zhang Yang frowned and sat up suspiciously. The entrance is a dilapidated room, but it is very clean and everything is neatly placed. The things in the house bear the traces of time, which is obviously worn out. Where is this? Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows. This house has a very strong sea smell. Not very good, but definitely not pungent. He tried to get up slowly, but his body suddenly emptied. The weak feeling from his lower body made Zhang Yang helplessly grin. He can now clearly conclude that the place he is in should be an island, because he heard the vague sound of waves crashing on the shore. How did you get here? In the final decisive battle, he fought with the mentality of seeing death as if at home, but now he is still alive, and it has to be said that God blesses him. But, what about his companions? Where have they been? A sense of crisis suddenly surged in Zhang Yang's heart, and he was alone. What's going on? Zhang Yang sat up with difficulty. His body was extremely weak, and anyone who saw his haggard appearance would not believe that this was the one who used to be the god of death, Zhang Yang. Not to mention that those people don't believe it, it's just that Zhang Yang himself doesn't believe it. Oops, you're awake. That's great. Sanyang pushed the door with Zhang Tang and came in. Just when she saw Zhang Yang sitting up, she quickly walked over with joy. Come on, drink it, it's good for your health. Zhang Yang was stunned. You are the owner of this family. He opened his mouth. His voice was rough because he hadn't drank water for a long time, but he could still hear the low magnetism of the past. Ouch, this guy's voice is not ordinary. Sanyang felt that her ears were about to become pregnant. Yeah, Sanyang wondered why this person was asking herself why she was here. I saw you on the beach, passed out and brought you back. Passed out. Beach. Zhang Yang's brain was running at a high speed, raised his eyebrows and took over the ginger soup. The smell of the black soup was very pungent. Even if he was very well trained, Zhang Yang couldn't help but show a trace of disgust in his eyes. As Sanyang saw the disgust in Zhang Yang's eyes, she couldn't help but feel anxious and smiled shyly. This rheumatism treatment is good for you. When Zhang Yang heard that it was good for him, he stopped being hypocritical. Although the smell was particularly unpleasant, he closed his eyes, opened his mouth and took a big gulp. Sanyang looked at her heartily. This person was exquisite and handsome, and at first glance, he was either rich or expensive, and he seemed to be easy to get along with. If she wanted to save him, she would be fine. How do you feel? Taking the bowl that Zhang Yang handed over after drinking, Sanyang asked with a smile. It tastes very strange. Zhang Yang's face turned green, and the smell of ginger made his throat sting when he drank it. Sanyang didn't take it seriously. She went straight out, but said with a smile, the family is poor and there is no sugar, otherwise the taste will be better. Zhang Yang frowned, got out of bed, and went out with her. Zhang Yang felt that being impoverished was almost the same as he is now. Before he became famous, although he was poor, he had never experienced such hardships. The shed was leaking everywhere, and the house he stayed in was actually the cleanest. The kitchen was placed in the open air, and the pots and pans were all shabby, but not dirty, which was enough to show Sanyang's care. As Sanyang was busy at home, she started cooking on a fire. Island. Outside there was a child squatting on the ground to play. Zhang Yang walked over slowly. He was still very weak, and it was very uncomfortable to move with force, so he could only come slowly. The child was piling up sand, but there was a bucket of water next to it. Whenever the castle took shape, he poured it down a little with water, and then the sand got wet. What are you doing? Zhang Yang stood aside and watched, puzzled. He should actually be very concerned about where he is now, but his mind is almost blank. He is exhausted, all his strength is useless, and death is so desolate. I'm stacking things. the little boy said in a milky voice. Where is this place? Zhang Yang looked around. The sea was very beautiful, but the people felt quite sparse. The little boy tilted his head, a little puzzled, as if he didn't understand what he was asking. This is the island, not where. The little boy said seriously. Zhang Yang felt that his head had crashed. Can't tell with kids. Zhang Yang turned his head to find Asaniang. Zhang Yang's mind is very confused now, and he is very worried about his friends. However, the demeanor of a strong man who has been in a high position for a long time made him understand that if he cares about this matter, he will be in chaos, and he must be calm. Asaniang was cooking, crouching on the ground and constantly fanning the stove in the stove. Zhang Yang didn't ask Saniang if he had seen his friends. At this moment, he had a simple inference in his heart. It might be because they were too strong during the battle and shattered the space, so he was sucked into the space vortex, causing him to appear here. If his assumptions are correct, then this world will definitely be different from another world, which can also explain why he is completely powerless, and all his abilities are useless. Maybe he can continue to infer that his friend fell into another time and space, and it will be more interesting to infer that way. But it's useless to deduce it. Zhang Yang's top priority is to find people, and it's no use finding people. Zhang Yang felt so entangled and helpless in his heart. It is really helpless. There is a deep sense of powerlessness that spreads in my heart. He is a dignified death, but at this moment there is nothing he can do. Holy Land. Ron's Temple. This is a splendid Gothic building with frescoes of holy angels everywhere. The temple covers a very large area, about 100 acres of land. In the center of the temple, some people in white robes spread out and surrounded a person in the center. Jobserner, today is your time to die. Wearing white armor and carrying 6 wings, the holy angel Luena held the brilliant holy sword, pointed at the man in black surrounded by them, and shouted sternly. Jobserner curled his lips in disdain. Isho glanced at the people surrounding him contemptuously, and said indifferently, could it be that you are still as naive as before? Luena, do you think these people can trap me? Luena frowned. He knew Jobserner's strength. Although he was strong, in the face of so many temple elites and her siege, Jobserner was almost like a fish on their chopping block, allowing her to slaughter. Where did he get so much confidence? Jobserner looked frivolously up and down Luena's moving body wrapped in white armor, and couldn't help showing a lewd smile. Luena felt her hair stand on end, and it felt like she was being stared at by a snake. Luena, since we broke up, I haven't touched you for a long time. Why don't I take you back and warm my bed today? Jobserner showed a lewd smile, and used his expression to molest Luena. Luena suddenly felt as disgusting as eating flies. How could she ever be molested by someone so dignified as a saint? This man, Jobserner, is simply too much. The elites below looked at each other in dismay. They just seemed to hear that this Jobserner and their saintess have had an affair. Jobserner, you are deceiving people too much. Saint Luena was angry, and the consequences were serious. Luena gritted her silver teeth and raised the brilliant holy sword in her hand. Jobserner narrowed his eyes and recognized that it was Saint Luena who was using her strongest skill, the Sword of Judgment. This shit. Anyway, they used to be better, but now it's a big move, and it's really ruthless. Jobs irritated his teeth in anger. Luena is really a jerk. She was so good to him at the beginning, but now she is holding a sword against herself, and her heart is broken into scum. Of course, at this moment, he completely forgot how he would have been caught by Luena if he didn't want to steal Zippo, the town hall of Ron's temple. Fortunately, he was lucky. The old guys in the temple are all here now. There was an accident outside a relic guarding the treasure, and only Saint Luena was left to lead her elites to guard the temple. This Jobserner is really bold, and even dares to steal the things of the temple, but he does not know that the temple is one of the 2 strongest forces in Ren today. The temples are spread all over the world, and the power is extremely tyrannical and invincible. Their opponent, the Shira temple, was eyeing the tiger, and their power was almost the same as theirs. When the temple discovered a ruin, the Shira temple also got the wind, knowing that all the people in the temple were empty, so they sent Jobs Erna to Ron Branch. Steal the treasure of the town hall. Jobs Erna is the #1 assassin in the Asura Hall, and in terms of strength, he is the top 10 strongest in the Asura Hall, a young and strong man. But I didn't expect that the person guarding the temple was actually Jobserner's predecessor, Saint Luena. It is said that these two people have a lot of grievances and hatreds, childhood sweethearts back then, life and death enemies today. Luena stared at Jobserner coldly, her silver teeth rattling. It was this heartbreaker who caused her family to perish back then. Jobserner raised his eyebrows, curled his lips, Isho, and the fair skin on his handsome face was enough to make many women jealous. Luena's eyes were cold, and the brilliant holy sword in her hand was raised high and aimed at Jobserner. Jobserner didn't choose to hide. He was an assassin, and his skills against knights were clear. Luena curled her lips coldly. It was ridiculous. Did you think he was an assassin and could escape this blow? This is a trick that I have specially learned to deal with assassins. It comes with a lock-on skill and doubles the crit. Do you really think that he can dodge with a fast body shape? This is her strongest ultimate move, without any reservations. Jobserner wants to avoid it as a fantasy. Luena was gaining momentum at the moment, and everyone surrounded Jobserner. Jobserner's forehead was full of blue veins. This woman really wanted to kill him to be reconciled. The temple elites felt the strength of Luena's sword, and their faces changed. It turned out that the usually so gentle Saintess Luena was so angry. Luena looked at Jobserner coldly. Isho. Enemy, take your life. She swayed her hand gently, full of leisurely rhythm, and the strongest blow, the sword of judgment, stabbed out leisurely. Jobserner felt that he was locked in an instant, and he couldn't help but be in a mess. The assassin was all about disappearing without a trace. Now that he was locked by the knight, it was almost a dead end. However, how could he, Jobserner, be one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Asura Hall? How could he be so unreasonable? This dead woman actually wanted to kill him, so don't blame him for being ruthless. He tapped the ground with his toes, suddenly flew into the air, and turned around abruptly, showing a sinister smile to Luena, whose eyes were full of shock. His Luna, even after so many years, is still cute and silly. Like now. Jobserner's first skill, the phantom figure, the people below only felt that the eyes flashed, and Jobserner came to Luena's side. Luena's eyes suddenly widened. This person, is he dying? This is a locked skill. Except for hitting the target, there is no way to avoid it. Wait a minute, Jobserner rushed towards her. This is to perish. Luena suddenly felt that the world didn't love her anymore. Why was she so stupid that she forgot that he also had a tasteless first skill, the phantom figure? This skill is very tasteless. How tasteless is it? Tasteless enough to be disliked by all assassins. The function of this skill is to ignore all unlocked attacks and teleport to the opponent who issued the skill. However, this is ignoring unlocked skills. Assassins with unlocked skills are not afraid at all. Their movement skills are strong enough for them to ignore all unlocked skills. As for the locking skill, does it have something to do with this skill? Luena thought so too, but Jobserner gave her a slap in the face. Whoever said this skill was tasteless, Jobserner laughed. You're a lock-on skill, that's fine, at least the incidental aspect of bringing the assassin to the opponent hasn't changed. It's alright, let's all die together. Jobserner smiled and hugged Luena's slender waist, contrary to the familiar touch for many years. Luena stared. Saintess Island. Zhang Yang stood alone on the edge of the beach, quietly watching the waves lapping the sand in the distance. Ren continent, a different environment than the one he was in before. People in this world can cultivate, and they gain strength through cultivation to make their lives better. There are 4 occupations on the Ren continent, namely assassin, knight, mage, and warrior. Everyone can choose to learn a skill when they are 6 years old. After the selection, they can participate in one of these occupations, and wait until the future. The future is bright for those who become one of these professions. However, Zhang Yang was in trouble. The world was completely new to him, and he knew nothing. He really misses the previous world, that world he reveres as the god of death. How awesome it is, and now it's down to, so poor. Thinking of what he ate at noon today, Zhang Yang felt that his life was better than death. What is that? Steamed sea vegetables, steamed kelp, steamed fish. No oil foam. If this does not live by the sea, it is estimated that there is no salt. Zhang Yang looks into the distance. He is very weak now, he doesn't know what to do, and he is not familiar with life. After chatting with Sister Asan for a while, I only had a general understanding of the world. Ouch! You stinky woman is so fat. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and two people fell firmly in front of him, accompanied by the mutual pinch of the two. Zhang Yang grinned helplessly. This is really, two pits of goods fell from the sky. Half an hour ago. Ron Temple. The people in Ron's temple watched the two of them hug each other in the air. To be exact, it was Jobcerner who forced their holy girl. Woohoo, I'm sorry that the saint is an incompetent subordinate and can't let you escape the clutches of the bad guys. Saintess, just kidnapped. One of the leading elites raised his eyebrows, very helpless. Joe Busherna smiled smugly. Hee, stealing the treasures of the town hall is an illusion, his purpose is to Luena. Luena was too important to him. So before he came to the temple this time, he did a good job of investigation, and when he learned that it was Luena who was guarding, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Luena was his first love, and she abandoned him after sleeping with him. Now that she has finally found someone, how could it be so easy to let her run away? Luena glared. She knew this person better than herself. How could she not understand how dirty this person's inner thoughts were? Shit. Joe Busherner scratched her nose indulgently, with a wide smile on his face, which made Luena want to kill him. What on earth are you trying to do, Joe Busherner? Luena felt disgusting to have this man's hand on her waist, and wished to chop off his hand and feed it to the dog. Joe Busherner rubbed her waist casually and said with a faint smile, "You still don't know me for so many years." Luena felt numb all of a sudden. She frowned and gritted her teeth hard. "Jobcerna, you heartless man, what qualifications do you have to touch me?" Joe Busherner was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stunned, and then showed a smile like a devil. This woman is really the same as back then, and she is just as good at shirk responsibilities. The world owes her. Joe Busherner, please let go of our saint. When the elites below saw their saintess being molested like this, they immediately quit, and angrily raised their swords and pointed at Joe Busherner. Joe Busherner glanced at the people below with disdain, and showed a sinister smile. Let go of you saintess. He glanced at Luena, Vivi Isho, who was constantly struggling in his arms, and her face was flushed. It happened that Luena looked up at this moment and was stunned when she saw his smile. Unlike ordinary assassins, Jobcerner is extremely handsome, with black hair and a pair of silver eyes that seduce souls. His appearance is indeed impeccable, but Luena is too familiar with this person and knows very well what he wants to do. When Jobcerner locked her air, Luena's eyes widened when she couldn't move. Careful. She didn't have time to cry out. She could only watch Jobcerner pierce into the temple elite like a sharp blade and start the slaughter. And Luena, who has no strength and no support for her body, is like a swallow with broken wings falling towards the ground. Luena closed her eyes in despair. She was at least 10 meters in the air, and she was falling straight down. If she still had the strength to protect herself, it was a pity that she was sealed off and there was nothing she could do. Luena thought to herself that she would most likely die here. It's ridiculous. I'm a dignified saint, someone who is very likely to become the master of the temple in the future, but the last way to die is to be killed by a fall. There has been something more ironic than this. For some reason, I thought of Jobcerner again, and there was only a faint sigh left in my heart, seeing how much that man hated her, and even death would make her so painful. If there is reincarnation, Please let her not meet this person in the next life, this life is too hard. She closed her eyes and waited for death to come. Death did not come as expected, replaced by a warm embrace, and Jobsoner's gnashing voice. Stupid woman, are you dying? Why is this woman so stupid? She doesn't know how to protect herself. Luana looked at him, her big blue eyes full of grievances, filled with tears, and watery eyes. You bitch, it's not you who sealed the old lady's anger, the old lady will fall. Luana's voice even has a bit of a cry. This man is so annoying, and every time he puts the blame on her. The people below suddenly lost their heads. They felt like they were watching a family ethics drama. They promised to kill the enemy, dear Saintess. Jobsoner and the holy maiden Luana are you and me, how can they control the group of people watching the show? Okay, don't cry, darling Tilda. God knows that he is not afraid of Mr. Jobsoner, but he is afraid of a woman crying. This woman cried to death. What's more, this woman was his only love for so many years. Jobsoner sometimes felt that he had fallen for this woman's devil, and after so many years, he still did not forget this woman. In fact, what happened in the past is just some old-fashioned plots. Luana was born in a rich and noble family, and her family was rich and powerful. This is an old-fashioned fairy tale. Luana and Jobsoner met at Wren Academy, the strongest academy in the mainland. Both of them are excellent in appearance, and Jobsoner's talent is even more convincing. He chose to join the Assassin Academy to learn assassin skills, while Luana became a holy knight through her own efforts. It is such two equally good stars. In a mission, they met. The two of them, as one of the best students of the Assassin Academy and the Knights Academy, jointly hunted down a wind and thunder monster that ravaged the northwest region. In the end, the monster was successfully slashed by the two of them. The journey is too far, and there is a distance from the academy, so the two of them have no choice but to travel together. Both of them are excellent, and they each have outstanding looks. It should be a romantic affair to be alone, but because Luana was infected with aphrodisiac, it began to have a conspiracy atmosphere. When Luana woke up and faced an apologetic Jobsoner, she did not blame her, because she knew how powerful that aphrodisiac was. With gratitude in my heart, looking at Jobsoner is very pleasing to the eye, not to mention that Jobsoner is really handsome and has a good conversation. Although he usually has a lot of troubles, he is polite to ladies. It would be a good choice for him. Jobsoner also has a great impression of this blonde beauty, not to mention that he has occupied others for the first time. How can he express it? So Jobsoner confessed to Luana very seriously, Lulu, let's be together. This sound can be described as sincere, and the feelings are naturally revealed, and Jobsoner swore that he had never been through this in his life. As soon as Luana heard it, oh, I'm going just as well as I thought, my old lady will follow you, and the two hit it off, and they will never return on the road of showing love. It's just that the two of them show their affection too much, so kiss everywhere, in various places. For example, when a classmate is on a mission to kill monsters, they hold hands, look at each other with a sweet smile, and then stab the beast to death, and then that bloody background, sweet kiss. Can you imagine that picture? It is estimated that God can't stand their tiredness. In the spring of the next year, Jobsoner went to the field to perform tasks. When he came back, well, Luana went to the temple, which is nothing. Luana put him as an enemy, meet and carry a knife. Jobsoner couldn't stand this useless anger, and joined the Shira temple to become an assassin in a fit of anger. From then on, the two never returned on the road of hostility. Baby, come, sir, I'll take you away. Jobsoner lifted Luana's chin and smiled frivolously. Before Luana could react, she saw a flash of brilliance flashed by Jobsoner and Luana before disappearing. The elites below stared at it for a while, before reacting after a while. Holy Lady. Knockout. Island. Paralyzed. Luna, your breasts are so big. Overwhelm me. Ms. Jobsoner is fighting with you. Come on. Get your paws off my chest. I still don't think you're fat. Look at your chest. It's so heavy that I can't breathe. Your sister. If you dare to say dirty words again, the old lady will cut up your brother. Come on. Have you been arguing enough? Zhang Yang's eyebrows were raised and raised, moved and moved, the anger in his heart continued to rise vigorously, 2 black lines stood up on his forehead, and he finally shouted out unbearably. This roar really doesn't fit the demeanor of his god of death, but he can't help it, who made him have no strength in this world. If Zhang Yang is still the god of death he used to be, he will definitely go up to one person. Luana heard Zhang Yang's angry scolding, her blue eyes widened, her mouth pouted, aggrieved. She used to be a stunning beauty, but she was so embarrassed that Zhang Yang lost her temper. On the contrary, Jobcerner gave play to the fine tradition of turning his elbows inwards, and glared at Zhang Yang. My woman, what the hell are you fucking fierce? Zhang Yang glanced at the twisted posture of the two of them, pouted, and then took a few steps back, which means you are welcome. Zhang Yang's concession was not easy for the two of them to speak, and they stopped arguing after glaring at each other. The faces of the three were embarrassed, but Jobcerner's face was slightly red with a smile. Although this moment flashed by, he couldn't escape Zhang Yang's bright eyes. Zhang Yang Vivi glanced at Jobcerner, his face a little, infiltrate and, a bad smile, although this smile appeared on Zhang Yang's face after the collapse of his strength, it also made Vivi shiver in Jobcerner's heart. And, what's your fox's abacus? Jobcerner asked with a strange look on his face. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, thinking in his heart that the two of you are both unclear and inexplicable, and the two of you are probably more anxious than an outsider like me. Why don't I help you? I thought silently in my heart, but Laozi's dignified god of death did such a filthy thing for you pair of little miserable mandarin ducks. After this is done, you should thank me well, otherwise, Zhang Yang called the two of them in front of him, pointed his right hand to the sky, and exclaimed, be careful. Jobcerner and Luana raised their heads at the same time, but found nothing. In an instant, I felt a burst of dust sprinkled on Jobcerner and Luana were shocked at the same time. But it was too late to defend. After the two were hit by the powder, the things in front of them gradually blurred, and they felt like the world was spinning. Just before passing out, Jobcerner saw Zhang Yang's bad smiling face, stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In the direction of Zhang Yang, he weakly spit out a few words, and, Zhang Yang. You old driver, you actually gave Lao Su some medicine tilde, and then fell to the ground with a thud tilde. Zhang Yang looked at Jobcerner and Luana on the ground, and went up and kicked Jobcerner, who couldn't die any longer, but grinned. And, I can take out my baby to help you, I'll find you when I need to. Get it back. And, the sea breeze blows gently on the beach, and the air smells of seawater tilde. A small crab swayed and crawled sideways, leaving a row of invisible footprints on the beach. It leisurely encountered a behemoth, but did not avoid it and wanted to crawl along the big thing, and touch it. When he reached something soft, he waved his double pliers and clamped it down. And, and. A scream woke up Luana, who was sleeping, and Luana responded in a daze and, what the hell? After saying this, when I wanted to get up, I realized that something was wrong. Allah, why can't I move? I looked down and saw that my body and legs were tied to a man, and this man was not Jobcel now what? And, hey, Jobcerner, what are you doing to my mother? And, at this time, Jobcerner, who had a crab on his lips, had no intention to respond to this. The little crab with his eyes focused on his face was very funny. The little crab seemed to feel that his prey was resisting. Double clamps are tighter. This clip made Jobcerner's face instantly turn dusty, and the reflex nerves on his body made him straighten his whole body in a funny way, then bent, and then trembled straightly. The head is also constantly swaying, trying to get rid of the culprit that made him lose face. And, tilde and, Jobcerner's nose was sour, tears almost rushed out of his eyes, and he let out a piercing cry from his mouth. But he didn't think to answer Luana's question. And the little crab didn't seem to want to let go. The little crab seemed to think in his heart, yo-yo. I'm still resisting, the uncle, let me stop it. And, so the double clamp was dramatic. The and, twisted and. Looking at Luena's side again, Jobsner not only did not answer his own question, because she turned her back to Jobsnera and couldn't see the dramatic scene of Jobsner, but her body's feelings were the most direct. Not only did this guy not stop screaming, he also, still, acted arbitrarily on her incense back. This can't help making Luena's ears instantly hot, her face and neck temperature rising instantly. At this time, Jobsner's movements became more intense, and Luena exploded instantly. And, no, I don't. And, what, you haven't yet. Luena heard Jobsner's words and began to twist her body, but the two were tied together. The more they twisted, the tighter the two were. At this time, the little crab lost his patience with the prey, let go of his double pincers, was thrown away by Jobsel to the beach next to him, and quickly left the crime scene with multiple legs. After the naughty little crab escaped, it also paused for a while, as if to say Lao Su will come back again. And then fled away rustling. And, don't move, you stupid woman, my back is a rock. Hit me with your big ass again. I'll really do it for you. After the culprit left, Jobsner finally could. I opened my mouth to speak, and I felt very relaxed, and my voice increased a bit. And, whatever roar, I will hit you, I will hit you. What's the matter? And, you, and. The two of them were instantly calm, the sound of the sea water pounding, and it seemed like happy music. And, what happened to the two of us? Luena broke the deadlock. And, how do I know? No, I remembered, it's Zhang Yang, this damn guy. What does he want? Zhang Yang hiding in the distance, lying flat on a pile of hay. And, Zhang Yang sneezed and, it must be those two guys who woke up and spoke ill of Lao Su. 46. Seaside. The weather is slightly cooler, the air on the island has become more humid due to the low tide, and the sky has gradually become lighter. A little bit of stars adorn every picture of the sky, and the afterglow of the sun also makes the clouds on the sea level flush red, and the beautiful rays of light look like the lover's rosy face was seductive and intoxicated, and a gust of wind blew, as if reminding me to drink in moderation. And, Luena and, I love you and. When Jobsner said these three words, Luena's lips trembled, but she didn't speak. She gently moved her body back, making herself closer to Jobsner, feeling this the warmth on Erna's body made time pass away quietly. Jobsner did not continue to speak, feeling Luena's feelings. It seemed that the hearts of the two of them did not know whether the other party loved them or not, because this small gesture brought the two bodies closer together, and their hearts closer. And, come again, you damn bastard, I was the first to cook and eat you after I was released, you damn it. And, what? Jobsner, you have the guts to say it again to the old lady. And, it seems that the drama is not over, I said I will be back, hee. Early morning. And, Tilda, it's been a night. I think these two guys have almost communicated, and it's time to help them untie it. Zhang Yang stretched his lazy waist, then stood up lazily from the haystack. After tidying up his body, he tiptoed towards Jobsner and Luena. When Zhang Yang walked to the place where Jobsner and Luena were, he found that there was no sign of the two of them by the sea. When Zhang Yang saw this scene, he was also panicked and could not stop. Suddenly, he was knocked out by the pain in his back. Past. Go to East Blue. Zhang Yang is standing on the edge of the sea at this moment, watching the waves continue to ebb and flow, and his inner soul is constantly releasing energy. This is the new ability acquired after the training of Steve Jobs during this period, that is the power of the soul. In this world, anyone has unparalleled power, just like hockey. Everyone has this power, but very few people can inspire this power. Almost all the people who get hockey are the top people in this world, especially Conqueror, but how many such people are there? As for the power of the soul, it is like looking directly into the heart of the opponent with just one look. When fighting against a hockey-colored opponent, it can be said that the pressure of the release can be almost ignored, but the power of the soul is different. This is it contains magical powers. In the case of playing against a master of the same level, the pressure of looking directly at the soul will make the opponent's fighting ability branch down, which can be said to be a unique trick that is unexpected. It can be said that only a strong person with soul power can compete with it. It can be said that hockey can be obtained through practice, but soul power can only be realized by oneself. This kind of realization can only be stimulated when one is in a perfect state. At this moment, Zhang Yang contains not only hockey, but also his own spiritual power, and now he has obtained the power of the soul. It can be said that three special abilities are combined, and the three are combined, which makes Zhang Yang's combat power instantly improved. I don't know one realm, all the dark diseases on the body have disappeared. It can be said that I want to gain a new life. The last level of jobs is very simple but also very difficult, that is, to face himself and lift himself up. Only when the heart is completely seamless, will the opponent not be able to find any opportunities at all. Looks like it should work this time. Just as Zhang Yang was looking at the sea, a small black spot appeared on the tip of the sea, and gradually, the black spot became bigger and bigger. At this time, a black ship appeared in Zhang Yang's eyes. Looking at the huge skull flag on the ship, issue is unavoidable. This is really the way to heaven. You can't go, just because you lack a pair of men and horses. Well, you also lack a ship. Boss, look at this island alone. It must be guarding some kind of treasure. Yes, yes. At this time, the pirates on the ship raised the big swords in the hands of the musicians and waved them continuously. And Zhang Yang stood quietly by the sea, waiting for the boat. Boss, don't you think this man is so frightened? He doesn't even move. A pirate looked at Zhang Yang unmoved and said proudly. But at this moment, an old pirate who was slightly older thought for a while and said slowly. Boss, it seems that this is a hard bone. Don't mess with it. What hard bones? We have 50 or 60 people in total, and we are afraid of one person. Boss, what do you say? This person doesn't look afraid. I don't think it's fake. At this time, a gigantic and sturdy man with a muscular body and a height of about 2 meters appeared on the deck. With my Captain Badassi here, what are you afraid of? Little ones, going at full speed. After listening to the words of their captain, the pirates on the ship raised their spirits one after another. Soon he approached Zhang Yang. Boy, hand over the money. But before he could finish speaking, a pirate who rushed out first stopped in place, trembling all over, and fell on the beach in the next second. What's the situation? Why did you fall, boy? Boss, help me. A group of pirates who originally wanted to rush down to catch Zhang Yang all fell directly onto the beach at this moment, twitching all over their bodies. At this moment, Captain Badassi looked at this scene and couldn't help being shocked. What's going on? Hockey color, or the ability of the devil fruit? But at this time, Bada hissed and jumped directly from the boat, and Zhang Yang just glanced at it lightly. Crack. Badassi fell to his knees directly on the ground. He didn't even know what happened before, he just felt that there was only one thought in his heart, and that was surrender. Badassi doesn't know how long it has been since he encountered such a thing, except that the last One Piece King of Pirates will make him think like this. He is still a devil fruit ability user, at this moment is just the other parties a look from the corner of his eyes can make him feel this way. Boss. Buggies can be said to be an overlord in this sea area, and his younger brothers can be said to be thousands. This time he went out with a playful mentality and brought a ship with him. Seeing that their boss was defeated, a group of pirates couldn't help it, and they all knelt on the ground and began to surrender. Buggies looked at his subordinates like this, and his heart was also stunned, ready to solve it on his own. His strength is not weak, it can be said that he is a very powerful character, and his strength can be said to have reached the level above Vice Admiral, approaching Admiral. But what he met was Zhang Yang. Just when he was about to make up his mind, Zhang Yang said slowly, "Follow me, I need a boat, you can be my deputy captain now, and wait until my affairs are over. Now, you continue to be your captain." Buggies thought for a while, and had to reluctantly agree. but what he didn't know was that in the future he would know that what he did today would change his life. Of course, this is only in the future. Zhang Yang slowly turned his body and released himself to touch the spiritual pressure outside. The pirates who had fallen to the ground all stood up one after another. Ah! When all the pirates picked up the big swords that fell on the ground and were about to rush towards Zhang Yang, Buggies waved his hand. Stop for me and call the captain. Every pirate looked at Buggies in disbelief. Are they all dead? Are you not listening to my words? Captain. One by one, the pirates stood in front of Zhang Yang, all their heads down, and said loudly, Boss. Zhang Yang stood with his hands on his back and walked towards the board. All set off now, target East Blue. New war. 10 years after the Year of Death, because of the combination of the three major forces, there has almost never been a war in the world. People take freedom as their purpose, and the wounds of war in people's minds have been gradually smoothed out. For those who have been through those years, there is no one who does not want this life to continue. But everyone overlooked one thing. Peace is precious only because people feel the pain caused by war, and once such wounds are really healed, why is peace precious? The source of time is 8 years after the Year of Death, and wars or disturbances will gradually start to occur in the 4 major sea areas of the South, South, and Northwest. Of course, these local wars will not have any impact on world peace, but Zephyr thinks more. Long-term people have already sensed the arrival of a new crisis. Nowadays, some pirates are starting to make a move. Although they won't overthrow the government like they did in the past, I'm worried that if things continue to develop like this, things will be out of control. Sitting in the office, Zephyr said solemnly, holding his temples. I've already discovered something like this. Even though I've asked my captains to lead the teams to pay attention to marine in various sea areas, these bastards are like cockroaches, and it's going to be very troublesome. Whitebeard was also distressed. I'm afraid this is not the way to go. We originally called for peace and freedom because of the war, but unrestricted freedom is equivalent to crime. Maybe we need to make some more laws to impose certain constraints. Long said solemnly, you also know that so-called freedom must never be lawless. Quote. That's right, but isn't it the hope that all of Zhang Yang's original intentions are to hope that we can coexist as equals? Zephyr sighed. It's so good, but you can't ignore one thing, that is, the peace he bought with his life must not enter a deformed state. Long Zheng said, I believe that even Zhang Yang definitely doesn't want the world he guards. It has become what it is now, although it is still a prototype, but have you ever thought that if this lawless situation continues, the consequences will be disastrous? Quote. I agree with this. Whitebeard got up and said, even from the point of view of a pirate, if you let those fools continue, then one thing is certain, more pirates will be more lawless, and the final result is to usher in war again. Quote. Zephyr, you must think clearly about what kind of world we are guarding. The sea we want to see is a sea where no matter what forces can coexist peacefully, not a sea where 3 parties check and balance each other, but you look at now, although it is only a partial, but if this kind of thing continues to happen, whether it is the people or the marine, they will definitely take up arms to protect themselves. What will happen to the world we have worked so hard to create? Dragon reminder. Zephyr sat on his seat solemnly. He looked at the copy of the peace treaty that he had kept on the table. The two could see that he was thinking. Long was very worried, because he knew that Zephyr was a decisive person. But in his heart, he knows how to cherish it more than anyone else. The current world, peace, and freedom are all they have finally exchanged with blood and life, and no one wants to destroy it again. However, the dragon is more aware that sometimes we have to make some changes in order to take care of the overall situation, because the dragon really does not want to see the world become the way it used to be. Zephyr, you must think clearly. In addition to the Gorosei, 5 elders, we also have the extremely threatening Tenryubido. Yes, we drove them out at first, but only to drive out, although most Tenryubido people are not powerful, but it never occurred to me that if they improved their strength, those who were tired of peace and wanted to cause war might be able to cause more terrible wars under Tenryubido's call. Quote. The dragon glared at Zephyr and said, because he hoped Zephyr would understand that even in the era of peace, with the progress of the times, weapons and technology are still developing, plus the power of various hotkeys of the devil fruit. It can be said that if it happens now without war, neither the scale nor the threat will be comparable to the past. I know. Zephyr nodded heavily and said painfully, let me think about it. Zephyr. The dragon was still anxious, but Whitebeard, who was standing, gently patted the dragon's shoulder at this moment. Don't be too impatient, give Zephyr some time. Afterwards, both of them exited the room. I don't understand what Zephyr is still worried about, Long said angrily while walking in the corridor of Marine headquarters. I can understand your feelings, but we all don't want the world created by Zhongyang to be destroyed again, but you also need to consider Zephyr's position. Some things are really not so easy to decide. Whitebeard said. Okay. Long shook his head helplessly. I just hope everything really ends here. With that said, the two of them paced and prepared to leave the Marine headquarters, perhaps because the two of them were too concerned, and no one noticed that in a corner of the corridor, there was a fat pirate-like person who took the two of them. He listened to all the conversations, and then Vivi raised the corner of his mouth, but he was telling himself that the time had come. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on Zephyr's door. Zephyr, who had been thinking about the dragon's words, thought about the past days again. He really had no energy, but for a moment, he seemed to have aged a lot. Come in, Zephyr whispered, now that he really didn't have the strength to fight gate of opening. The man first stood at the door and greeted Zephyr respectfully. Zephyr turned his head halfway and said without much reaction, I remember that you are from the Whitebeard ship, what's the matter with you? That's right, Lord Zephyr, I have something to say to you on behalf of our captain, the man said with a bow. Come and talk, Zephyr said dully. The other party nodded and walked slowly behind Zephyr. Just as Zephyr was thinking about what the other party was going to tell him, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. It was stabbed from the part of the heart in his chest cavity. Suddenly, Zephyr jumped up from the chair like a lightning strike, but the other party's response was not slow at all, and he had already retreated the moment Zephyr jumped up. As expected of Mr. Zephyr, he can still act like this after his heart was pierced. The other party grinned. At this moment, his appearance was no longer as respectful as he was at first, and some were just complacent and mocking. You, Zephyr's eyes widened, clutching his chest, unable to believe what was happening here at the moment. I am sorry, Lord Zephyr, although I have no grievances with you, but if you want to fulfill the orders of those adults, you must be asked to die. After speaking, the man swooped up and stabbed Zephyr directly with another knife. Who are those people? Zephyr's voice was hoarse, apparently dying soon. The other party, Isho, slowly moved closer to Zephyr's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Tenryubito. Straw Hat Pirates. It may take decades to create peace in the world, but it only takes one move to destroy it. Just 2 days after Zephyr was assassinated, many pirate lineups seemed to have been expected to launch a coup. In just a few days, countless towns the country was engulfed by war. Because of Zephyr's death, the Marine government was leaderless. Facing the pirates' offensive, I don't know how many people lost their lives. In desperation, the world government had to select one person from the current admiral to inherit the post of marshal. In the end, Akainu and Kuzan had a 3-day battle. After the war, Akainu won the promotion to Marine Marshal, and Kuzan left Marine. No one knows why Kuzan left. Of course, the departure of an admiral had a certain impact on Marine's strength. However, under the leadership of Akainu, Marine gradually regained the advantage in the battle with the pirates, and soon not only forced back. The pirates who went to the Marine headquarters even recaptured many countries occupied by the pirates. The seeds of the war sprouted along with this event. People who had not experienced the war before the Year of Death once again called for the elimination of all pirates. Since that moment, countless young people took the initiative to apply to become Marines, and Marine Marshal Akainu even took advantage of it. The momentum announced Marine's new policy. Defend absolute justice and crush the pirates. Finally, peace no longer exists, and the war between Marine and the pirates has been going on for 2 years and has not subsided. In the azure sky, messenger birds shuttle among the clouds. If anyone in the world is the most competent messenger, it will definitely be them. In the sky above an isolated island, accompanied by the neighing of a messenger bird, the latest newspapers and magazines landed. A man on the island was dressed in a kimono and had a strong figure. Whether it was his face or the skin that was not covered by the kimono, there were scars on his face. A very serious young man caught the press. He glanced at the newspaper at random. Everything was as he expected. The content of the newspaper was still monotonous, except how Marine defeated the pirates was how the pirates raged. Do you want to kill them all, so you continue to do public opinion? The young man made a low voice, followed by tossing the newspaper, raising his arm and grabbing behind him. There was an adult's height of the big knife and swung violently. A strong wind instantly turned the newspaper into powder. The young man looked at the mirror in front of him and saw the countless scars on his body. The young man's hand holding the big sword added a little strength again. Tenryubido, I want you all to pay back what you owe me sooner or later. The young man spoke viciously. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the house, and the young man was shocked. In the past 2 years, he has been attacked many times by surprise. Every one of those people wanted to kill him. He knew very well who sent these people, but unfortunately now he is not the opponent of these people. So the young man has been on the run, and he doesn't even dare to go to places with many people. Every foothold can only be an isolated island like this, but it is useless. No matter how the young man avoids, these people can find his places if they have some magical power. The helpless young man can only escape again. Today, the young man has already become a frightened bird. The boy followed the sound carefully and came to the beach. He tried to hide himself in the shade of the trees. Through the trees, he saw a ship with a lion's head on the beach leaning down on it. The impact of something in general. The 9 people around the boat stood together. Idiot. Even if you want to avoid Marine, who would use such a powerful driving force directly? The beautiful woman with long blonde hair punched the man in the straw hat and cursed. Sorry. The man smiled awkwardly, but from his expression, it seemed that there was more to play with. I just want to try the maximum speed of the Wanli Sunshine, ha 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 ha. How is the boat? Are you alright? The guy with the long nose kept spinning around the boat, and he seemed to care more about the situation of the boat than he did. Idiot. The person in the group, who was seen as a robot, said with pride, this ship is made of the material of Baoshu atom. It is a super powerful ship, and it can't do anything at all. Quote. Hoo, I thought I would die. The reindeer in the team held their chests and panted. The shock just now made my heart stop. My heart has already stopped. The skeleton in the team said, holding on to the position that should have been the heart. And another beautiful woman with dark blue hair in the 9-man team smiled and watched their hustle and bustle, her mature temperament at a glance. In addition to these 7 people, there is also a blonde man in a black suit with a cigarette and a samurai with green hair and 3 katana swords in his left eye and a slender blade. Very careful observation of the surrounding environment. Looks like an island, said the samurai. Don't run around, be careful to get lost. Green algae head, the blonde man said with a breath of smoke. You lustful cook, believe it or not I cut you now. The warrior squinted. If you have the ability, try it. It happens that you can slaughter it on such an isolated island and bury it by the way. The blonde man was not to be outdone. Then try it, the warrior said fiercely. Then there was nothing else to say. The samurai directly drew his sword, obviously slashing at the opponent, and the blonde man's speed was also extremely astonishing. One kicked the samurai with a raised knee. It was just the moment when the 2 forces collided. An air current burst violently, and even the big tree where the boy was hiding trembled because of the impact. So strong, the boy said in a low voice. And this is obviously just the beginning. The 2 glared at each other and they were about to shoot again. Suddenly, the blonde woman rushed out and slammed a pair of fists directly on the heads of the 2. You idiots. It's annoying enough now, so don't make trouble for me. The two fell to the ground, and the samurai whispered, "It hurts." The blonde man twitched on the ground with a rather happy tone. "Even if I was beaten by Miss Nami, I feel so happy." The boy hiding in the forest has widened his eyes at this moment. Although it is only an isolated island, because of the existence of the messenger bird, the boy will not be out of touch with the world at all, so the moment he sees this group of people, he already knows that the 9 people are the Straw Hat Pirates who have been spreading the word in this world for a year, and as a newcomer, they are quite valued by the world government. Roronoa Zoro. Why did the Straw Hat Pirates go to such a place? The boy muttered to himself. At the same time, driven by curiosity, the young man couldn't help but take another step forward, and it was his move that immediately caught the attention of Zoro in the team. "Wait a minute," Zoro said in a low voice. "What's wrong with Zoro?" Luffy was still confused. "There is someone in the tree in that direction." Zoro looked directly at the boy's position, and the fierce light that suddenly flashed from Vivi's blood-red pupil made the boy very clear that the other party must have noticed his existence. Never mind. The boy shrugged. Of course he knew the power of the Straw Hat Pirates. After he made that move, he also knew that the other party must have discovered his existence. If he didn't even have the ability of observation haki, so what qualifications do these people have to declare to be One Piece King of Pirates? Knowing that there was no point in hiding any longer, the boy simply jumped out from behind the tree. "Hello, Straw Hat Pirates." Everyone was surprised by the existence of the boy, especially when they saw the countless wounds on the boy's body. Nami and Chopper immediately covered their mouths. "Who are you?" Zoro's right hand was already on the knife, and the one eye fell fiercely on the boy. "I should ask you this sentence." The young man sneered. "You broke into my island, do you want me to report my family?" "Well, although your Straw Hat Pirates are already quite famous." Quote. "Your island." Nami was surprised. How is this possible? According to the map, this island should be an isolated island. Even the pointer doesn't point in this direction at all, right? The so-called isolated island is an uninhabited island. Am I not a human being in front of you now? The boy sneered. "Well, after all, I know you, and it would be unfair if you don't know me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yang, is the owner of this island and the only living person on this island." Quote. He's really a generous guy. Zoro's body sank a little more, obviously hearing the words, "living person," that Zhang Yang had deliberately aggravated. Why be so stingy with the dead? Zhang Yang shrugged, and then he raised his hand to hold the hilt of the big knife he was carrying behind his back, followed by a force in his hand, and a wave of the big knife. A sword chi immediately rushed out with a gust of wind. The strength of the Straw Hat Pirates is really good. Seeing that the sword chi was closed, everyone immediately evaded, but some people's dodging posture was really bad. The sword chi rushed to the surface and almost split the sea in half. As the sea water fell again, when the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Zhang Yang again in horror or vigilance, they only saw that Zhang Yang's expression had obviously increased a bit more hideous. It's polite to let people know who killed them after all, isn't it? As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Yang moved his feet, and when his figure flashed, he had already rushed to Zoro with the big knife in hand. Zoro's reaction speed is also quite fast. Almost at the moment when the knife fell, Zoro has already taken a step forward, and a big knife in his hand has been drawn out, only to hear a chuckle and directly hold the big knife. As expected of Roronoa Zoro, the reaction is super fast. Zhang Yang said with a grin. HMPH, if you can't even block such a straightforward slash, what are you talking about, the world's greatest swordsman? Zoro grinned, not shaken at all by the oppression of his opponent. But you bastard, do you actually do it without saying hello? HMPH, didn't I say hello just now? Zhang Yang said indifferently. What kind of greeting is that? It's dangerous. Usopp and Chopper roared together. Hee, if you can't even dodge the kind of attack that is played in front of you, it only means that you are too weak. Zhang Yang Vivi turned his head and said as a matter of course. Hey, Zoro's Zoro's voice came slowly. Don't look around when you are fighting against others. Zoro roared loudly, with a force in his hand. He was distracted. Zhang Yang only felt that his strength was too late to increase. He groaned and was pushed out several meters by the force, and at the same time a sword chi swept across. Fortunately, Zhang Yang responded in time and hurriedly dodging to the side. The sword energy almost wiped past his side. Yahahahi, it's really amazing. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I'll just hang upright. He said with lingering fears as he watched the corner of Cece's clothes shattered by this slash. So you'd better be serious. Zoro said in a deep voice, and at the same time, he had bitten the word heat out into his mouth, tore off his turban and wrapped it around his head. Seeing Zoro's unique three-knife style, Zhang Yang's brows twitched, because he knew very well that although Zoro was good at three styles of knives, the sign of his seriousness was very simple. It was his turban. No matter what he was now using a few knives, as long as the hood is still on his arm, it means that he has not put this opponent in his eyes at all. And now that Zoro is wearing a headscarf, there is no doubt that he has to be completely serious. Haha, just one bang can make the legendary swordsman take it seriously. I'm really flattered. Zhang Yang held the handle of the sword tightly with both hands and grinned. Ah! At this moment, another loud roar came, and when everyone heard the sound, they saw Luffy pointing at Zhang Yang with a shocked expression on his face. Is he an acquaintance? Sanji asked. Attack without saying anything. What the hell are you doing? Luffy pointed at Zhang Yang and roared with a very obvious reprimand. Everyone fell together. Even Zhang Yang and Zoro who were ready for battle couldn't help but get a black line because of such a thick nerve. It took so long to think of such a problem. Zhang Yang really saw the roughness of this guy Luffy. How exaggerated the nerves are. In short, treat him as an enemy. Sanji stood firm, took out the cigarette from his mouth and spit out a long mouthful of cigarettes and yelled at Zoro. Hey, Chlorella, this guy looks like some strength, how about it? Need help? No. Zoro looked at Zhang Yang intently, and the corner of his mouth grinned upwards at an angle. I finally met a guy whose swordsmanship looks quite good. Don't interfere, I want to defeat him with my own hands. After speaking, Zoro glared at Zhang Yang again, and a blood red flashed again in one of his opened eyes. Hey, the next attack will be different from just now. Work hard and don't give up easily. Hee hee, that's what I want to say to you. Zhang Yang sneered. The blade slammed into a depression on the ground, and he said fiercely with a fierce light in his eyes. Zorov's Paul. Zoro and Zhang Yang stood on the left and right, staring at each other. The sea breeze blew through, raising the sand and dust on the beach, but they did not move at all. The surrounding environment was extraordinarily quiet, and everyone seemed to be able to clearly hear the sound of the waves hitting the beach. The one who broke the silence was Zhang Yang. He grabbed the hilt and the blade with both hands and pulled it backwards, followed by stepping on his feet and rushed out like a cannonball. He recharged Zoro in front of him. The line is a pick. It's just like Zoro said, how could such a monotonous attack work? Zoro's body is steady, and the blades of both hands are crossed and sinking downwards, which stands up to the trend of publicity. Suddenly, Zoro's eyes jumped, and his neck twitched. Followed closely, and the words in the mouth and Dai rushed down, and then heard the sound of clang, as if it collided with a blade again. Immediately following, two air currents spewed out, cutting two ravines directly on the beach. The same wind blade as before. Are you a devil fruit person? Zoro said, staring at Zhang Yang. No, it's just my own ability. Zhang Yang replied as he should. Interesting. The corner of Zoro's mouth raised, and he used a force in his hand again. This time, Zhang Yang was no longer distracted, and immediately slammed into Zoro's attacking force with an afterburner. Immediately, Zhang Yang's eyes jumped, and he felt that his hands seemed to be pressed together with 1,000 jins of force. He knew that if he was so rigid, he would definitely suffer a loss. He hurriedly turned the blade, and another wind blade slashed out, Zoro's two knives in his hands. With a move to block the wind blade, Zhang Yang took the opportunity to push it violently, and the whole person immediately jumped backwards. In the battle between the two masters, whoever can grasp the rhythm of the battle first will be able to grasp the direction of a duel. At first glance, the battle between the two may be thought to be Zhang Yang's blocking Zoro, but Zhang Yang is very clearly, in the battle just now, he actually suffered a loss, and his last move was actually to minimize the loss as much as possible. The battle requires a keen sense of smell, so Zhang Yang himself felt a loss in such an instant. How could Zoro not realize it? When Zhang Yang stood firm, Zoro had already crossed his hands, his swords were standing by his side, and even the breath of his body seemed to be it was all twisted with his movement. 3 swords, ghost slash. Zoro howled, leaving the blade to rush out. As soon as Zhang Yang stood firm, Zoro almost rushed in front of him. Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat. Knowing that it would be too late to make an action now, he quickly grabbed the handle of the knife with both hands and slashed straight down. Evil ghost flow, ghost howl. This blow Zhang Yang was extremely reckless. The moment he swung it out, he had a bad premonition. The big sword and the 3 swords collided, and a stream of air was pushed out immediately. Zhang Yang was almost unable to stand, and in a hurry, he quickly held it with his left hand. The right hand of the hilt shoved sharply towards the bottom. Gui Dao Lu, Gui Tu. The big knife spun and rushed out with this offensive, mixed with the surrounding airflow. Even if Zoro was as strong as he could only temporarily avoid its edge. At the same time, because of the reluctance of this attack, Zhang Yang's figure finally became unstable and fell directly. On the ground, Zhang Yang didn't dare to stop, he quickly turned over and protruded, and before he got up, he immediately grabbed the handle of the knife and rotated it for a week. This can only be regarded as an emergency measure. With the momentum of the rotation, it can not only stabilize the body, but also block the opponent's attacks in multiple directions. But this time, Zhang Yang obviously underestimated Zoro. When he was stable for a week and didn't see anything, Zhang Yang cried out in his heart. He looked up and saw that Zoro had stopped in midair with 2 knives going around behind him. Obviously he was done. A new attack action. 3 knives, 108. This time, Zhang Yang has stabilized his figure, and naturally he will not be as hasty as he was in the beginning. Ghost style. The wind of trouble. Death of the ghosts. The 2 of them roared together, and the 2 cannon-like air currents rushed down as if they were smashing the air. The 2 collided in the air. The impact that erupted in an instant directly lifted the dust up like a waterfall constructed of sand. As expected of Roronoa Zoro, every attack is quite fast. As long as you are a little careless, you will lose. Zhang Yang grinned, but his breathing was obviously a little short. You're not bad, I haven't had such a good time in a long time. Zoro's breathing was also a little short. Who is this guy who can fight Zoro on a par? Nami frowned while standing in the crowd watching the fight. Awesome. These 2 are so strong. Luffy howled. Obviously he was completely immersed in the rhythm of the 2-man battle rather than paying attention to Zoro's situation. However, if we continue to fight like this, Chlorophyte will win. Sanji had already relaxed, but it was not long after his words were spoken, and he immediately noticed that Robin's expression on the side was almost dignified. What's wrong, Sister Robin? Sanji asked cautiously. No, Robin came back to his senses, looked at the dispersed 2 people with a bit of worry and said, I just think this flamboyant sword strike looks a little familiar. An acquaintance? Usopp asked. No, I shouldn't have seen him. Robin said with certainty. To be precise, it's not the sword skill, but the name of the skill. I think I should have seen it somewhere, but for a while. I really can't remember where it was. Please don't say things like that, it sounds pretty scary. Doesn't it, Luffy? Usopp's timid character immediately made him tremble. No, he shouldn't be the enemy. So not scary, Luffy said suddenly calmly. What, do you really know each other? Usopp demanded. I have that instinct, Luffy said with certainty. Idiot, how can there be such an idiot? Usopp burst into tears. No, he shouldn't really be an enemy, Sanji said with a cigarette in his mouth. Then he turned to look at the traces left by the initial slash. You can see from the battle just now, if he really wants to kill our words should use more power. It seems that there is no way to defeat you with ordinary attacks. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and put the sword on his shoulders. Ah, I think so too, Zoro said with a grin on the corner of his mouth. As soon as the voice fell, he sent his arms forward, and the two crossed in front of him again. At the same time, with his action, the air around him suddenly became dull. After getting down, Zoro seemed to have an evil spirit standing behind him, and then his shoulders stretched out 4 arms again, and even his head instantly turned into 3. Ghost Chi 9 blades, Ashura, Zoro said in a low voice. Is this your trademark Ashura? Then I can only use this trick. Zhang Yang sneered, holding the knife in his backhand and holding it high above his head, then slammed it down towards the ground, and stretched out his arm to take out his nostrils said, I surrender. Invite. What? Everyone was shocked, and Zoro slipped and almost fell. What the hell are you doing? Do you want to fight? Zoro stood up straight, put away Ashura's moves, pointed at Zhang Yang and shouted. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I didn't plan to fight you to the death. Zhang Yang scratched the back of his head and laughed. I'm sorry everyone, but I've heard about the name of your Straw Hat Pirates. Today I was fortunate enough to see a real person, so I couldn't help but want to try your skills. Quote. Zhang Yang casually put the big sword behind his back, looked at Zoro again and smiled. You are really strong. I think if it's just fighting sword skills, I'm afraid I'm really not your opponent. This time I can only admit it, but it's so fun. It's been a long time since I've had such a fun fight. It's so refreshing. What a nonsense guy. Nami shrugged helplessly, looking at their captain involuntarily as she spoke. Actually, you haven't used your full strength yet. Zoro, who had put away his 3 knives at this time, looked at Zhang Yang solemnly again. Yes. Zhang Yang nodded without any hesitation. I do have reservations, but there are not many. My ancestors told me that every member of our tribe must have a big knife, but the sword is not for killing, but for protection. So I just wanted to test. Of course, there is no need to use all my strength. Forget it, we will fight again when there is a chance later. Zoro sneered. Ha ha ha, then I'll have to look forward to it. Zhang Yang laughed wildly, and then looked at the other 8 people on the side. Hey, the journey must be quite hard, how about it? Are you interested in meeting in the humble house? Nami and Usopp were shocked. Although Sanji had already indicated that the other party would not be a bad person, they, who had always been extra cautious, could not help but observe each other for a while. Usopp, do you think this guy is reliable? Nami whispered. It's not reliable at all. Look at the countless scars on his body. He is definitely a guy who often fights with others. Maybe he wants to trick us into and try to get rid of us. Usopp said cautiously. But he can't even beat Zoro. Chopper, who heard a few people talking, immediately joined in. Then be careful, who knows if this guy has used all his strength, and maybe there will be some incense in this forest, and then kill us directly after fascinating us. Usopp added again road. Scary. Chopper shuddered. So we absolutely can't agree. Absolutely can't, absolutely not. Usopp emphasized repeatedly. Do you want to go? I have a lot of meat there. Zhang Yang roared again. A few people jumped, and looked at Luffy very tacitly. Everything was as they expected. When they heard the word meat, Luffy's eyes flashed with stars, and the whole person rushed to Zhang Yang's side as if flying. Meat, where and where? You are too easy to see through. Everyone complained in unison. Zhang Yang, haha Isho, immediately took Luffy to the jungle, and at the end he still did not forget to shout at the other people. You can think about it, I think your ship should also need supplies, and it's getting late now. I suggest you take a day off before starting tomorrow. If you decide, you'd better follow up quickly, because this forest is intricate, and if you are not careful, you will get lost and turn into a skeleton. Hey, Chopper yelled after a little imagination in his mind. If you want to be like Brook, absolutely not. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person immediately chased after him. Nami wanted to stop him, but he had no choice but to rush to Zhang Yang's side. Sanji finally could only say, "Follow up, Miss Nami, this person said yes, our ship does need some supplies. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will never protect Miss Nami and Sister Robin. Keep up, if he really has any problems, just cut him," Zoro said even more quickly. In the end, all 9 members of the Straw Hat Pirates followed Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang did not lie. In this forest, neither the compass nor the compass could be used. Navigators will definitely get lost in it too. On the way, Chopper kept paying attention to the surroundings. He was surprised to find that many of the plants had quite powerful medicinal effects. He tried to memorize the route and planned to come back and collect it later. Everyone was speechless, and the only thing that echoed in the woods was the sound of Luffy's constant howling of flesh. After walking for some time, everyone finally stopped in front of a huge cave. Zhang Yang walked into the cave and raised a torch, followed closely as if the lines were connected one day, and torches were lit one after another. Only then did everyone realize that this cave was far from an ordinary cave. Although there are no such things as TV or telephone bugs, there are also many tables, chairs and beds made of stone. It can be said that it is no problem to meet a person's minimum living needs here. "This is my home, welcome," Zhang Yang said, making way. Nami and Usopp are naturally vigilant. After all, in a normal person's worldview, no one would be willing to live in such a place. If you can really see people in such a place, it can only mean that 2 reasons. The first is that he has stayed here since he was a child, and the second is that he has no choice and has to stay here. If it is the second case, then this person will most likely be someone who is better than any of them. Dangerous existence. Flesh and meat. After entering the cave, Luffy was already looking for it again. "Don't worry, it's right here." Zhang Yang laughed, followed him to a rock wall, pushed a rock with his hand, and saw the rock sink into the rock wall, and then everyone saw that in the rock wall, there are all kinds of meat hanging there. Luffy's pair of eyes twinkled again, not to mention him. After the successive battles, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but be greedy at the moment. In the end, under Luffy's urging, Sanji made a table of dishes without any difficulty. Finally, no one was wary at the table. Everyone was eating and laughing, enjoying all kinds of unnamed meat. Only Robin's eyes looking at Zhang Yang added a bit of doubt. Night talk memories. After dinner, everyone fell asleep. About midnight, Gecko shone into the cave, and the shelter of plants added a bit of comfort to the cave. At this time, Zhang Yang slowly got up and walked out of the cave carefully without making a sound. "It seems that I am not the only one who appreciates this gecko." Suddenly, Zoro's voice came from above Zhang Yang's head. Zhang Yang immediately raised his head and saw that on a spit-out rock on the rock wall, Zoro was holding a wine glass in his hand and looked at himself with a smile. "What? You don't believe me, so I came to watch the night. Are you afraid that I will hurt you?" Zhang Yang said jokingly, and immediately sat next to Zoro after a few jumps. "Idiot, since we dare to come with you, we are not afraid of you harming us." Zoro handed a glass of wine and said with a smile, "I just couldn't sleep, so I came out to admire the moon." "Really? Not bad." Zhang Yang smiled wryly. "Don't you?" Zoro asked. "No, I don't actually like the moon. On the contrary, I am very much like Gecko's very bright night." Zhang Yang looked up at the moon, and there was indeed a bit of killing intent in his eyes. "Why?" Zoro asked casually. "It was on such a night that I was betrayed by my so-called allies, and all my clansmen were killed." Zhang Yang clenched his fists and his eyes suddenly became sharp. "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked," Zoro said embarrassedly. "It doesn't matter, it's been so long anyway." Zhang Yang showed a wry smile again, then looked at Zoro with a bit of relief and said, "That day happened to be my 18th birthday. When men grow up to 18, they have to give them a huge birthday party, because after that we will go to sea to become a strong sea warrior, and that night too. The only difference from the past is that in addition to our clan members and allies of our clan who attended our banquet that day, everything was the same as before. Everyone gathered around the bonfire, sang hometown songs, and danced on our traditional stage. But none of us thought that that night would actually become the night of our genocide. Zhang Yang's fist clenched again, and the blue veins on his forehead jumped with his emotional fluctuations. The first to be killed was our great elder. His chest was directly pierced, and then countless shells blasted towards us, because we were not ready to fight at all, and with the death of the great elder, we were completely in a mess, followed by the marine pirates who came out from nowhere and surrounded us. We wanted to resist, but none of us thought that those bastards were doing things in our meals, and we were completely powerless and had no way to fight. Quote. Zhang Yang looked ahead fiercely. Zoro knew that the scene of that day must have reappeared in front of him. At that time, our second elder prayed to them, hoping that they could raise their hands and at least let go of the clansmen who were still children, but we underestimated them. The brutality, they killed the second elder, and after that, they had no intention of showing mercy to our tribesmen. The power of. But we are born with strong resistance. They know this, so they slaughter very fast. Just when their slaughter was about to come to me, my mother took the lead in breaking free. She hugged me and kept running away. And the pirates were not only chasing us, they were shooting at us, and I could see the blood pouring out of the bullets into my mother's body, but she didn't slow down at all, because she knew that once the two of us stopped we'll die. Zhang Yang's eyes were no longer resentful, but instead added a bit of sadness. Finally, under the pressure of those guys, we escaped to the edge of the cliff, and my mother knew that there was no hope of escape, so she decided to gamble and pushed me off the cliff, and at the same time, I saw the guy using the dark power with my own eyes. One hand ran through my mother, and I will never forget the surprise and anger on her face at the last moment before she died. Quote. Didn't you think about taking revenge? Zoro asked casually. How could it not be? Since that day, I have been cultivating constantly, so that one day I can avenge my clan. Zhang Yang said angrily, clenching his fists. It's just that I didn't expect that those people who saw me fall off a cliff believe that I must not be able to. Death, for the past year and a half, no matter how I hide, they can find my whereabouts. They keep chasing and killing me. I try to escape as much as possible. When there is no way, I will fight with them. But there are too many of them, and they are all very strong. After countless battles, I have become what I am now. Zhang Yang casually pointed at the wound on his body. It seems that your existence is a threat to them. Zoro looked at the wine in the glass and said, to have Marine pursue you like this, I think your family should be quite remarkable. What's the point of dying no matter how great it is? Zhang Yang said helplessly. Disasters always come one after another, this is the common sense of the world. Zoro whispered. Zhang Yang looked at Zoro. Zoro turned his head and smiled at Zhang Yang, and then drank the wine in his glass. Anyway, that's what life is all about. It's impossible to get stronger by escaping blindly. Thank you for being willing to tell me these things, it's time to rest. After speaking, Zoro jumped off the rock and returned to the cave. Zhang Yang looked down at the shadow of the moon reflected in his cup, and recalled everything that happened in the past. In the end, Zoro's words were also in his mind. Emerge. Is that what it's like to live? Zhang Yang whispered, followed by a snort, drank all the wine in his glass in one breath, stood up and threw his glass into the air with force, and pulled out the big knife behind him. He clenched the glass with both hands and waved it violently at the moment when it intersected with Gecko, and a burst of sword energy immediately shattered the glass into two pieces, as if splitting the moon. Let's do it anyway, Zhang Yang said in a low voice when he put the big knife behind him again. The next day, after everyone got up, they found that there was no public figure in the cave at all. After a few people searched around, they only found a note in the cave. I marked the way out on the tree for you, and you can take the materials in the cave. Although everyone was puzzled, they still arranged the supplies according to what was written on Zhang Yang's note. What, this guy, he's obviously a good guy and just walks away. Luffy was still wondering on the way. Zoro was thinking more about those exchanges last night. When everyone returned to the Wanli Sunshine, they saw that Zhang Yang had already boarded the ship one step ahead of them. Boarding. Seeing Zhang Yang's appearance, everyone couldn't help but be a little bit more vigilant. What? Do you want to go back now and don't plan to let us go? Zoro asked with the corners of his mouth up. Ha, I'm not that boring. I asked you to move so many things here and then tell you that I'm running out of water. You ask you to move back, even if I think you're not going to agree. Zhang Yang said indifferently. That's right, we have a lot of powerful guys here. If you don't want to have any problems, you'd better not act rashly. Usopp, who was already wary of Zhang Yang, hid behind Zoro and pointed at Zhang Yang as if he was not afraid of anything. HMPH, this guy is very noisy. I'll give you everything and leave this guy as a toy, what do you think? Zhang Yang pointed at Usopp and smiled. Agreed. Unexpectedly, Zoro stepped aside, looking indifferent. Hey, Usopp yelled, and immediately rushed back to hide behind a post. What are you kidding me, Zoro, aren't we partners? There's no way you can just let it go. Stop making trouble. At this time, Nami interrupted the commotion of the crowd, followed her to look at Zhang Yang and said, What purpose do you have? I don't think these things are given to me for nothing. Of course. Zhang Yang nodded, and immediately put the big knife on the deck, knelt on the ground and bowed to the crowd quite calmly. Please let me join you and take risks with you. Nani? Nami was startled and asked subconsciously, why? I am a sinner. After all the people in my family were destroyed, I was named by Marine as a must-killer, so I kept running away, and I dared not go to all big places. I don't even understand why I am alive. But after chatting with Zoro yesterday, I don't want to go on like this anymore. I also want to see a wider world, and I want to become stronger. I want to avenge my clan. Zhang Yang buried his head deeply, said harshly. In other words, you are also wanted by the world government, but we have never seen your bounty. Nami continued to wonder. That's of course, because although I was wanted, it was a secret move. They would not issue a wanted order, but would just keep sending people to assassinate me, Zhang Yang said. Why should we trust you? Nami said. I pledge my life, Zhang Yang said earnestly. Then why are you willing to believe us? It can only be said that it is a feeling. I think I can trust you with confidence. From the moment when all our clansmen were killed, I just lived in doubt and self-preservation. I was fed up with this kind of life. I also hope to have a group of trusted companions. Zhang Yang said in bursts. Okay. Before Nami or anyone could ask another question, Luffy stepped forward and patted Zhang Yang's shoulder with a smile. Get on board. Luffy. Nami hurriedly wanted to stop Luffy, but Luffy pressed her straw hat and looked at the rising sun and said, Actually, we are also the ones who were chased by Marine and kept running away. We also have our own unforgettable past. Seeing the injuries on Zhang Yang's body, I can imagine what kind of killing he went through. People who meet on the sea should help each other. When we were short of supplies, Zhang Yang helped us, so now we should naturally help Zhang Yang. This Wanli sunshine exists thanks to the Mary. I believe that the Mary will be happy with more partners. Luffy turned his head and looked at the people on the boat with a hearty smile. Besides, it is of course the best to have such a strong partner on board. Everyone looked at Luffy and showed a helpless smile. They knew that although Luffy was very nervous, once he made a decision, no one could stop him. This was Luffy's personality, and they were actually because of Luffy's gathered together with a variety of personalities. This Wanli sunshine does not belong to any of them. It is a ship that belongs to the sea. In fact, each of them is also a wanderer sitting on this ship in the vast sea. They take risks together for their own sake. As long as it is a person who really wants to join their sea, what reason do they have to stop each other? Okay. Nami shook her head as if giving up. Oh, such a powerful companion is so reassuring. Frankie roared as his arms collided. Chopper, on the other hand, had already walked over to Zhang Yang and started to rummage through his medicine cabinet. What's wrong? Zhang Yang asked. Some of your wounds are still new, and I have some special medicine for scars here that should heal those scars, Chopper said. Thank you, but I'll keep it like this. Zhang Yang said with a relieved smile. Every wound on this is actually a wake-up call for me. I want to use them to remind myself that I can't relax. But even scars can be repaired, You are amazing. Quote. Hey, Chopper shuddered, followed by a hearty smile on his entire face, but slapped Zhang Yang and shouted, I hate it, even if you praise me like this, I won't be happy bastard. Okay, to welcome our new members. Let's have a welcome party. Luffy roared, jumping to his feet. Although everyone wanted to complain about how much this guy likes parties, he didn't say much because of the arrival of the new members. Under Sanji's cooking, delicious dishes were quickly laid out, and everyone ate while drinking. Delicious food, even Usopp, who was particularly vigilant at first, completely relaxed. When the dinner party was halfway through, everyone became completely noisy. With Brooke's beautiful playing, the dinner party was pushed to a climax. During this period, only Robin glanced in the direction of Zhang Yang from time to time. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone slowly fell down. Zhang Yang walked to the front of the boat and put a glass of wine beside Zoro and said, I just slept like this in the daytime. Don't you worry about the enemy coming. I'm afraid that in the eyes of our captain, he won't worry about anything but the lives of the crew, Zoro said casually. That's really a reliable captain. Zhang Yang took a sip of wine. When I saw you just now, I remembered when our tribe was still there. Then think about it again, it's better to think of us as your clan. Zoro said, remember one thing, there is only one rule on this ship, that everyone is a partner. Yeah, Zhang Yang looked at his reflection in the wine, he was sure that he hadn't seen such a carefree self for a long time. I will keep it in my heart. Tenryubito, Man-Demon Tribe. Of course, Marine is not boring enough to be seen everywhere. Generally speaking, except for towns and other surrounding areas where Marine bases are set up, it is not easy to see Marine, even if you really encounter ordinary, that is, 1 or 2 patrolling ships, and 2 warships are really nothing to the current Straw Hat Pirates. But compared to the warships on the bright side of Marine, what worries Zhang Yang more are those guys who are like Nightmare, who are constantly chasing and killing him. Those people are far more powerful than Marine. After fighting, Zhang Yang is almost certain that these people are at least close to Marine Vice Admiral's strength, and they will not be less than 10 people every time they dispatch. Looking at the 9 people on board except himself, Zhang Yang knew that if they encountered the enemy's minimum configuration, they would face a bad 1v1 situation. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro aside, the others wanted to fight with Vice the Admiral. Battle may not be easy. From the first day he saw the Straw Hat Pirates, Zhang Yang was hesitant. He didn't know if he should tell them his true identity. There was no bad guy on this ship. He would invite them to the island and tell Zoro about his past. If there is really a bad person in Zhang Yang's definition, Zhang Yang believes that he will definitely kill him immediately, just like the people he killed in the past. Zhang Yang is very happy that they regard him as a companion, so he is in a tangle. He wants to fight with them, but he really doesn't want them to be in danger with him, but if he really tells them, then they will as a companion. Zhang Yang and the 9 people met by chance. They had no reason to take risks for themselves, but Zhang Yang was really afraid. He was afraid that once he told them the truth, these people would no longer be his companions. This question tangled Zhang Yang all night. The next day, the Wanli Sunshine was still sailing, and there was no Marine or the group of people around. With the roar of the messenger bird, a newspaper fell from the sky. It was his habit to catch it easily. The content of the newspaper is still the same as in the past, the rampage of a pirate group and the bravery of Marine. Ah, it's fighting again. Luffy looked at the newspaper and said, it's really unbearable. Actually, there was a period of peace in the past when the major forces tended to stabilize. Robin closed the book he was reading and said, I remember that year in history was called the Year of Death. It was the peace that a pirate named Zhang Yang, who was hailed as the god of death, sacrificed himself in the war for peace. However, the peace lasted for about 10 years. At that time, Zephyr, who was in charge of Marine, was reportedly attacked and killed by Whitebeard's men. After that, Akainu, who served as Marine Admiral, started such an all-out war with the pirates. I have heard of this history, but it is very strange. Nami asked, Although the person who created peace at the time was Zhang Yang, the signer of the peace agreement was also Whitebeard. I heard that Whitebeard, Long and Zephyr later all a very good companion. Why would Whitebeard send someone to attack Zephyr? Miss Nami, this incident can only be said that Whitebeard's men attacked Zephyr. It does not mean that Whitebeard's instigation. Sanji said. Yes, I just know that Marine, who knew at the time, said that he heard what the three of them were arguing in Zephyr's room, so the subsequent assassination incident was obviously associated with Whitebeard. But if it's this kind of blame, isn't it too obvious? Usopp asked doubts. After all, if I were Whitebeard, I wouldn't say whether I would assassinate Zephyr, and even if I did, I would definitely send someone who has nothing to do with me. The people who directly called themselves did not make it clear that I would kill them by telling the world. Quote, there is no doubt that this is indeed a blame, just because the attacks by the major pirate groups happened soon after that, so people didn't have enough time to explore this issue, and the marshals later had some helpless choices. Robin held his chin and said, but I saw from a set of historical texts that were almost destroyed that it was actually Tenryubito that really started this battle. That's so strange. I remember that after the Year of Death, didn't Tenryubito be expelled? Nami was puzzled. Besides, Tenryubito itself has no fighting ability, the only thing they can rely on is their bloodline, but in the past who cares about their blood when they're exiled? It's certainly not possible with their rubbish alone. At this time, Zhang Yang, who had never participated in the discussion, said, Tenryubito's ambitions are great. They want to be the masters of the world, but because of their arrogance, their fighting power is quite weak, so in order to regain their power, they thought of being with them. Another race of the sons of God, the man-demon race. Quote, man-demon, everyone wondered. I remember seeing it once in a historical text. Robin remembered something and said, the man-demon race is the same as Tenryubito, which is called the son of God. Unlike Tenryubito, they are born with powerful fighting abilities. It can be said that they are all born warriors, but unlike Tenryubito, they love peace and never fight, so there is very little history about them. Quote, yes, the man-demons have always been peace-loving, and the Tenryubito wanted to take back the power of the war at first. The man-demons also refused, but because of allies and Tenryubito's oath that there would never be a large-scale battle, the man-demons only promised some basic help. Quote, Zhang Yang looked at the crowd and said as if he was telling his own story, because the man-demon people have lived in seclusion from the past, their minds are also very simple, and they didn't take into account that Tenryubito was using them. So they assisted Tenryubito to regain power. Of course, Tenryubito would not say this, because they knew that once the world knew that everything was caused by Tenryubito, their hard work would be in vain. Conspiracy connection. So they never show up, they just silently control the development of everything behind them. Zhang Yang paused for a while and continued, because the man-demon clan went into seclusion after that, they were completely unaware of the time when Tenryubito assassinated Zephyr, but in Tenryubito's eyes, the man-demon clan who knew the truth of the incident became the existence that must be eliminated, so they designed the man-demon again and slaughtered them all. Quote, when he said this, Zhang Yang's fist was clenched tightly, and Zoro, who had heard Zhang Yang's past of genocide, immediately thought of Zhang Yang's true identity. And Robin was thinking of something and looked at Zhang Yang with a shiver. I still remember that the man-demons are born with the ability to control the wind. Are you Zhang Yang, the man-demons? Heart pirates. Man-demon family. With Robin's doubts about Zhang Yang, everyone looked at Zhang Yang together. Almost no one knew the beginning and end of the incident 2 years ago. Even Robin, who has been studying history, could only vaguely understand that the development of the incident was related to Tenryubito. But what is the relationship and what role they played in it is still unknown, not to mention the almost legendary race mentioned by Zhang Yang that has almost no records in history. Then in that battle, whether the man-demon family really participated in it, I am afraid that only those who participated in that battle can know, and Zhang Yang's immersive narrative, coupled with Robin's the man-demon clan's unique ability to control the wind, everyone had to think of such a possibility. In this way, why Zhang can use the ability of wind, why he is attacked like this, and the countless scars on his body can all be explained. No harm can be done to it. Everyone looked at Zhang, and although the initial vigilance was no longer in their eyes were still a bit urgent, because they really wanted to know whether the new members on board were descendants of the legendary man-demon clan. Zhang turned silent, wondering whether he was thinking about the words or how to answer. After a while, Zhang raised his head and resumed his usual smile and said, "I'm not a man-demon, what I said just now. I just happened to hear it when I was fleeing. After all, if I were the man-demon, Zoro wouldn't be my match." That's right. Robin thought of something and said again, "I've heard before that the warriors of the man-demon tribe have the ability to control the wind, and they have a special ability that is unique to the tribe. Man-demon, it is said that this is the killer of the man-demon family. It consumes a lot of physical strength, but once it is used, its strength will be 5 to 10 times that of its own state." Quote. Amazing. Luffy immediately lit up. In other words, if Zhang is really a man-demon family, once man-demon becomes a man-demon, we are most likely not his opponents, right? With our current strength, it is very likely. Robin said thoughtfully. It's amazing. Luffy flashed again, but soon he said with a bit of regret, "But it's a pity, Zhang is not a man-demon family, otherwise we have such a powerful guy to join us and our strength will definitely increase." Quote. He's really an optimistic guy. Why didn't he think that if it were an enemy, we would be finished? Usopp said ashamed. Because Zhang said that he is not from the man-demon family. Never doubt his companions, Luffy said with certainty. Okay, I know. Usopp explained quickly. Actually, I don't doubt it, really. Well, I know, if you guys are really wary of me, you won't let me on board. Zhang said with a smile. You too, if you really wanted to deal with us, you would have done it already, Zoro said, but there was a glint in his eyes that saw through something. Immediately everyone ended the topic, maintaining the daily things that should continue with each other. Zhang stood at the stern, looking at the island that had no shadow, and couldn't help sighing. It's very hard to carry the righteousness of the ethnic group. Zoro walked over to Zhang and said. What are you talking about? Do you still think I'm a man-demon family? Zhang said with a laugh. Yes or not, it doesn't matter. I only know that from the moment you boarded this ship, you are a companion of our Straw Hat Pirates, and your past status doesn't matter. Zoro said lightly, just as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, I am obliged to protect my companions desperately. If one day I really find out that you pose a threat to us, even if you are a real ghost, I will kill you. You. Is this a threat? Zhang said with a relaxed smile without feeling a trace of murderous intent from Zoro. No, it's just a reminder that I don't want to fight with my comrades. I once witnessed a confrontation between my comrades. Although it didn't constitute a major event in the end, I still don't want to have that kind of memory again. He moved to the side and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Zhang stopped Zoro. Don't you want to know about my past at all? I think you should have guessed it after chatting with you yesterday. I don't have that kind of spare time. Rather than doubting my companions, I would rather exercise more. Zoro looked back and affirmed, in life, everyone will have their own secrets, and we are the same. As companions, we will not go find out each other's secrets, but if one day you decide that we are your companions, we will listen if you want. After that, Zoro sat down, closed his eyes and fell asleep quietly. Companion. Zhang repeated the term, but suddenly felt that the weight of the word seemed to be quite heavy. Before Zhang could continue to think about it, a loud noise came from the direction of the bow. Zoro and Zhang were alerted and rushed to the bow, and then everyone saw a golden yellow suspicious submarine not far from the bow. The pirate ship floated up, and the sign was the Heart Pirates. The top of the submarine opened with a sound, and the person walking in front was dragging a tachi almost as long as him, wearing a black cotton coat and a plush hat with black spots. With a pair of dark circles under the eyes, it will not give people a trace of lack of energy. Zhang was shocked. isn't this person Trafalgar Law who offered a reward of 440 million Bailey? At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates, who were standing in front of everyone, really didn't know if they wanted to make trouble. Perhaps it was because of an instinctive habit developed by being attacked for so long. When he saw Luo completely appear, Zhang Yang subconsciously held the big knife behind him. All the members of the Heart Pirates were shocked, and seemed to be concerned about Zhang Yang. Quite surprised by the possible attack. Mama, relax a little, Zhang Yang, Tran is not an enemy. Luffy patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and laughed. Long time no see, Tran. It's been a long time since I haven't seen the master of the Straw Hat. Luo Vivi Isho didn't mind the publicity's behavior at all. It seems that you have successfully found an interesting crew member before we know it. Trafalgar, Luo. I'm sorry. Zhang Yang immediately bowed and said, I thought it was the enemy's pirate group who wanted to attack us, so I wanted to strike first. I'm really sorry. Ha ha ha, it's alright. Luo, who was apologized, didn't say anything. Luffy took the lead and said, Teraman is not that stingy, even if you really fight, as long as no one is killed Teraman and Chopper you can be cured, it's okay. Please don't say such dangerous words. Usopp couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha, this is just a trivial matter, Zhang Yang is in charge. Luo bent the corners of his mouth, and really didn't take the matter to his heart. If I really did it just now, it would be exactly what I wanted, because I paid attention to it as soon as I got on the boat. When it comes to you, your aura is very strong, and you are definitely not a generalist, so even if you really do it, it doesn't matter to me. Please don't make fun of me, I'm really sorry. Zhang Yang continued embarrassed. No, I'm not joking. As a swordsman, Zoro has quite amazing power. I have seen it. Although my job is to heal, to be honest, I am also a swordsman. I can compete with opponents who also use swords. Fighting is also an honor, and speaking of which, why don't we give it a try? Ah, Luo, are you kidding me? Zhang Yang scratched the back of his head. No, I'm not joking at all, I really want to see your strength. Luo grinned Vivi at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time released a little murderous aura to show that he was definitely not joking. Zhang Yang was a little overwhelmed. At one point he really thought that Luo was resenting his actions that he almost attacked him earlier, and looked at the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates in embarrassment. As a result, he saw that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates had an indifferent attitude, as if the upcoming confrontation was actually as simple as eating. Zhang Yang turned his head to look at Luffy again, and at this look, he wanted to give himself a big mouth. Luffy, an absolutely rough guy. It is no exaggeration to say that this guy is simply a master who is watching the fun and does not take it too seriously. At this time, when he sees Luo taking the initiative to ask for a battle, how can he be calm? Okay, come on, Zhang Yang. Don't lose, Terran, Luffy shouted with his hands up, not knowing who he was cheering for. Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. Although he didn't stay in the Straw Hat Pirates for a long time, he probably already knew Luffy's temperament. Now that he has made up his mind, I'm afraid it won't be useful no matter how he explains it. Zhang Yang sighed as if he was surrendering, and looked around the boat again. At this time, the members of the two pirates were staying on the boat. Neither the Straw Hat Pirates nor the Heart Pirates had any idea of the battle that Luo suddenly proposed. Means to block. Although I still didn't understand the other party's intentions, I was a little relieved to see that no one objected to Zhang Yang. After all, if there is any danger in this battle, there is no reason why so many people can't even stop the two of them. Okay. Zhang Yang stood up and looked at Luo with the big sword behind him. Then we should use martial arts to meet friends, and we must make it to the end. Since we are all friends, I really don't want to hurt any peace. Don't worry, I have an idea. Luo Vivi Isho said. So where are we going? Zhang Yang asked again. You can fight directly on the deck, Frankie said as he pushed up his sunglasses. On the deck, but, Zhang Yang looked at the big knife in his hand and hesitated. Be at ease, Frankie said with certainty. This ship is the ultimate masterpiece of our Tom's studio. The material used is Adam, the most powerful tree in the world. As a super material, even if it is you, the ability of the super will not cause any damage to the ship. Quote. Okay. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, knowing in his heart that he would have no chance to make excuses. Reluctantly, he could only agree. Immediately afterwards, the Heart Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates were distributed at the bow and stern, and almost the entire deck was left as a battle site for the two. Then I'm ready, Zhang Yang is in charge. Luo Yang pouted, as if he didn't feel any nervousness at all because of this battle. Well, please give me more advice. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and replied. Immediately afterwards, Luo said no more nonsense, turned his palm up and stretched out 3 fingers and then lowered his voice. Room. Immediately, a barrier that was difficult to see with the naked eye opened. Zhang Yang only felt the moment when a cold wind was blowing. He suddenly saw Luo's body disappearing after a while. Zhang Yang was shocked, and he didn't wait for him to carefully track Luo's body. Breath, a cold wind suddenly forced from behind him. Before there was any time to think, Zhang Yang turned back, raised his arm and raised his saber, and then heard a bang. The big saber and the big saber collided heavily, and suddenly a stream of air spread around, and the Heart Pirates slammed into each other. Shang suddenly said with a bit of embarrassment, "Ah, did the captain use all his strength as soon as he came up? Hey, Straw Hat Boy, you better let this companion of yours be careful, otherwise you will be killed in seconds." Such a shout of course also reached the ears of the two in the battle. Zhang raised his brows, and the moment he looked at Luo, he immediately felt the killing intent in the other's eyes, and he knew in his heart that this opponent was definitely not half-hearted. Can be dealt with. Following Zhang Yang's right foot, he took a half step backward, and while standing firm, he pushed forward with both hands forcefully. Luo suddenly felt defeated, and with the help of this push, he stepped back and immediately distanced himself from Zhang Yang. Just as he was about to chase, he saw that Luo's right foot just touched the ground, and the figure flashed and disappeared again. Zhang Yang's eyes stared, and before he could think about it, he quickly rolled forward with the help of his steps, and almost at the same time, Luo's taidao almost slashed against his body. At this time, Luo Zheng was in the air, and after the attack, it was impossible to adjust his body shape immediately to avoid it. Zhang Yang seized this opportunity, holding the big sword in both hands, and was about to cut it out. Although Luo was a little surprised by this pause, he quickly adjusted his state and slashed down. This time, Zhang Yang was no longer able to dodge, and when he reluctantly retreated, his left hand was immediately seen in the air. Publicity! Luffy yelled anxiously. Zhang Yang stared at his broken arm and widened his eyes. The moment he was attacked just now, Zhang Yang was almost certain, at least that time Luo really did not leave any spare energy to slash over. The two sides pulled apart. Luo picked up Zhang Yang's arm and tossed it with a completely different smile from before, and said, "Your attack just now was confusing, even if you said enough, you will still die if you're not careful. It was your arm that was chopped off, and next time it may be your head." Quote. Evenly matched. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo shun through Zhang Yang's arm and pushed Zhang Yang's left arm, and the cutoffs of the two immediately connected as soon as they touched. It turns out that it is indeed a pirate with a reward of 440 million Bailey. If you want to keep a hand, will the final result be that you will be defeated? Zhang Yang squeezed his fist and made sure that his arm was fine. That's right, Zhang Yang is in charge. My next attack will be even faster than now. Although I don't know why you stopped just now, but I hope you don't do that again, because next time I won't cut off again. Luo said, holding the sword. I think so too. Zhang Yang muttered to himself while looking at his left hand, and then he turned to look at Luffy and the others and shouted, "Luffy! No damage to the boat, hope to get your permission." "Oh, take it easy," Luffy roared with a push arm. "Okay." Zhang Yang closed his eyes and let out a long breath. When he opened his eyes again, the atmosphere around him was completely different. "Get ready, Tran." "That's the way it is." Vivi raised the corner of Luo's mouth and made another gesture. Room. Are you here again? Zhang Yang raised his sword. This time he wanted to ensure that he would not be distracted. In this duel, Luo was the one who moved first. He stepped on his feet and his body disappeared again. Between the previous two experiences, Zhang Yang turned back almost subconsciously. Who would have guessed that this time Luo was actually in front of him? Appeared, with a wave of the sword in his hand, Zhang Yang was about to be cut off in the middle. Since he said it seriously, how could it be bad in terms of reaction speed and preparation? The reason why he looked behind him was entirely because of his previous experience, but it did not mean that he would completely ignore the possibility that appeared in front of him. Gui Daoliu, Ghost Luo. Zhang Yang squinted at Luo, his body almost swiveled backwards at the same time, the big knife suddenly raised and stabbed towards Luo. Luo's reaction speed was also astonishingly terrifying. In the face of this sudden attack, which was completely choking the timing, he could immediately withdraw the tendency to rush forward, and when he stepped down, his figure disappeared and he had once again distanced himself from Zhang Yang. HMPH, what about a fairly quick response? It seems that the previous turn was also a bait. Luo said while slapping the dust on his shoulders. It's not all. Zhang Yang put the big knife on his shoulder and smiled. After all, I'm not an idiot. I found out in the first fight that your movements in this space are like teleportation, then you absolutely it's not an option that just rushes behind me. Quote. But if you assume you can freely choose where you want to appear even during teleportation, then even if I only look in front of you, you might actually rush behind me this time. Your speed is too fast. If you wait for you to appear every time before reacting, I can't guarantee that you will be so lucky every time, so I made a bet that you will also appear behind me this time. But still beware ahead. Quote. I see. Did you find out how to defend me in the room so quickly? You are really strong, but you don't think that you can defeat me in the room. Luo said calmly without any panic. Ha, I'm not that kind of idiot. Zhang Yang sneered, followed by holding the hilt of the sword with both hands and raising it above his head. I just found a way to resist you just now. As for the way to defeat you, now I have to start. Flow, the death of the ghost. In the loud roar, Zhang Yang swung the big knife in his hand with all his strength, and suddenly a stream of air seemed to split the air and went straight towards Luo Chang. Although this attack was fast, it was really simple to face it this way. There is no way to escape. Now Luo is really sorry for his worth. Room. Luo let out a low growl, and the moment the airflow was about to hit him, his entire body twisted, and he disappeared perfectly to avoid the death of the ghost. The slashing slash that was about to hit the sunshine was also a turn, and it almost flew out against the sunshine's ship. Obviously, this attack was also swiped after Zhang Yang deliberately calculated the angle. As soon as Luo's figure appeared, he heard Zhang Yang's voice coming from behind him. I caught you. Luo was startled, turned his head subconsciously, and really saw Zhang Yang's right hand against the handle and holding the big knife at him. Gui Dao Lu, Gui Tu. There was another loud roar, and at the same time, the big knife stabbed out with the surrounding air flow with this push. Luogan didn't have time to be surprised why Zhang Yang caught up with him, and hurriedly showed it just to distance himself from Zhang Yang again. Unexpectedly, the moment he landed this time, a shadow shrouded the sky above him. Luo looked up in astonishment, and the person who appeared above him was not Zhang Yang. Ghost Road Flow. Ghost Fall. Zhang Yang roared again, and his body fell together with the big knife. This time the attack was no longer the helpless resistance he was forced to resist at first. Neither the speed nor the power brought by the fall was comparable to the previous one. Robin wanted to move again, but he was sure. He pulled out the sword and collided directly with Zhang Yang. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise, and Zhang Yang and Luo popped out from opposite directions in the billowing gunpowder. Che, I thought you would use your strange ability again, Zhang Yang said with a sigh of relief. Sure enough, as I thought, when you made the attack, you already expected that I would use room to dodge, so before that, all the battle modes after that had been thought of, but if I no longer use the ability to dodge, it will be the success exceeded your expectations. Luo squatted on the ground and smiled. Ha ha ha, You can see through it. That kind of attack rhythm can still understand these things. It's amazing. Zhang Yang laughed wildly. I'm just a little surprised that you can see through my room. Luo stood up and said. Actually, it's not a big deal. Although you can reach the next place instantly in room, there are still two characteristics. The first is that your range must not exceed the range that the room can open. The second is that at the moment of appearance, the surrounding air will shake, and as long as you can grasp that moment, you can predict where you will appear. Quote. It turns out that it is as powerful as I thought. Zhang Yang is in charge. I think it will be the last blow. Luo took a deep breath, threw the scabbard, and grabbed the hilt with both hands. Ah, I think so too. Zhang Yang shrugged, his expression becoming more focused than ever. Ghost wrote profound truth. It's amazing, that guy can keep up with Captain Room's speed. White Bear said with a bit of surprise. It's amazing. Luffy also said, Tramin has become serious and can still play quite smoothly. And faster. Sanji frowned. Ah, Zoro nodded. Both speed and strength are obviously stronger than when they were fighting against me, as if they were echoing the progress of the battle. But you are really good. Zhang Yang is in charge. You can keep up with my room in just one fight. Luo Vivi smiled. But I hope you can be faster. The next attack will be my last blow. I'll be on my guard with all my heart. Really, it was a good idea, but it turned out to be a life and death situation. Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly. Do you still have time to care about this? Luo held the sword with his backhand. As Vivi sank, the entire blade was completely behind him. As he raised his left hand again, he whispered, Room. Zhang Yang was startled. He quickly raised his sword, and with a slight vibration in the air, he couldn't help but say, Come on. Immediately after seeing Luo's footsteps, the whole person disappeared in an instant. Zhang Yang was shocked, and he didn't even have time to think that the speed was faster this time. A slight vibration from the left side was already heard, and Zhang Yang didn't have time to turn around and slash out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he caught a glimpse of Luo out of the corner of his eye, Luo had already stepped on it again, and the figure had once again disappeared in this area. The sound of stepping sounded, but this time the distance widened. Zhang Yang was shocked, and just turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. There was only a mass of airflow swaying due to the stepping, which was able to step out the traces of the air. You can imagine how fast the movement just now was. Just a stunt, there is already another sound, followed by the second and third sound. Zhang Yang can feel Luo constantly moving in this range, but he really has no way to capture his position, and what he cares about is the time difference between Luo's steps is getting smaller and smaller, which shows that Luo's speed is accelerating. It can't go on like this. Zhang Yang roared in his heart, and with the fruit ability, especially the fruit ability who can create a space, this space is undoubtedly their most perfect fighting place. The longer it drags in this range, the longer the more dangerous you are. The best way to avoid this situation is to either escape from the range of ability, or to catch his whereabouts, but the first method is obviously very unscientific. After all, even if you can escape from that range, the opponent can also create another one immediately, so now there is only one way in front of Zhang Yang, catch Luo's trail or force him out. The idea was finalized. Zhang Yang immediately closed his eyes, and used every cell in himself to carefully feel the vibration in the air. Suddenly, a vibration came from a long distance away from him, followed by another, slightly closer, and then, Zhang Yang immediately raised his sword, and then he heard a bang, and the sword Luo wielded unexpectedly collided with Zhang Yang's weapon. Luo's eyes widened, obviously a little surprised that Zhang Yang blocked his slash. Zhang Yang felt the impact of the attack and of course knew that this was an opportunity. Wave. Ghost-like flow. The death of ghosts. How could Luo be someone who could be hit so easily? If he missed a hit, Luo had already dodged. He kept moving at a high speed and carefully observed Zhang Yang's actions, but he didn't move. After wielding that blow, Zhang Yang he stood in place again, but the two hands held the big sword tightly and maintained a state ready to attack at any time. Since the opponent did not immediately chase after him, Luo could at least be sure that the opponent must not have grasped his trajectory, so what happened to the attack just now? Could it be luck? Luo couldn't help thinking, and he slashed from behind Zhang Yang as he stepped on it. Seeing that the attack was on Zhang Yang's body, Zhang Yang suddenly moved, his body twisted and he swung the sword to hold back Luo's attack again. This time, it was different from the previous one. Although Zhang Yang's counterattack was fast, it was in defense and counterattack. There was still a pause, but this time, almost at the moment when the two knives collided, Zhang Yang had already reached out with one hand. Luo didn't have time to marvel at Zhang Yang's reaction, and hurriedly stepped on the shuttle again. The first resistance may be a coincidence, but this second resistance will never be the case again, and this time Zhang Yang's response will be faster. As thoughtful as Luo has already thought, there is no doubt that Zhang Yang has caught up. Strong proof of his room rhythm. No more delays. A wake-up call sounded in Luo's heart. Although he didn't know who this person was, as Zoro said, Luo also found that this person had the ability to become stronger as the battle progressed. Fighting with such a person will be more difficult in the later stages. Then, Luo's eyes widened, and while holding the sword in both hands, he accelerated his actions again. It seems that this will be the real final blow. Zhang Yang also said to himself in his heart. It's a pity. Until now, I haven't been able to accurately catch your trace. The only thing I can rely on is my feeling. I'm also a little tired. Let's use this trick to end the battle. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, held the handle of the knife with his right hand and held the big knife upright in front of him, and reached out to hold the back of the large knife with his left hand, then closed his eyes again, and exhaled deeply and loudly. In an instant, the air around Zhang Yang seemed to change, and even the other pirates watching the battle could not help but notice that the surroundings of Zhang Yang suddenly became dull. Phew! Another deep breath was exhaled, and a mass of black gas seemed to rise from behind Zhang Yang at the same time, and the black gas gradually condensed and turned into an evil ghost. The profound truth of Ghost Dao Lu. Zhang Yang whispered. Evil ghost attack. Zhang Yang howled, and the big sword slashed out in front of him. Suddenly, countless wind blades slashed in all directions with a mournful sound like a ghost. This impact with almost no dead ends was no matter how fast Luo's speed was. It was also difficult to dodge. Seeing the impact, he quickly raised the sword to resist the impact of an attack. Caught you. At the moment when Luo landed, Zhang Yang had already raised his big sword and rushed over. At this final moment, how could Luo dodge, raise the big sword and stab Zhang Yang directly, just as the two sharp blades were about to penetrate each other's throats? The action stops at the same time. It's amazing, Zhang Yang is in charge. Luo raised his head and grinned at Zhang Yang. Each other. Zhang Yang responded with a grin. Suspicious point of event. Ah, great, you two are really amazing. After the two of them recovered their weapons from the station, the members of the two pirate groups also rushed over. Luffy is so rude to watch the fun. The nerves resurfaced. The battle between partners is actually just asking each other for advice. Even if the two didn't see any intention to keep their hands before, after the battle, it will not hurt each other's harmony because of this kind of thing. It's still a little better for Zhang Yang's master. Luo squeezed his woolen hat and laughed. His last secret technique really has no dead ends, and if we didn't have Zhang Yang's master in time, I think now I've already been killed. It's really an award, Captain Luo. Zhang Yang scratched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly, your room is really terrible, you were really fast in the middle, if you hadn't learned the last move, I think I already lost. You don't need to be humble anymore. I almost did my best just now, but I know that in order not to hurt the ship, you actually left a little bit of strength, right? Zhang Yang is in charge. Luo squinted at Zhang Yang, although it was just a guess the sentence pattern, but Zhang Yang is almost certain that Luo has already affirmed his statement in his heart. Pretending to be confused in front of a sensible person is always the most scientific thing. This kind of thing is naturally clear in his heart. Hivivi Isho, haha, said, after all, I just boarded the ship. If I directly caused any damage to the ship I'm afraid our captain will kick me off. It makes sense. I used all of Room's abilities in order to force out your full strength. I didn't expect you to stay sensible and leave a little bit of strength at this time. Luo smiled, his eyes already showing a little bit of strength. The meaning of subtempting looked at Zhang Yang. Generally speaking, in a duel, when people feel a threat from an opponent, they will instinctively use all their strength, but you don't. I can't help but be a little curious. Change is still in your eyes and my final blow is not a threat at all. Such a question suddenly made Zhang Yang tremble. He really didn't know how to answer this question. During the battle just now, he only wanted to not cause damage to the Wanli Sunshine, so he was deliberately suppressing his own power, but he didn't know that either. Why can I keep up with Luo's pace? If I really explain it at this time, it will only make the scene more embarrassing. Luo is a smart person. In the end, his question is just to answer a question in his heart, and at the same time he asks, he can get the answer he wants just through the reaction of others. Ha ha ha. Luo Isho, who saw Zhang Yang's embarrassed expression, immediately changed the subject with a smile. But no matter what the situation is, you are a powerful enemy that people have to pay attention to. There is no problem. You are really lucky as the Straw Hat Master. I am afraid it is really difficult to find such a strong person. Of course. Luffy put his hands on his waist and let out a long sigh, almost not writing the word pride directly on his face. Okay, since the greeting has been finished, we have to prepare to leave. Luo said immediately after finishing his words. This is going to leave. Nami is obviously a little strange. After all, Luo Xian came to find Luffy. Generally speaking, in this situation, there should be something important to discuss, but now Luo is just fighting Zhang Yang. The field was about to leave, as if Luo Quan came here to show off this newcomer. This kind of thinking inevitably made Nami a little more suspicious. After all, not every newcomer can make a captain of a pirate group pay attention. Well, after all, I just happened to pass by and came over to say hello when I saw your boat. Luo said with a smile. Is there something urgent? Nami asked again. Yeah, Luo nodded, and they, who are like allies, have nothing to share except some real secrets. Even if I don't say it, you should still remember the assassination incident 2 years ago, right? Well, we mentioned it not long ago. Nami nodded. What are your thoughts? Luo said. We think this incident should be a framed plant. After all, Whitebeard has no reason to attack his friend, and he still used such an obvious behavior. Nami said. Yes, I also had this suspicion before, and I met Whitebeard not long ago, and in my contact and conversation with him, I can be sure that he is definitely not the kind of person who starts with his own partner, so we started a secret investigation into this incident, and during the investigation, we found many suspicious points. Luo said. What? Everyone looked at Rosichi and asked. The first is Marine's attitude. Luo stretched out his finger. Although Zephyr's assassination incident occurred, I can understand that the attitude towards the pirates will change, but it is a bit strange to become incompatible in an instant, and the actions of the pirates are in the assassination. Before the incident, even if there was a pirate disturbance, it would only be a partial incident, but it would be very wrong to launch a large-scale coup 2 days after Zephyr was assassinated. It stands to reason that Marine's top cadre was assassinated. Even in order to stabilize the military, Marine will definitely block the news as much as possible, so how did those pirates know about it? Even if they were assassinated in Zephyr immediately, they would know. News, it would take them a lot of time to prepare for a coup, and they were as quick as if they knew from the start that it was going to happen. Quote. Everyone nodded in unison after hearing this. Such a coincidence is indeed suspicious. It can be said that it is precisely because of their quick action that Marine has to take measures. Don't you think this action of the pirates seems to be in line with the trend and Marine is incompatible? But Marine and pirates have a balanced relationship in terms of strength, and this nearly 10-year peace has promoted such a trend. Any pirate with a little brain will not feel that just one less Zephyr, they will be able to let's kill Marine. After speaking, Luo raised his hand again and said, because of the coup d'état of the pirates, Marine had to quickly elect a new marshal, and the candidates Kuzan and Akainu can be said to be two extremes. Kuzan thinks that we should try to find a new marshal. Suppression, and Akainu advocated to defeat all the pirates, and the result of the battle after that, needless to say, Akainu won the victory and launched a counter-kill against the pirates, so there is today's situation. Luo paused for a while and continued. All of this is developing too quickly, as if the script had been prepared in advance, and after Akainu took office, all Marine generals who were inclined to resolve this matter peacefully were dismissed from their posts. It can be said that the Marine forces now only have neutrality in Akainu faction. It would be understandable if it just happened inside Marine, but after that incident, a pirate suddenly became famous. Who? Luffy asked. Blackbeard. Descendants of the man-demon race. As soon as Blackbeard's name came out, all the people in the audience except Luffy were shocked. Among the pirates whose value has skyrocketed recently, in addition to the newcomers who are known as supernovas, Blackbeard is definitely one of them, even the reputation of Blackbeard. It's no exaggeration to be taller than them. One of the biggest reasons is that although this pirate group is a pirate, it is a pirate that is actively under the control of Marine, and it is even possible to call it a pirate subgroup of Marine. I was thinking at the time, if it was really a blame, the person who attacked must also be a pirate. The pirates who can freely enter and exit the Marine headquarters should also be recognized as one of the pirates, so I started with the pirates under Whitebeard. And it turned out that such a number one person was discovered. Quote. Luo continued, Blackbeard's real name is Marshal D. Teach. He used to be a fighter in the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He has good strength as the captain, but after the big incident, Blackbeard broke away from the pirates and formed a Blackbeard pirate on his own. And this pirate group did not take this opportunity to grow. They immediately joined Marine and became the only pirate group controlled by Marine and recognized by Marine. This is the biggest doubt. According to Akainu's personality, he is purely hostile to every pirate. Even if Blackbeard really wants to join in, he will never allow it, but now. Luo stopped here, and everyone understood what Luo wanted to express. This is indeed a strange place. If a person really hates a certain group, then he must hate everyone among them, not even not. There will be an idea that there will be good people in there. But now it is strange that the Blackbeard pirates are used by Marine, and the cooperation between the two parties is quite tacit, which is really unimaginable. Is there such a possibility? Nami suddenly asked. Actually, the incident at that time was related to both of them, or both of them were insiders or participants in the incident, but neither of them were the main planners. Are there actually bigger people behind them? But those who can get an overview of martial Marine and the pirate forces can only talk about the ranks of the Gorosei, 5 elders back then, but aren't all the Gorosei, 5 elders already killed? Luo expressed his confusion. Actually, in a historical text that Sister Robin once saw, there was a problem that was actually guided by Tenryubito behind this incident. Nami continued. Tenryubito. Luo frowned, held his chin in thought for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the crowd. Well, it is indeed possible, even though they were expelled, they are still world nobles. This will not change. If with their leadership, Akainu and Blackbeard are the pawns in this event, then all these questions can be answered. After speaking, Luo stood up and smiled as if he had found a direction. If that's the case, then I will continue to investigate the clue of Tenryubito. Thank you for your analysis. Nami is in charge. It's not necessary, but why do you have to investigate the truth of the incident? Nami asked inexplicably. Because Whitebeard is a truly respectable pirate, he occupied many islands but did not plunder them. On the contrary, he protected these islands with his own power, and with the escalation of the pirate incident, Whitebeard's prestige continued to decline, and even many members of the islands he guarded took down the banners of the Whitebeard pirates and trampled on them. Quote. I don't want him to carry this grievance for the rest of his life. Luo turned to Vivi Isho, who had gathered the crew back to their submarine. Everyone said goodbye to Luo, until Luo's submarine had completely sunk into the sea, only to find that Luffy was tilting his head in confusion. What? wrong Luffy? Zoro asked casually. So, who is this Blackbeard? Everyone spurted blood together. Who was Blackbeard who introduced it just now? To be honest, Luffy's brain circuit is sometimes too frustrating. In short, he is a very powerful pirate recognized by Marine. Nami summed it up succinctly. So since it's a pirate, why do you want to be with Marine? Luffy continued to wonder. Everyone is embarrassed again. Big brother, we have discussed for so long just now, what conspiracy and suspicious points, is your focus only here? At this moment, Zhang Yang's brows were completely wrinkled. He remembered that night again. Even if their clan was really paralyzed by Tenryubito's plan, it is absolutely impossible to have that ability in such a short period of time just by relying on Tenryubito. Slaughter them. Undoubtedly, it was definitely not as simple as Tenryubito who was present at the time. After listening to everyone's analysis today, Zhang Yang couldn't help but guess that there might have been two great powers that day. The picture of memory flickered, and in a flash, it was the moment when his mother pushed him off the cliff. Zhang Yang was shocked, but the pervading black air seemed to appear in front of his eyes again. Black Chi, black beard. Zhang Yang frowned and kept repeating these three key words in his mind. He was almost certain that there was definitely a considerable connection between the three. Captain, why did you deliberately go to the Wanli Sunshine? After the submarine was driving in their new direction for a long time, the Heart Pirates Chimbaloo asked, Actually, our sailing route is not going to go. No problem, no. Yeah, as for why, that's what I said in the first place. Since you see it, go say hello to the head of the Straw Hat, and secondly, there is a person on board who is quite interesting to me. Luo sat in his seat, keeping one of his exclusive fingers crossed. Vivi smiled. Is that the rookie you are fighting against? White Bear asked. Exactly. Luo Vivi nodded. But as a rookie, this guy is really good, since he can tie with the captain. White Bear said again. Yeah, but he has more interesting things. Luo smiled, closing his eyes as if meditating for a moment. I was skeptical when I first saw him, so I proposed to discuss with him. The result was exactly as I thought. The true identity of Zhang Yang's family is really powerful. Yes, what is it? White Bear became a little nervous. This guy is the same world noble as Tenryubito, the descendant of the Man-Demon clan, the son of God. Luo said in a low voice. What? All the crew members were shocked. After Luo's battle with him, everyone had an idea about this crew member, but no one would be able to think about the astonishing status of a world noble. Humph. Luo grinned. It looks like the Straw Hat Pirates are getting more and more interesting. Chapter 294 Trap Ghost. Zhang Yang was acting strangely. At this time, he heard the wind blowing around, and the voice of Salsa kept coming from the surrounding grass. Zhang Yang walked slowly to the middle and looked around vigilantly, because the sun had already set, and Zhang Yang could not observe it with the naked eye. For clues nearby, I had to release my consciousness to look around. It doesn't matter if you don't check it. After checking it, I found that it was not the wind that was making troubles, but a group of ghost-like chakras circling around him. Zhang Yang couldn't help being surprised and shouted loudly. Who dares to count labor and capital? But there was nothing to reply to him except for a while of echoes around him, only the group of ghosts that chakras circled around him. Zhang Yang suddenly remembered that Folang could detect the existence of a village. It would be easy to ask him to come out to detect where the caster is. Moreover, if he had been asked to help find Nico from the beginning, I am afraid there would not be so much trouble now. Nico is probably looking for herself now, so she didn't dare to waste time. She just closed her eyes and called. Hey, don't sleep, get up and do business. This was completely within Zhang Yang's expectations, so he continued to shout. Hey, Folang, dead dragon. Wake me up, it's time for business. After a long time, there was still no response. Zhang Yang felt strange and at the same time, he couldn't help scold Folang, this unconscionable person, but it seemed that the manipulator couldn't wait to get on it, and a fool came out directly. Zhang Yang, who was calling Folang, suddenly felt a premonition. Something flew towards him, and he immediately ducked to the side. All wipe, don't play cards according to the routine. Zhang Yang, who was half squatting on the ground to stabilize his body, looked at the empty space in front of him and saw it, and slowly stood up in confusion. Strange, am I feeling wrong? There's no reason for nothing. While he was scratching his head and scratching his cheeks, the ghost turned around and flew back. Zhang Yang's premonition reappeared. Zhang Yang decided to believe it again, and then rolled to the side. Woo! After the place where Zhang Yang had just stayed was ravaged by a gust of wind, a deep dig mark was dug out of the ground, as if it had been pulled out by sharp fingernails. I'm a mother-in-law, so I can't see this thing. After Zhang Yang saw the ground on the ground, he realized that the ghost was insubstantial, something manipulated by someone using chakra. Zhang Yang wiped his body with nothing missing, and when he found that there was none, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked in front of him. The raging wind roared. Scumbag! I saw Zhang Yang take shape with his hand, and recite to the bone-scraping wind that came from the pavement. Fire escape how fireball technique. Immediately, Zhang Yang spurted out a monstrous flame, and the oncoming ghost chakra could only be annihilated in the face of such a strong flame. He was instantly destroyed by the fire in the sea of fire, and then nothing was left after being swallowed up. You won't come out again. The labor and management will burn you together. Zhang Yang looked around and shouted loudly. In fact, it wasn't that Zhang Yang wanted to make a quick decision without chakra, but now that time is pressing, Zhang Yang must focus on finding Nico, so he wanted to test the appearance of the caster. Is that true? Zhang Yang waited on the spot for a while. There were more and more ghosts around, but the caster kept secretly shooting a black gun at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang immediately thought that the enemy was delaying him, and he was afraid of going to Nico by himself. But where would Zhang Yang be willing to be played in the palm of his hand like this? And instantly a flame burst out from his body, with a trace of black flame surrounding him. Dare to delay this, uncle? Go to hell. Zhang Yang didn't say much. Immediately after the consciousness probe was released, a huge fire was released, and those chakra ghosts seemed to feel that the flames of Zhang Yang were threatening. They no longer surrounded Zhang Yang as they did just now, but fled in all directions. It's a pity that the flames are faster than those ghosts' chakra, and they catch up and devour the ghosts in an instant. The middle of the forest was centered on Zhang Yang, and the flames that spread out gradually expanded, and Kakashi and everyone who were visiting the hospital also heard that the whole hospital was starting to become noisy, and Ya volunteered to say, I'll go see what's going on. Kakashi nodded and motioned for him to go over. Ya pushed aside the chair and just walked over. He asked Kakashi with an uncertain panic look on his face. Is that direction Zhang Yangjun's route? Then, pointing out the window, looking at Ya's expression, Shino thought he was playing a prank and joked by the way. You are confused, we saw that Nico was going in that direction, how could Zhang Yang go wrong? Hearing Shino's affirmative answer, Tooth's expression became even stiffer, and his mouth became stammered. Hinata, who was near the window, also stood up curiously and walked over to take a look. The expression on his face was nothing to add. He opened his mouth wide and called out to Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, come and see. Kakashi already knew in his heart what happened to Zhang Yang, but it made them so shocked, Kakashi couldn't sit still, and quickly got up and looked. This is... Kakashi, who walked to the window, was already mentally prepared, but he was shocked. He saw a huge flame burning in a distant place in the direction of the forest outside the window. The flames scattered around the center of the flame were like living vines, spreading out everywhere. As time went by, the flames showed no signs of weakening, and the flames like Tingmen spread farther and farther apart, and new flames continued to grow. The whole forest looked like a clear vein. The same as the fire altar. Did you see it too? At this moment, there was the voice of vicissitudes of life behind him, and Kakashi did not look back, but looked at the forest changes and replied to the voice. Well, it seems that something went wrong. Hinata and Ya turned around and saw Jiraiya walking aside with Tsunade's support to sit down. Hinata and Ya hurriedly greeted him. Jiraiya-senpai, Tsunade-sama, what about you guys? Well, it's also for this. After Tsunade supported Jiraiya and sat down, he said to everyone, then stepped forward and looked at the flames outside the window, then asked. It was almost night when I saw Jong Young walk in. After I went in, something like this happened. I remember he was with you before that. Kakashi, what's the matter? I also want to know why Nico's child also ran away. Jirai also added this sentence behind his back, while Kakashi turned his head helplessly to look at the two of them, closed his eyes for a while, and said slowly. Chapter 295 Forest Fire Net. Jong Young actually went after Naizi at first. I thought he would be fine with his ability, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I need to check it out. Tsunade nodded and said seriously. It's not just you. You are too dangerous alone. We'd better be careful where even Jong Young will be caught. I'll take a couple with you. Not convinced. And the rest guard the hospital, and the injured should all lie down on their beds. If they dare to act without authorization, they will be regarded as the enemy's spies. In the face of Tsunade's irrefutable words, Jiraiya, who wanted to participate, suddenly sighed and looked at Tsunade in frustration. Well then, I wish you a smooth journey. Kazuya and Shino, who wanted to go, also begged Tsunade with great energy. We're going to. Well, you follow Kakashi, don't hold back. Tsunade didn't look at the two, and blurted out their debut. Shino and Ya were happy, and Kakashi looked at the two and said seriously. The two of you have to follow me, and this is your workout, so I brought you here, remember. The two nodded quickly, while Hinata seemed to be taking care of Naruto, but seeing that both of them took the initiative to go, it would be impossible to say if he didn't go, so he said softly. That. Hinata, just stay and take care of Naruto. After all, we still need a fighting force here. Tsunade knew what Hinata was thinking, and immediately told Hinata, and Hinata was overjoyed, looking at Tsunade gratefully, while Tsunade glanced outside and shouted loudly. Tima, follow me. Kakashi, you guys follow. Let's go. I saw Tsunade jumping out of the window directly, and a group of ninjas jumped down with Tsunade outside. The two of Ya and Shino were stunned by this spectacular scene. Kakashi saw the two of them like this and shot helplessly. He patted the two of them on the head. Don't look, let's take the stairs, we have to hurry up and see what happened to Jong Young. Coming soon. The two looked at Kakashi, who had already run out, and they chased after them, while Jirai on the side cheered them on. Young people, keep up the good work. Thumbs up to the two of them, then slowly walked to the window and looked at the fire net forest in front of him with a solemn face, put away his smile, and muttered to himself. Such a big fire, this is the second time. Hinata inadvertently heard Jiraiya talking to himself next to Naruto, and asked curiously. Senior Jiraiya, you said this is the second time. When was the first time? Why can't I remember it? Zilai also heard someone listening to him next to him, so he couldn't help but look away from his fascination and looked at Hinata and Vivi Isho, who had white eyes in front of him, and then his eyes were fixed on the ceiling, as if thinking about something. For a long time, Hinata thought that Jirai didn't want to talk, so she slowly turned around to look at Naruto, and Jiraiya reluctantly looked away and said slowly. That was a long time ago. Maybe a little long. Would you like to hear it? Hinata glanced at Naruto, who was still sleeping, thinking that it was all right, it would be better to listen to what happened, and then nodded to Jirai in front of him. Jirai also knew that Hinata would listen, so he had already be prepared to say. It was a disaster for Konoha. At that time, the fourth generation, my apprentice, when Minato Namaifung was still there, Konoha's Danzo launched an attack, and after the attack, other foreign forces began to invade. At that time, Tsunade and I had already left the village, and there were only my Master Hokage 3 and my apprentice IV, plus his wife, Naruto's mother, the Kyuubi Manchu. What Hinata Wuxin heard about made her very surprised. What? Naruto's father is Shidemu, and his mother is the nine-tailed human pillar. Zilai also nodded solemnly, then sighed, looked at the window and said, The 9 tails were originally sealed by the Uzumaki family for generations, but a lot of things happened that day, and these things were only known when I came back with Tsunade. Hinata was obviously still stunned that Naruto's mother was a human pillar, and when she thought, Naruto has 9 tails in his body, doesn't that mean that Naruto is a descendant of the Uzumaki family? Thinking of this, Hinata couldn't help but blame herself for not knowing enough about Naruto's origins. Seeing the aggrieved Hinata, Jiraiya also smiled and said, "You, like Naruto? Hey, what, like, dislike, Naruto and I are just..." Jiraiya looked at Hinata, who explained with a blushing face, and he understood at a glance, then he smiled and waved his hand. "Haha, I'm joking, can you ease the atmosphere, but if you are my apprentice's wife, I'm afraid it will be my stupid apprentice's blessing. Ha ha ha." Hinata blushed again and whispered, "Stop talking, Naruto-kun." Jiraiya's smile also solidified in the firelight outside, facing that direction. "Oops, they're in trouble. What's up over there?" Boom. Before Hinata could finish speaking, a huge explosion outside interrupted Hinata's words, and Jiraiya couldn't wait any longer. He directly supported the window and was about to jump off, while Hinata was worried. "Senior Jiraiya, Tsunade da. Now is not the time to say this, just stay here and take care of Naruto, I will help them." Jiraiya before. Jiraiya said a few words in a hurry without being interrupted, then turned down the window and jumped down. Hinata was in a dilemma and wanted to stop Jiraiya, but he was afraid that Ming would wake up suddenly and no one would take care of him. He could only run to the window and watch as he ran towards the forest covered by the fire net, while a group of people downstairs made a mess, and Hinata could only watch anxiously as Jiraiya walked further and further away. At this time, Jongyang, who was in the center of the flame, was already a little anxious. Faced with his own flames uncontrollably dispersing around the forest, Jongyang didn't know what was going on, so he took care of the matter and muttered to himself. It was still controllable at first, but there were more and more ghosts, and the flames seemed to be out of control as if they were flying towards that direction. Now the flames spreading around seemed to have their own consciousness. If you don't check my if carrot were extracted and used as flames, I'm afraid it would have been sucked dry long ago, this is gross. Jongyang also knew that he would not be able to accept it if he went on like this, and he would be sucked dry sooner or later, and there was a sudden burst of photos over there, and his flame also fluctuated. He also predicted that someone must come over, and his flame would not be affected. Control will definitely take the initiative to attack the person, just don't know who is controlling the flame. Chapter 296 Suppression of Black Hands. Jongyang closed his eyes and thought for a while, but he still had no idea, but he probably already knew who was coming, so he shouted. "Kakashi, Tsunade-sama, don't come here, this flame will erode you." Tsunade, Kakashi and others who were not far away expressed some joy after hearing the voice, because Jongyang still had his own consciousness. Kakashi looked at the flames blocking the road ahead and said solemnly. "Jongyang is ahead, everyone, cheer up." "Oh." The people around responded, and Tsunade saw that the flame was not the same as before. It did not attack for a long time, and ordered to stop in place, and Kakashi also noticed that the flame in front of him did not regenerate, but seemed to have life. Looking at them, he waved his hands to signal everyone to stop, and then discussed with Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, look what this flame looks like. This flame, like a snake." Kakashi nodded, and Tsunade looked at the flames in front of him, and suddenly became enlightened. His brows were straightened, and he looked at the surrounding environment, and at this time Kakashi shouted loudly. "There!" A shuriken was thrown directly behind a tree, and Tsunade also took out the dagger and looked in the direction Kakashi threw it. "Orochimaru, I know it's your fault, come out." Shino and Toga were also paying close attention to their surroundings, when a hoarse voice came from the tree side along with a figure. "Oh, long time no see, Tsunade." Tsunade looked at Orochimaru angrily, clenched the dagger in his hand and faced Orochimaru, and Kakashi said at this time. "I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. I really underestimate you. Orochimaru o Isho, and then slowly appeared in front of everyone with the light of the fire, and in fear of Orochimaru, everyone took a step back, watching the people in front of them fearing themselves. Orochimaru licked his tongue with satisfaction, then he answered Kakashi's question. I owe it to Zhang Yangjun's chakra to recover so quickly. Haha, his chakra is constantly flowing, and the power in it is very huge, which makes me want to try my best to devour him. After Kakashi heard this sentence, he immediately understood why Orochimaru was able to return to normal so quickly. It turned out that the power of Orochimaru was given to Orochimaru by the flamboyant chakra, and Tsunade immediately said. Then why do you want to control the flamboyant flames to burn around? What is your purpose? In the face of Tsunade's questioning, Orochimaru couldn't help but also Besho, turned his head and looked at the flame in front of everyone quietly motionless, and innocently looked at Tsunade spread his hands. I don't know about that. Originally, I just saw an ancient ritual organ here. I just activated this organ. I didn't expect this organ to do such a thing. This is also beyond my expectation. Tsunade. Kakashi looked at Orochimaru with a smile on his face, and felt that he was not lying, and it was difficult to judge for a while, but Tsunade rushed up and said. Stop fooling people. The explosion just now was made by you to mess up our audiovisual. Before Orochimaru could speak, he was entangled by Tsunade, and he didn't seem to intend to explain any more, so he went directly to Tsunade. You and I, and even though Tsunade suffered a little injury, he was very concerned about this. For Orochimaru, whose chakra is still severely damaged, it is still a little difficult to restore his appearance, and Orochimaru's face also shows a look of difficulty. At this time, Zhang Yang knew that there was a fight over there, but he couldn't do anything now, so he couldn't help but smack the ground with his hands. I'm wiping. Is it the consequence of acting on one's will? Just now, Zhang Yang's head was all thinking about how to get rid of this and how to go out so that they can avoid damage. After he calmed down at this moment, he suddenly remembered that if he couldn't hear the words he shouted to Fu Lang like this, he might as well go in and find him. After speaking, Zhang Yang immediately started to do it, closed his eyes and began to enter the sea of consciousness. A burst of chakra flowed out of his body, and Zhang Yang was very distressed, but he still went in to find Fu Lang and asked him, by the way, to see what happened to him. Hey, Fu Lang, something has happened to my body. Why is my flame out of control? Zhang Yang came to Fu Lang and saw the huge body. Zhang Yang immediately asked anxiously, and the body didn't move. At this time, Zhang Yang felt that there must be something wrong with Fu Lang, because he called him again and again. He couldn't being arrogant to this level. He jumped up and said. Farang, I told you. Zhang Yang only saw that Fu Lang was pinched around his neck by a pair of black hands, and the arrival of Zhang Yang also brightened the painful Fu Lang's eyes. Then he whimpered out from his neck, and was then pinched by a big hand stretched out in the darkness without fighting back. Zili, Zhang Yang, who saw this scene, was surprised. Usually others are surprised at him, but now he is surprised at others. Zhang Yang also understands in his heart that what this hand is holding is Fu Lang's death point, and it is silent, and there is no sound of fighting. Zhang Yang sighed. What kind of power is this that can make Fu Lang surrender instantly? And it seems that once he is strangled by his neck, Fu Lang can't move, and he can't speak voice and simple words. Zhang Yang then decided that he couldn't let these hands continue to do whatever they wanted. If it continued like this, I'm afraid that Fu Lang would be finished, and according to this situation, I'm afraid these big hands are the source of controlling his flames. Water Escape Water Dragon Bomb. Zhang Yang launched this attack directly in his own sea of consciousness, and in his body, his thoughts were of course his own. Seeing the ferocious water bombs hit the black hand one by one, although not as fast as the speed of sound, but the speed is not something that ordinary people can avoid. Zhang Yang was just trying to test those big hands with a blow, but the next scene made him even more shocked. I saw that the big hands seemed to have a premonition that Zhang Yang was hitting the water bomb, and the black hand that didn't let go immediately spawned another black hand to pounce at the water dragon. Water balloons are generally easily broken, which makes Jongyang complain. Why don't you play cards according to the routine now? Is it in the late stage? Thinking like this, the Black Hand, who seemed to be irritated, grabbed towards Jongyang, and the speed of the Black Hand disappeared instantly. Before Jongyang could react, the Black Hand was behind Jongyang. And Jongyang saw the frightened look on Fu Lang's face. He didn't know what he was going to express, only to see Fu Lang forcefully choking out a sentence and shouting loudly. Jongyang, behind. Then he was suppressed by the Black Hand, and Fu Lang's expression was even more painful. Jongyang had already felt what was behind him, but he was pinched by the neck in an instant when he wanted to turn back. Sweet, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Jongyang's mouth in an instant. Chapter 297, The Bond Between the Two. Hee, Tsunade, you're still the same, but what I'm going to do won't change. Orochimaru caught the blow from Tsunade, and then bounced it back hard. Vivi laughed. Tsunade knew that he was not Orochimaru's opponent, but he still pushed forward. Kakashi and others saw that they wanted to come forward to help, but they didn't expect it. Tsunade shouted back. You are not allowed to intervene, this is my personal affair with him. Hearing this, everyone stopped in place and watched the two fight, while Fang on one side walked over to Kakashi and worried. That, Senior, do you really need to go up and help her? In case something goes wrong. Since she decided to do it, no one can stop her, and as far as I know, Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jirai are also the three giants of Konoha. At this time, Shino heard the gossip, and immediately came over and said. Senior Kakashi, you can't move, you can't walk, let's just talk about the history. Kakashi watched the fight between the two and found that Orochimaru was only attacking a few times unintentionally, while the others were defending. He already knew in his heart that Orochimaru was waterproof, and then turned back to face the people after birth. Hey, you guys, come out with Shino and Ya, and leave one person behind. The rest of the people are scattered around to inquire about news, and signal flares when there is publicized news. Everyone agreed in unison, and then jumped back and disappeared into the forest of Yemu and Huawang. After watching the people leave, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh, and the two beside him asked incomprehensibly. Kakashi-senpai, are you? I saw him wave his hand, then turned to look at the two who were fighting, and said meaningfully. Oh, what a bad feeling. This made the three people around run even more confused, so they looked at Kakashi with questioning eyes, and was silent for a long time. Except for the sound of the flames burning in the same place, it was the weapon that Orochimaru and Tsunade were fighting. Collision sound. When the three of them were still in Konoha, they were still the fourth generation, that is, my master. When Minato Namikaze succeeded to the throne as Hokage, the three of them were already known to the world. Everyone who thought that Kakashi would not be talking slowly shifted their attention, preparing to observe the loopholes of Orochimaru and preparing to attack. Unexpectedly, Kakashi suddenly said these words, and the three of them also arrived at a place. Ji Ling, the tooth next to him, was the first to speak. Hey, Kakashi-senpai, you can really scare people to death. Shino also echoed Dao on the side. Well, I just thought you wouldn't continue talking. Can you give us a mental preparation next time, so we can prevent it in advance? Although Kakashi didn't look at them, he heard the words in his ears and refuted them. If you listen to me carefully, you won't be frightened, and concentration is also a required course for ninjas. The three of you are a little unqualified. Akamaru snorted a few times unhappily, and Kakashi also smiled and comforted when he heard Akamaru's unhappy voice. Haha, I didn't call you anymore, you are the best. Well, Wong Wong. Akamaru understood that Kakashi was complimenting himself, so he shouted happily twice in response, while Tooth patted Akamaru's head and questioned Kakashi. Then why did Orochimaru become a renegade? After Kakashi looked at his dagger, Gecko said it slowly. At that time, when the three of them were still there, they were sent outside to fight in the war and traveled to various villages, and when the three of them went out, the wife of Lord Hokage of the fourth generation, the manpower pillar of the Uzumaki family, was confronted with giving birth, it was unexpected that someone reported it, causing others to invade. Quote. And the leader of the fourth generation, who was forced to defend against the invasion, did not notice that the enemy's real target was the human column, and then the 9 tails of the human column were triggered, causing a frenzy to destroy the village, and the fourth generation also used the corpse to seal the 9 tails. Gui Fengjin died with his wife in exchange for peace. Saying this, Shino on the side began to interject, and after Kakashi finished speaking, he blurted out his debut. But you still didn't say why the 3 of them are the way they are now. What's the hurry? You'll know the ins and outs when I'm done talking. Kakashi heard someone interrupting him, so he replied to his question and paused as he looked at the 2 who were fighting back and forth in front of him. After that, the third generation continued to be Hokage, and I was also entrusted to take care of the fourth generation's child, which is the current 9-tailed human pillar, Naruto. The 3 of them seemed to have heard something incredible, and their mouths immediately took on the shape of O, and after a long time, the ninja who stayed behind said, "What? It's actually like this, so he's not a demon fox." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Naruto is a kind-hearted child, and he is also a Konoha miracle guy. It is thanks to his cheerful personality that he has reached this point. Hearing Kakashi's comments on Naruto, the ninja behind him couldn't help but feel something. Alas, I used to call him the fox demon, but I didn't expect him to be such a child who bears such hardships. We were such a failure. Kakashi didn't turn his head, didn't speak. Shino and Toa didn't say anything. Akamaru seemed to understand, and he looked down. Tsunade, stop beating. If you continue like this, the child you are looking for may die. Orochimaru repelled Tsunade again. She was a little shaken when she saw Tsunade retreating to the crowd, while Tsunade slowly stood up from the ground and said with a firm look. Orochimaru, be sure to go back with me. I don't believe you will kill Sandaime. Why did you leave me and Jiraiya alone in the first place, tell me? Orochimaru's face was shaken again, but this time, a little emotion was added to the expression, and then Orochimaru returned to the original indifferent expression, opened his mouth and licked his tongue. Tsunade, I said, I killed the third generation, and I did all these things in Konoha. You can kill me together, if you can. Why do you have to be a rebel? You have to fight against the whole Konoha. Tsunade shouted hoarsely at Orochimaru in front of him, as if he was the one who was hurt the most, and after the expression on Orochimaru's face changed a few times, he said seriously. Life is so fragile. What do you know? Although a lot of people will inevitably die on the road to science, it's all worth it, and everything is preparing for immortality. Chapter 298 Burning the Fire of Eternal Life. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru in front of him puzzled, then stopped roaring and walked over slowly. What immortality? What are you talking about? Why do you want immortality? Did you succeed? Tsunade asked several questions in a row, scaring everyone except the calm Orochimaru. Kakashi was afraid of what would happen, so he jumped in front of Tsunade and opened his hands to stop him. Tsunade-sama, don't go any further. We have more important things to do now. Tsunade stared straight ahead, and slowly pushed away Kakashi's body with his hands, but Kakashi couldn't fight her strength, so he held on hard. Tsunade-sama, please let go of personal feelings first. Have you forgotten what we came out for? Tsunade's face was gloomy, and then he walked slowly and said word by word. Get out of the way. I have to deal with this matter clearly. Leave me alone. Go to Zhongyang first. I'll be fine. Kakashi still refused to give in, and resolutely stood in front of him and said loudly. Lord Hokage, you. Before Kakashi could finish speaking, Tsunade was sent flying over, while the ninja on the side caught Kakashi's body quickly. Orochimaru, why do you want Naruto and a flamboyant body? Kakashi lay on the ground with vacant eyes and looked at Tsunade who was approaching Orochimaru. After hearing Tsunade say this, Kakashi wanted to stand up, but the ninja next to him stopped him. Standing up, Kakashi looked at the man with a puzzled expression, and the man said slowly. Senior Kakashi, your ribs are broken now. Although there is no danger to your life, you will not be able to participate in the battle for a short time. After Kakashi heard it, his fist slammed on the ground weakly, mixed with anger and a little helpless. It's going to be troublesome now. At this time, the fireball also began to show signs of movement. The three of them discovered this vision, and their expressions suddenly changed, and they shouted directly at Tsunade, who was walking towards Orochimaru. Tsunade-sama, dangerous. Orochimaru was still thinking about how to deal with Tsunade without hurting him. Hearing that someone said that it was dangerous and direct, and looking at the fireball that was about to move in the same way as Tsunade, Orochimaru's face suddenly became bad, and he reached out to grab it. Tsunade said anxiously in his mouth. Tsunade. Seeing that fireball seemed to attack her, Tsunade's face was full of panic, but when she heard Orochimaru's nervous call and saw him rushing towards her, Tsunade's face relaxed. Going down, Isho said to Orochimaru. I knew you would save me. It's a pity that the timing didn't wait for anyone. At the moment Tsunade turned his head, Orochimaru saw Tsunade's smile, and the flames rushed towards Tsunade frantically with lightning speed, and Tsunade was swallowed by the flames. Orochimaru opened his eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of him. Orochimaru, who was hit, looked at the torch raging in front of him and washed his hands cleanly. Orochimaru once again felt the powerlessness and fragility of life, and the rare helpless eyes made Orochimaru's face even more strange. Seeing Tsunade being engulfed by flames, the people opposite Orochimaru, including Kakashi, were completely shocked by this scene, and the expressions on their faces were exactly the same, and Kakashi couldn't believe it. Looking at the scene in front of him, he stood up tremblingly and slowly walked towards the flame road. Master Tsunade. I saw that the flames that still stopped directly divided several flames and rushed towards the crowd. Kakashi at the front didn't notice the flames rushing towards him, but the three people behind saw that Kakashi was about to be killed by the flames. To devour it, Shino directly concluded the seal in a hurry. Ninja insect escape. I saw a black fog crawling out of his hand from the place he photographed, and Tooth sighed in surprise after seeing it. Shino, didn't expect you to be able to release the swarm outside. Shino didn't answer, but judging from his calm expression, I'm afraid he had been practicing hard behind his back for a long time, which made the elite ninjas who came along couldn't help but sigh that a genin has already been able to do this step. The future is indeed the world of young people. This is. Push. The flames burned a few insects and made a puffing sound, and Kakashi was swallowed by the insect swarm and disappeared immediately. The flames flew straight into the air and rushed towards the woods ahead. Thank you, Shino. Kakashi was gathered by the bugs, and Kakashi, who had already exposed his head, thanked Shino on the side first, while Shino slowly stood up and wiped his sweat. It just so happens that I also want to practice my new ninjutsu. Kakashi Sr. doesn't need to thank me. It's just the first time I've used the worm technique on someone other than me, except for some chakra consumption, the rest is nothing. Kakashi nodded and looked at the boundless flames raging in front of him. He was so anxious that he didn't know how to stop it, but Kakashi was silent for a while. If we immerse ourselves in the grief of the loss of Hokage-sama, the village will be destroyed, and then we will be the sinners of Konoha and Hokage of all generations. Everyone who was still saddened at first heard Kakashi's words and stood up, looked up at Kakashi and said. Kakashi paused and turned his head to continue talking to everyone. Now, we should find Jongyang and stop this war. Regarding the Hokage, we should let it go for the time being. Now our main task is to prevent this flame from destroying our homeland. Everyone's blood boiled when they heard it, and they shouted directly. Oh, come on. Kakashi looked at the flames that were still growing, his eyes were full of helpless sadness and firm eyes, and then he waved his hand. Let's go. Kakashi didn't have any more nostalgia, jumped directly onto the trunk of the big tree opposite, and disappeared directly with the people behind him in the place where he went to Jongyang. Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at the flames that were still raging and burning in front of him, and his anger did not come out. The sadness made Orochimaru even more manic. Seeing that he could not stop the flames even though he had used a lot of ninja techniques, he sat on the ground and pondered. Get up, muttering to himself. Tsunade died because of this flame, and this flame was controlled by that kid named Zhang Yang, so it is Tsunade who killed him. Orochimaru decided that Zhang Yang was still Tsunade's murderer. He looked in that direction, and after confirming his position, he turned back and said softly to where Tsunade was standing just now. Chapter 299 Tsunade, wait for me, I will resurrect you after taking revenge. Then, without looking back, he jumped onto the big tree and flew in that direction, gradually disappearing into the night with the salsa of the leaves. And in the direction of the hospital, Hinata saw that the people below were already in a mess. They should run, and they should stay to resist the flames. Everyone seemed to be fleeing from here, because the scope of the flames was getting bigger and bigger. And it's raging, even worse than the flood and beasts. Everyone on the floor, including Hinata, felt the arrival of the heat wave, and some people shouted from below. Run, Konoha is going to be destroyed. Hearing this voice, everyone panicked even more, and directly staged a story of you chasing me. Everyone, including the patients, wanted to escape from this place. From time to time, there were tragic screams of people stepping on people. Sure enough to go first. Hinata saw that the heat wave was already coming, and everyone below was in a mess. She couldn't help but back away, thinking about whether to leave with Naruto immediately. You are Hinata, aren't you? Hearing a word from the upper floor that was already empty at this time, Hinata was startled, and she felt that the voice was so familiar, so she turned around and looked back without much thought. You are. Fortunately, by the way, have you seen Zhang Yang? I'm looking for him everywhere. Looking at Naiko in front of her, Hinata couldn't believe her eyes, so she rubbed it hard, and then looked at it with white eyes, and found that it was indeed Naiko herself, and she couldn't help being shocked. Naiko, why are you here? I saw Naiko also had a strange and puzzled look on her face. I ran to cry for a while just now, and found that Zhang Yang didn't follow him, so I went straight to him. I didn't expect the chaos downstairs. The room was also empty, so I came to you with the mentality of giving it a try, and then I saw you. Quote. After hearing what Naiko said, Hinata already understood what was going on in her heart, so she covered her heart with her hands and said, what should I say? Hearing that Hinata seemed to have something to say, but he faltered again and again, he suddenly had a premonition that something major was going on, and he stepped forward and said earnestly, looking at Hinata with an embarrassed look on his face. Xiao Tian, tell me quickly, Zhang Yang him. Is something wrong? As soon as the words were finished, Naiko's eyes rolled down her face, and the corners of her mouth were biting unconsciously, as if she was holding on to something. Hinata saw Naiko cry, she stepped forward and wiped her tears, and then went to. Actually, let me explain. Seeing a figure appearing at the door, the two of them were also startled at the same time. Naiko quickly wiped away her tears, then slowly turned to look at the person in front of her. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Hinata looked exactly like Naiko. Hey, why, don't you know me? I'm a lecherous fairy, haha. Seeing Jiraiya appear in front of her, both of them were stunned, especially Hinata, so she asked. Senior Jiraiya, why are you here, you or not? Jiraiya also smiled and didn't say anything, but after he came in, Naiko found out that Jiraiya was also carrying someone on his back, which made Naiko shout. Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya's smile also dimmed a bit. After putting Tsunade on the other hospital bed, he sat down and said to the two standing in front of him. I finished listening to what happened just now at the door. When I saw Naiko at first, I felt something was wrong, so I followed. I didn't expect you to be the real Naiko. Hearing Jiraiya also say the same, Naiko didn't know what to say, but Hinata who was next to her asked. You mean that Naiko who ran out before is fake? Well, yes, this may be the enemy's conspiracy to lead Zhang Yang to directly control it, and then take his power to destroy the entire village. Naiko hurriedly asked when she heard that Jongyang was being used. Why is Jongyang being used? Isn't he always alert? Jiraiya also sighed, while Hinata said aside. It's because of you, because the enemy pretended to be you and ran out of the village, and Jongyang was not alert, but went after you directly, so he got caught. Naizi's eyes trembled along with her body, and now she knew that Jongyang was because of herself, and she was Jongyang's death point. Zilai also continued. Well, although I don't know what Jongyang is trapped in now, the first thing is to stabilize everyone's emotions and prepare for defense. Hinata nodded, then looked at Tsunade worriedly. That, Tsunade-sama is okay. Jirai also heard Hinata talking about Tsunade, so he touched Tsunade's face. She's fine, she just tried her best. Fortunately, I arrived in time to save her, otherwise. At this time, Hinata pulled Naiko into a shush gesture, then looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at the movements of the two, and asked inexplicably. What are you doing? Didn't you find it? Why is it so quiet down there? Jiraiya thought he had found something, and after listening to her explanation, he directly waved his hand to the two people in front of him. Look out the window. Hinata dragged Naiko towards the window slowly. After the two stuck their heads out, Hinata was the first to respond. So that's the case, is everyone here to maintain order? The moment the two of them watched, the people at the entrance of the hospital were hurriedly passing by, and there was no noisy sound just now, and it was Xiao Yingyi and others who maintained this order, including the trio of Zuludi. Order is maintained at the scene, and some people are preparing ways to resist. Well, as you can see, they were called by me. As long as these people are stabilized first, other things will be easy. Jiraiya had already stood up and looked at the two people in front of him, and when they heard Jiraiya's voice, Naiko and Hinata turned their heads, only to see him paused and continued. It's about time. Tsunade has asked you to take care of me. I have to go and see the situation now. When Hinata saw that Jiraiya was leaving again, she couldn't help but worry for a while, and Naiko was too, but she shouted directly. Hey, Senior Jiraiya, you can't. Oh, it's really annoying. Women are trouble, that's all, I'm leaving. After interrupting Naiko's words, Jiraiya ran out directly. The two knew that they couldn't catch up, so they could only go to see Tsunade's situation and take care of the two by the way. Isn't this Jiraiya-senpai? Where is this going? Chapter 300 The Strong Ninja. Shikamaru looked at Jiraiya running towards the forest in front of him, and couldn't help but blurt out his debut, while Jiraiya also turned back and smiled. Without speaking, he just passed everyone, as if he was in a hurry. Hey, Shikamaru, don't look at it, come and help me get things up. On one side, Ino shouted at Shikamaru, and he was still trying to lift a bracket over, and Shikamaru was still looking in the direction of Jiraiya and seemed to be thinking about something, but Ino waited for a long time and found that Shikamaru still hadn't come over. Directly lost his temper. Shikamaru, hurry up and get my old lady over here. At this time, Shikamaru had just woken up, but it was too late. Ino had already walked to the front and grabbed Shikamaru's ear and roared, and Shikamaru could only beg for mercy. Oops. You wait. At this time, Ino let go of his hand and looked at Shikamaru, who was rubbing his ears but still looking at the forest, and wondered. What the hell happened to you? Didn't Jiraiya-senpai go to help out? What are you still worried about? Shikamaru straightened up slowly, rubbing his ears with a bit of pain, and said solemnly. I actually discovered this flame from the beginning, but I don't know why. When Senior Jiraiya passed by, the flame became strange. I think, this is probably not as simple as Senior Jiraiya told us, but it's something in this forest that only he knows, but can't tell us. It's my intuition. Ino helplessly looked at Shikamaru, who had a serious face in front of him, and saw that in the distance, Sakura had kicked the bracket that he couldn't lift just now, and then clapped his hands, as if very relaxed, which made Ino amazed. Road. Wow, Sakura's strange power is really powerful. Hey, that's not the point. Shikamaru saw that Ino went away to help again, so he patted his head, hoping in his heart that he was wrong. Bam tilde boom. A thing similar to fireworks exploded in the air. Although it was loud, it had no power other than light. At that moment, everyone heard the sound, and Kakashi directly saw the source of the light. Motioning everyone to stop. What did you find over there? The teeth on one side sniffed next to him, and then a strange expression appeared on his face. There seems to be a strange thing in front of it, something I've never smelled before. After Ya finished speaking, Akamaru next to him also smelled it, and then hid behind Ya in fear, which made Kakashi even more puzzled. What is Akamaru afraid of? Fang also looked puzzled, squatted down and touched Akamaru, who was trembling, then slowly stood up and said. Akamaru said that there is a monster ahead. Kakashi said with interest. Monster? What kind of monster? I saw Ya crouched down next to Akamaru and whispered a few words, and then said a little emotionally unstable. He said that the monster had a strange chakra on it, and this chakra told it through its smell that if it got closer, the whole Konoha would be annihilated immediately. Kakashi looked at the road in front of him, and the flare had slowly dimmed. After a while, Kakashi said. We go in directly. This is about the life and death of Konoha and Jongyang. Even if they die, the result is the same as if we didn't go in. Therefore, we must go in to prevent it from happening. There was no objection from everyone. Kakashi saw that everyone was speechless, nodded, and jumped directly in the direction of the signal flare. Everyone followed in a wild goose shape. The flames got bigger and bigger, the whole forest was brightly lit by the fire net, and the flames were not too far from the nearest hospital in Konoha. At this time, Shikamaru ordered directly. Build your defenses. I saw another Konoha Chunin with a forehead guard walking in front of him. I'm coming. You stand back. Looking at the tall ninja in front of him, Shikamaru nodded, then waved his hands. Everyone step back. With the efforts of Shikamaru and the rest of the people, everyone slowly withdrew more than 10 meters away. When Shikamaru saw that the distance was almost there, he shouted directly. It's time to start. Hearing that Shikamaru said that it was time to start, the big Chunin man, who was staring straight at the flame, quickly made a seal on his hand, which made the people around him exclaim. The speed of this knot is almost comparable to that of Kakashi. The corner of the big man's mouth couldn't help but be proud, and then shouted loudly in his mouth. Ninja Earth Wall Art. I saw the big man in front of him slapped his hand on the ground after reading, and suddenly the ground began to vibrate violently, and the surrounding trees fell one by one. With the power of this Chunin. Because in the ninjutsu, these ninjutsu can be said to be a relatively simple category. Like the general ninjutsu, Shikamaru has seen the most powerful one is only a little shocking, but he has never seen such a big battle. Shikamaru couldn't help sighing that people were unstable and the surrounding area collapsed to build an earthen wall for defense. What a great defensive earth wall this must be. After a while, the tremor slowly disappeared, and some people even stepped on the ground with lingering fears, for fear of any loopholes. Everyone is still standing there to see if there are any few people or if there are any injuries. There is one something obscured the crowd. Only then did everyone look forward, only to find that a huge stone wall had been built in front of the big Chunin man, and Ding Si on the side squinted in surprise. This wall, it's so big that it can cover Gecko. It's a match for my super giant multiplication technique. Shikamaru wanted to walk over and take a closer look at this ninja, who had never seen it before, but was very powerful, but just halfway through, the ninja suddenly shouted. Get out, it's coming. Shikamaru didn't know why, but he didn't know if he should go forward or not, when a monstrous red flame hit the earth wall directly, staining the sky with a grand red, and the earth wall was surrounded by bifurcations. Many flames. The earth wall was subjected to a huge impact force, and it started to loosen a little, but after the impact force gradually diminished, the ninja wiped his sweat, then made a mark on his hands, and then hit the ground with his hands, and many stones and soil slowly appeared. Glued up. At this time, Shikamaru also summoned everyone. There are still flames remaining, Please use your skills to resist these flames and not invade our village." Everyone silently looked at Shikamaru's sincere expression. Everyone whispered for a while, and one person stood up and said, "But our earthen wall is not as powerful as that, uncle. I'm afraid some